built it, how you're going to sell it, and all of that. So these are some of the key things or key skills one needs. Hard skills are important, but softer skills are becoming more and more important.
So soft skills are way more important than software and other skills, hard skills, right?
Yeah, absolutely. I can get an engineer to work with me. So if you're a coder, great, you have an advantage of doing that, but the coder will eventually have to get somebody with soft skills. He has to or she has to go and talk to people. And they have to put their work forward, they have to go and raise money, they have to do all of those things. So you cannot get away from soft skills today.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you for sharing your experiences with us. I hope आप लोगों को आज बहुत कुछ सीखने को मिला होगा. And with this, we end this session. Thank you, ma'am. Thanks a lot.
Your powerful address, your journey and ideas are truly an inspiration to all of us here. Now we are moving on to the next session, which is the Breakthrough Innovation, featuring 2 thought-provoking case studies. By Yogesh Gangotia and Prashun Sharma. Big round of applause to both of these speakers. We will just take 30 seconds to just do the changes on the stage. We are just requesting the 2 speakers and the moderator to come up on the stage. Now we are beginning the next session on breakthrough innovation with 2 speakers, Yogesh Gangotia, COO Sensible, and Prashun Sharma. I'd like to request General Suresh Sharma sir to kindly felicitate our guest speakers. Sir, please come. A big round of applause. Thank you, sir. Sir, I would like to request you to felicitate our next speaker, Prashun Sharma, sir. Yes, sir. A big round of applause. Thank you, sir. Sir, I would also like to request you to kindly felicitate our moderator, Prajna Kulshetra from GCTC. Sir, moderator. Prajna Kulshetra from GCTC. A big round of applause. Thank you so much, sir. I'd like to, a big round of applause. I'd like to now introduce our speakers, Yogesh Gangotia, sir, and Prashun Sharma. Yogesh Gangotia is a versatile leader with over 10 years of experience building 300 plus brands across the US, Europe, and Australia. Through Sensible, in partnership with McKinsey, he is empowering visually impaired individuals with tools of independent mobility. As a leader of Simple Plan, Yogesh guides team of 40 web design marketing nights to craft innovative strategies that ensure success in the digital space. He also heads media strategies for Bucket List, a non-profit in New Delhi dedicated to psychosocial development of street children, combining strategic expertise with heartfelt connection to the coolest kids on the planet. Sir, we welcome you. The case study which he will be presenting is how AI tech can revolutionize the life of visually disabled. The next speaker we have is Prashun Sharma. He is a mentor at the New York Stock Exchange Entrepreneurial Center. He is an honorary fellow at Global Governance Institute, University of London, a Pantlade Scholar, and New York University and Asia Global Fellow at Hong Kong University. We welcome you, sir. Our moderator of the session is Prajna Kulshetra. She is an expert marketing and brand strategist, founder Aqua Quotient and migraine advocate. With over 90 years of experience in marketing, our speaker is a versatile brand builder and category developer, having worked across the sectors like FMCG, banking, credit cards, and pharma. As the former head of consumer marketing about Diabetic Care India, she led campaigns to drive awareness and launched Abbott's CGM glucose monitoring device. At Unilever, she spearheaded marketing, and she is a certified Aqua Fitness trainer and founder of Aqua Quotient, combining her passion for fitness with water-based workouts. We welcome Prajna, ma'am. So I hand over the session to Prajna. Thank you, ma'am.
Hi, everyone. It's always a challenge to have a session just before lunch. But I'm so glad that all of you weathered literally the fog, the smog of Delhi and reached here. And trust me, this session is going to be absolutely amazing for all you youngsters down there. The first thing I want to tell you is that I'm so happy to be back in Delhi, North Campus, Delhi University, because I'm a pass out of Faculty of Management Studies, FMS. So very happy to see all of you. It's been some decades, so no, I'm not so young anymore. But I do remember my own times when guest speakers used to come and we used to, rush to attend to get a taste of what real life looks like. So as I said, this is going to be a very interesting session. We have two fantastic speakers, and we have one stalwart in the industry, Mr. Prasoon, and we have Yogesh, who is a young entrepreneur and with an absolute growth mindset. Before I start, I just saw a lot of you have phones and you're taking notes. So just to prove that I'm not that old, ever heard of apps which can just hear and type or visually record and type? Anybody, any app that you could have used today to record this and also simultaneously the app types for you? Anybody? No, I won't give you time to Google it. So, okay, some of them which will be really helpful because I have a nephew who keeps teaching me, so I'm still learning. Otter AI, Microsoft One Plus, dictation, and even Google has a app which does that for you. You just keep the phone and it records everything. So after a great start where you have learned, different things about, the government's perspective, the perspective of Ministry of Education itself on youth entrepreneurship, public policy partnership, the perspective of what we had in the session just before that, where you actually got a glimpse of what it takes to be a startup founder with Ms. Renu Shah, which was excellent, and many more who came and spoke to you. This session is different because we are actually going to give you a very, very practical insight into an actual case, cases actually, where we have on one side a case study on how, AI is assisting solving problems for the visually impaired, okay? And on the other side, we have somebody talking to you about how Indian languages are so important to AI development as well as finding solutions for Indians in language transcription. So they are completely two different case studies, life studies that you would get to know of as examples. My only question to you before I begin is, what do you think is the primary job of an entrepreneur? A, to make money. B, to leave a legacy behind of a great brand name. And C, to solve a problem. And I think one person has decided to answer for all of you. And he's going to soon get into an app development and be a founder of an app which basically generalizes research and surveys. So yes, it is actually problem solving. Before everything else is problem solving until you figure out what the consumer need is, what is the gap, you can't solve the problem. So if there is a shampoo, there are millions of shampoos, how is your shampoo different? Not in terms of packaging, the color and the fragrance, or in terms of the strategy of the brand or the name. It has to be different because it has to be solving a problem which is not getting solved by all the 100 million shampoos on this planet. All right, so that is the most important thing. And I will now hand over to Yogesh, who will tell you exactly how these problems are solved, how ideas are made, and how the concept of entrepreneurship is actually rooted in problem solving. Yogesh, I hand it over to you.
Sure. Thank you for a great introduction and start, ma'am. So, can I just stand? Yeah, please go ahead. So I'll just stand and present. I think I'm more comfortable standing. If you can just pull up my presentation. Take you through a case study through a presentation I made for you. Perfect, perfect. We'll go on a quick journey together just to visualize what I'm about to present. So imagine one day you wake up and everything seems a little blurry. Whatever you see, it's a little blurry. For a second, you get excited कि मैं Peter Parker तो नहीं हूँ, मैं Spider-Man तो नहीं बनने वाला, but then reality sinks in. You go to a doctor, the doctor tells you that you're about to lose your vision very slowly. So in the next couple of months, everything becomes dark. Just pitch black, darkness, no light, no colors, nothing, just darkness. Scary, right? How will you go to your favorite coffee shop? How will you watch your favorite movie? Yeah. So this visualization that I'm trying to tell you, of course, like now you're thinking probably ये sad story है क्या? नहीं मतलब sad, sure it is, but it is definitely a real one. It's the story of our founder Sakshi and my best friend. She went through this entire journey, and just to give you a brief introduction, we are Sensible, and I am Yogesh. I am her co-founder, and we are trying to build something that can change this kind of like a disability, which is it's 2025. Let's think about it from one more perspective. There are self-driving cars in the world. Imagine a world, there are cars that do not need to see anything, but they can still move, right? They don't need a driver, तो कुछ दिख नहीं रहा उनको, they can move. So there is technology out there in the world that can help you move, but for over 250 million blind people in the world, there is no such technology. There is no aid that helps in independent mobility. Independent mobility, again, just to elaborate on that, what is independent mobility? You going to your favorite coffee shop. Now, when my friend Sakshi went through it, what we did was she had to rely on her support. So for example, I was one of her support. If she had to go have a coffee, we used to, like, I used to hold her hand and we used to go together. That's the only way right now to do it. You have your guide dogs, you have your sticks, but independent mobility is still a challenge that hasn't been solved. जो कि self-driving cars पिछले 10 सालों से Tesla कर रही है, right? So this is the problem that we're trying to tackle, and it's just not one problem. Again, just to emphasize on it, it's a problem of 250 million people. So we did a survey back when we started, we surveyed over 2,500 blind people, and 78% of them agreed that they 100% need more support. So again, just to put it into context, 200 million people is like a country like Indonesia. Pura Indonesia, imagine they are not moving. They are relying on someone to take them from here to there. So the problem is so intense, it's so big, it's a big problem, and no one is taking it very seriously, I would say. ऐसा नहीं बोलूँगा, मतलब people are still trying. And through this case study, I'm trying to show you how AI can be leveraged to solve these problems, because these are problems that ऐसा नहीं है कि the technology is not there yet. The technology is there. Someone needs to just scale it up and build it for humans now. Cars में तो चल ही रही है, right? So, and what we're trying to do through Sensible is we're trying to solve it through our first product, which is Vision 1, which basically will help those who can't see move. Let's move on. Yeah. So how it will work is we are thinking of it as a two-band sort of a technology, जिसके अंदर there दो ankles पे band लगेंगे, and there'll be haptic feedback along with audio feedback, which will sense the objects around you. It will sense the surface, and it will give feedback to the user so that they can move, right? Yeah, this one. So just to give you some context, what it can do is we want people to wake up. It can detect indoors as well as outdoors, which is an important problem because a lot of mobility issues also happen indoor. You have to wake up, imagine just waking up, close your eyes and wake up, go try to brush your teeth. It's so complex. Even the simple thing like that is so complex, you'll have to get used to it. Sure, there are systems like you can count your steps and do that, but we want to solve all of that independently. Let me just briefly talk about technology also. Let's go ahead. So how we are building this is we are using a soon-to-be patented 4-way sensor fusion technology, where we will infuse 4 different sensors because it needs to be very precise and accurate. Along with that, we will be leveraging the power of artificial intelligence and machine learning, because I feel, again, I might be biased a little bit due to my past experiences, but this is the right use of technology. This is how technology should enable humans rather than just unnecessary innovations. Again, I'm a little biased, but I feel this is the right usage of AI. It can generate algorithms. We are doing that through niche data, haptic feedback, and dynamic path. Again, example deta hu. Tesla uses niche data. What it means is as more and more users use that app, they get more and more data. They understand algorithms, AI understands how the movement happens with visually impaired. It gets better and better and better. So now Tesla can, it's a far superior technology. That is also what we're trying to incorporate. As we onboard the first 1,000, 5,000 consumers, our technology will keep on growing. It will keep on getting better. It will keep on getting accurate. That's how we're leveraging AI. I won't get into, this is a very complex chart, so I won't get into the nitty-gritties of it. Let's go ahead. I'll just explain it through this. How this is happening is a person is walking. It detects the surface. These 2 bands that you see, they detect the surface. They also detect the objects. So now they give direct feedback through haptics to the legs. Now, we don't want to just rely on haptics, so it is also connected to a blind-friendly mobile app, which will communicate to an audio, sort of like a earphone or something, which will tell the user, navigate the user. How we visualize this is, take 3 steps forward, take one step left, there is a step up, now there is a step down. And our AI will also detect objects in future where it will tell you that there is probably a dog sitting on the road, because that's important. We can't negate these factors because kuch bhi pada ho sakta hai, right? So this is how we are visualizing the technology to work. This is where we are at. We have built our first prototype. We have been validated. So last year we were validated at IIT Bombay. We have already raised close to 70-80 lakh. So now we're building the first alpha version, which is the MVP version of the product. Because again, this is very extensive to build. We were first validating that we can actually build this. It is proven, it is true. We are filing our patents. Now we are actually building the first the first MVP, which will go to the market. Talking about market, so now you understand this is a huge problem. We are all clear, बहुत important problem hai. But is there a market for there also is something that entrepreneurs need to think about, right? So just to quickly touch base upon that, I won't take a lot of your time here, but it's a very huge market. We are thinking of launching this in US first, because again, the adoption rate is high there. Then we'll get it to India. So in US alone, there are close to 8 million blind people who need this. So the market is huge. It's a $8.4 billion market. It's been validated and all of that. Even when you see the competition, and again, just to give you some context, ऐसा नहीं है कि we are the first people who are trying to do this. When you पीछे, हाँ. So there are companies out there who are trying to solve this, but you can see from this chart, they're solving one or two problems. Someone is solving for reading, someone is solving for stick walking, someone is solving for other things. So we are trying to solve for independent mobility, which, as you can see from this chart, we are trying to solve a lot more things. We want to give the complete freedom. So this is the market. This is a case study for OrCam, but again, आप बोर हो जाओगे सब लोग. आगे चलते हैं. This is the founding team. This is our investors. This is the tech team. These are two smart guys. Both of them are PhDs. Then Yogesh, I'm the support that we're trying to replace with this product, and Sakshi is founder, the blind girl who needs the support. And before I'll leave you with this thought, I think a video will be more powerful to tell you the magnitude of the problem. If there is audio, just try. Maybe. So you can't hear it, but it's fine. So that's the case study, more or less. We want people like you to be more aware about this problem. You'll have to play it again. But it's fine, let's go ahead. So yeah, we would like everyone to join hands and spread the word. It's a big problem. Join us to kind of like spread awareness. This is a huge problem. And it'll be great if you can help us share the word. You can follow us on Instagram. And yeah, this is a great use of AI, according to me.
One thing that I want you guys to understand is that it's not necessary to have a specialization or the deepest knowledge about the field in which you are trying to solve a problem. It's not important. What is important is that you know the problem, you want a solution, you get out of your house every day and you network and get to know the people who can form the team to solve that problem along with you. So it doesn't mean I don't know AI. Everybody's talking about AI. You don't need to know AI. You will learn on the way. But is AI an important part of your problem solution? Then that's fine. You will get the people who know AI. They will get together and they will help you solve that problem. So that's the first thing. It's very important to understand that. Elon Musk knew nothing about how to make rockets. He still, of course, now he knows a lot, but if you put him in his own factory and tell him to put the nut and screw together to make the rocket, he can't make it. But he's one of the world's best entrepreneurs, idealists, fantastic, ideations and ideas that he has, and he solved millions of problems. All right, so that's a thought I want to leave behind. Thank you, Yogesh, so much. Guys, any question? We can have 2 questions for Yogesh, please. Anybody who wants to ask him a question on his journey, maybe? How did he, get about doing this? Yes. Can she have the mic, or beta, you just speak a bit louder.
इंट्रोड्यूस तो कर दिया बट हाउ डू यू थिंक इंडियन पीपल वुड बी एबल टू अफोर्ड दैट
Definitely, that's a very challenging sort of a statement. That's a very interesting question also. So thank you for putting that across. It will be hard to afford this. Another thing that I think about accessibility is accessibility तभी हम पूरी ला पाएंगे अगर वो हर person के पास हो. So how we envision the vision one is कि like every one of us who is old enough, they know that we have smartphones. Back when we were in our teenager or whatever, we didn't have smartphones. But it has been embodied by everyone. It's a essential part of your life. It enhances your life. So that's how we also see Vision 1, कि हर blind person के पास Vision 1 होना चाहिए. It's important. How do we reduce the pricing वाला problem? We are trying to launch it एक तो सबसे affordable rates पे. अब affordable भी, it's not really affordable. When I say that, I'll give you an example. अभी जो closest competitor हमारा है वो बेचता है इसको $2,500 पे, which is close to 2.5 lakh, 3 lakh, whatever, right? We are trying to get into a market which is close to $500, which will be 40K or something like that, which is, I know, still expensive. So with scale, we are envisioning कि we will tie up with government, we'll get the aid of the government to provide this to every blind person possible. But उससे पहले, it will have a component that we will need to involve the government. I'll be honest about that. But with scale, I think we can reduce the price even further. ये तो एक challenge होगा ही to solve. But it will happen when we have already impacted like the first 5 million people. So the magnitude will still be very big उस time पे. But yeah, we'll love to solve that problem for sure.
Hello, sir. Hello, ma'am. My name is Noor, and I have one question. You just said that you would be targeting the US market first. And why, like, what are the reasons that you are not targeting India itself in the first place and US? Like, what are the main reasons that an entrepreneur wants to target the US market? Like, what are the top 3 to 4 reasons that people do that?
Sure. So target audience हर business की बहुत अलग होती है. For each business, it needs to be very different. So there are no specific reasons कि क्यों किस market को target करना चाहिए. But I can tell you with our reference point based upon my experience. So why we are targeting US is because it's already evolved in terms of the per capita income of the blind people there. So there is a social stimulus with blind people also. Maybe we should touch base upon that. That's very important to understand. Why are most blind people also below poverty line? Does anyone know? Because they don't get enough opportunity. मतलब the world is not designed for them. This world, अगर उनको opportunity ही नहीं मिल रही, तो how will they have income? So there is a very big social cause also associated with this. जो एक बहुत prevalent factor है, why we can't see the right away launch in India. Because again, if I had like $1 billion, if Elon Musk was like कि योगेश तेरे को जो करना है तू कर, मैं बनाता हूँ, तो I would love to target India, right? But I don't come from that privilege, sadly. So I have to validate my product. I have to take it to a market which can actually afford the product, and I have to show it to everyone in the world that this product is functional and the world needs it. I am not building this for India or for US. I'm building this for the entire world. Right? So I want mobility. That's the problem I'm trying to solve. So social cause associated, the only reason we are targeting US is because they can afford it. Simple as that, if that answers your question. Yeah.
I think the questions were absolutely amazing, and you made Yogesh sweat for it. So, yes, a little. I think when you go for your next funding round, please keep the answers to these questions ready and note them somewhere. So Yogesh, you have another problem to solve as per the questions. I think you need to solve the problem of the pricing of the product, which to my mind brings me back to the theme of today, which is public-private partnership. Rings a bell, guys? So many things are possible only with public-private partnerships, and he mentioned that he cannot do this without without the government support, all right? So this is a clear example of how this happened. Thank you, Yogesh, so much, and thank you, lovely audience. We now, have an even more interesting talk, which is on the connection between Indian languages and AI technology. And Mr. Prasoon is himself going to talk to you about it, talk to you about innovations in that line and his thoughts. So I would hand it over to Mr. Prasoon. It's all yours.
So first of all, I would say we should clap for the real intelligence, the students of Miranda, because AI also depends on them, and the future of AI also depends on you, and that's why I chose this topic specifically for you. Can we start the slides? So yeah, let's move on. So I'll first give you a brief, few examples what we have done in my 22 years of career, and then a broader topic of AI where I want you to think and contribute. So can we move to the next slide? So this is a brief, like one of the startup I'm leading now was selected by New York Stock Exchange because of the innovation and social impact. And we also got a chance to present our case in an event to ex-US President and ex-UK Prime Minister. So this is in early 2003 and 4, my first experience of AI. I used Vedic mathematics for cryptography in my thesis in King's College. And what we concluded is that by using Vedic mathematics, I think maybe for your entrance exams and others, you are already have some experience with Vedic mathematics. But the conclusion of our research was that the processing or the safety of cryptographic algorithm can increase by 3 to 18% if we use Vedic mathematics for cryptography. And now you are using for everything in your life, your banking transactions, your WhatsApp. How many of you have WhatsApp group of friends or families? Can you raise hands? So they all are encrypted. Imagine आपकी मम्मी को access मिल जाए, आपके friends group का, और आपकी दादी या नानी को in his or her language. So this is possible if the encryption has been broken. And next, what I am doing now, so this is a AI patent which we got in India, and we are in process of getting in US and Europe. With this, what we are trying to do is, it classifies images. उसका एक simplistic example है कि कोई भी कार मैकेनिक कार इंजन की अपने मोबाइल से फोटो या वीडियो ले सकता है, और हमारा एल्गोरिदम उसके पार्ट्स आइडेंटिफाई करता है, वो क्लिक करता है और उसकी भाषा में या उसकी लैंग्वेज में he or she can learn how to troubleshoot it. So this can be for any machine. So we have deployed in India, in Indian Railways as well, and in some other. But the most innovative one is this product has been selected by European Union for their Industrial 4.0 platform, which is funded by 7 European countries and big names like Mercedes. तो इसका एक simplistic example ये है कि Mercedes एक ऐसा platform बना रहा है जो voice command देगा कि आज शाम को 5 बजे तक मुझे काली Mercedes blue seat cover के साथ चाहिए, 10 pieces चाहिए, and this platform will deliver it at 5 o'clock. So this is what we are trying to do in AI. Now next move. So this is why I am highlighting, because you are the future of bright minds working in, whether it's in languages, humanities. So I think you should drive these initiatives because language gives you access of a lot of resources. Imagine आपका जो भी assignment है या वो है, अगर आप हिंदी या मराठी में command दो कि यार chat GPT please ये मेरा solve कर दो 5 मिनट में. तो इसके real examples I'll share. Can we go to the next slide? So this is a plan from Niti Aayog, where there are the key areas where they wanted to focus on AI. Can you move next on the slide? So ये example है future farm, which is already in testing in Europe and China and other parts in Japan. Imagine Maharashtra का कोई एक agriculture शुगर केन का जो फार्मर है वो अपनी मराठी लैंग्वेज में कमांड देता है कि फार्म 1 में पानी छोड़ दीजिए, फार्म 2 में इसकी फसल की कटाई कर दीजिए या पेस्टिसाइड छिड़क दीजिए. So this is the importance of language. Are we building these data sets in our own regional languages? अगर ये होंगे तो कहीं पे भी हमारा किसान, चाहे वो बंगाल का हो, यूपी का है, गुजरात को हो, अपनी लैंग्वेज से मशीन से बात कर पाएगा. और ये प्रोडक्टिविटी जिसका अभी हम सब लोग बोल रहे हैं कि किसान या फार्मर्स की जो इनकम है 200 गुना बढ़ा सकते हैं, इससे 500 से 5000 गुना बढ़ सकती है. ऑपरेशन कॉस्ट जो है 30 गुना घट सकती है. सो दिस इज अ पावर ऑफ लैंग्वेज एंड देयर AI world needs your contribution. All the students who are working in humanities, social sciences, geography, please think of these careers. Can we move to the next? ये एक example है, through AI you can diagnose TB. So imagine क्या हम अपनी आयुर्वेद और योगा अपनी languages में ये कर सकते हैं क्या? So I am from IIT कानपुर. वहाँ पे एक startup है जो अपना आयुर्वेदा में जो नाड़ी पकड़ के वो पता करते हैं कि कोई बीमारी है कि नहीं. He or she is trying to build this equipment, पर जो उसका communication है is again in English. पर जो भी जैसे वो वैद्य जी होते हैं, या अगर आप उनको इंग्लिश में कम्युनिकेट करोगे, मे बी ही इज नॉट एबल टू डायग्नोज इट प्रॉपरली. सो we have to build these language data sets for these kind of application in our own regional languages. We have tremendous amount of knowledge in our culture, in our manuscripts. I'll give you more examples in coming slides. So imagine we have these kind of solutions in AI in our own languages for Ayurveda, for naturopathy, and yoga. So this is an interesting example of AI. On voice command, you can do bombing, and you can also detect, any landmines and all. Imagine our army, various regiments like Maratha regiment talking in Marathi, our naval regiment talking in Bengali or Konkani. How hard it will be for our enemies to decode it. So this is the power which we are not leveraging. ये data sets हमारे पास जब तक नहीं होंगे, we will not be able to get true benefits of AI. And I think we should work on this. And I think you are the masters of code languages में, जैसे आप classroom में बात करते होगे, teacher को पता ना लगे, या parents को पता ना लगे क्या plan है आपका college का. So you should think working on these kind of data sets. Next. So this is a question for you. Are we really ready for AI era, especially with our own languages? So one case, like there was a research by NASA, and NASA proved that Sanskrit is the best language for computation. But are we studying or looking into this? So I just leave this question with all the audience. Can we move? So we talk about public-private partnerships. So this project is already going on. On the left, this is a Bhashini, a project from Government of India, where they are creating these data sets in local languages. Anyone or everyone can contribute. You can log in on the website, and I think you should contribute in this. And then on the other side, there are corporates like Microsoft and AI. They are already building this, and they are hiring our people. For this European project, I was in Germany, and I was amazed to see German corporates have hired Sanskrit Pandits from Haridwar and Rishikesh. They are translating our manuscripts specifically for mathematics and calculation. So these are the values which our own culture has, and I think we are still not able to utilize it properly for our own benefit. Next. So I would say empower Indian languages, empower India. Next. And thanks. Just a thought I want to leave with you, that our Veda, Ayurveda, Gayatri, all trademarks are with Germany. So we should be aware of our languages as well. Thank you.
Can you hear me? Yeah. Thank you so much, Mr. Prasoon. I think it was eye-opening in terms of how the way can actually be the base, for coding, as well as then later solving the problem here, which happens to be making sure on one level that different regional languages, through different regional languages, the system understands them and is able to respond in the localized language for various end-use purposes. So thank you so much for that idea. Without taking too much time, we will entertain two very short questions. Guys, please come up. This is a great opportunity to ask him. If you guys have gone through his Google profile, it took me around 5 minutes just to understand the length and breadth of work that he has done. So, yeah, so, and he's the man responsible for getting around $6 billion worth of investment from China into India. So that's not a small feat. Yeah, please go ahead.
सर जैसे आपने बोला संस्कृत बेस्ट लैंग्वेज है एआई सीखने के लिए, तो आपने प्रॉब्लम तो बता दी कि कोई सीख नहीं रहा, तो उसको हम कैसे सीख सकते हैं, लाइक संस्कृत कैसे सीखेंगे?
So I think there are two ways. आजकल ऑनलाइन सेशंस हैं, and if you specifically I was जब मैं ये वैदिक मैथमेटिक्स का रिसर्च कर रहा था, I came to know that German universities already have translated versions of it. You can buy it. और different यानी अगर आपको specific equations पे काम करना है, then there is a paid and unpaid course also, and now Indian universities are also doing it. So आप वो कर सकते हो courses का, and if you want, I can connect you with some people who are doing much more research in this.
Any other question? Sure.
So like you said, that when we are talking about Germany, why is it that they are talking about Sanskrit so more? So when we talk about Max Muller also, for instance, the grammar of Sanskrit is exactly the replica of German language, or rather I may say vice versa. So it becomes very easy. If you are very well versed with Sanskrit, it's very easy to learn German. Hence, when the student here asked about how do we learn Sanskrit, I feel the fascination that we have when it comes to Spanish or other foreign languages, we should have the same fascination when it comes to the Indian languages as well. And when we are talking in terms of the international forum that I know this language per se, I think Sanskrit, which is a dying language, should also be revived. And your tool would also serve the purpose in terms of the revival of the very language of Sanskrit. So thank you.
Anybody else? Okay, to wrap up the session, I have one question on your behalf. Mr. Prasoon, I just want you to guide them in terms of how did you end up doing so many things, and that too deeply with success over your lifetime till now. And please tell them, he's very humble, but please do tell them the number of projects that you have been involved in. But basically, what is your secret mantra to time management? How do you get the maximum juice out of life? And on a lighter note, certainly not through scrolling. Okay, not through doom scrolling, for sure.
Actually, ma'am, normally जो हमारा aim था कि जब हम पढ़ रहे थे कि भी 10,000 की नौकरी मिल जाए, वो मिल गई. And उसके बाद being a middle class, we are, और in India, हमें rejection की आदत होती है. तो success हो जाए वो थोड़ा सा surprise मिलता है. तो क्या अरे ये तो हो गया यार इस बार तो जब I started talking about Vedic mathematics, cryptography, वो भी लंदन में किंग्स कॉलेज में, I didn't get any professor interested कि यार ये क्या है, यहाँ पे quantum physics की बात हो रही है, ये बात हो रही है, वो हो रहा है. But I was surprised कि मेरे को एक professor मिला who solved a 40 years program in one research paper, and he's selected me for this project. तो एंड उसने सिर्फ 11 महीने में अपनी पीएचडी कर ली थी विद दिस रिसर्च पेपर. सो समटाइम्स वी डोंट नो आवर ओन वैल्यू, और खासकर हमारी कल्चरल वैल्यूज जो हमें या मीन्स बीइंग इन अ वेरी कॉम्पिटिटिव एनवायरनमेंट वेयर वी आर यूज्ड टू ऑफ रिजेक्शंस और फेलियर्स, that makes us strong globally when we compete. So I started my journey with Vedic mathematics, then I started working in this corporate life, and then I came to know, yaar hum bhi theek thaak kar hi lete hain, matlab globally jaake bhi, and we can also do matlab normally what we are fascinated is about foreign examples. जैसे अभी भी हम tech की भी बात करते हैं, but आपको you should also know your own homegrown examples. We are more fascinated on other side of the world, but I think there are much more bigger heroes in our own house, in your house. Ma'am, she's Delhi University, product. So I think we should celebrate our own heroes, and that's how I think I got an opportunity also to do things, and I keep contributing जो मेरे मतलब capability के अनुसार था, and then these things keep giving me some rewards, not all the times, because before starting this startup I mentored around 4 startups. वो भी like again a middle class mentality के पहले check तो कर लें भाई चलता कैसे ये, अपना पैसा लगाने से पहले तो सिस्टम चलता कैसे, हम फेल तो नहीं हो जाएंगे. तो दैट्स हाउ यू लर्न, एंड आई थिंक लर्निंग इज द बेस्ट यू लर्न इज व्हेन यू फेल. वही सबसे बड़ा मतलब हथियार है जीतने का.
Thank you so much, Mr. Prasad. With that, wisdom from life, we end this session. May we have a thundering applause for both of them, please, before you go for lunch. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, sir, Yogesh sir, Prasum sir, and Prajna ma'am for the insightful session on innovation. Now we are moving on to the next session for a master class on building the future with youth and sustainability. It's now time for a masterclass on building the future with youth and sustainability. We are honored to have Dr. Sandeep Srivastava, founder and mentor IYC World, who will be delivering the keynote's address. And we have with us the moderator for the session, Dr. Meha Pant from GCTC. She is an IR expert. I'd like to invite Dr. Sandeep Srivastava and the moderator of the session, Meha Pant, to kindly. Thank you. Before we begin the session, we would like to felicitate our guests. So I'd like to invite our principal ma'am and Professor Bashvi Gupta to kindly felicitate our speaker of the session, Dr. Sandeep Srivastava. A big round of applause. Now I'd like to request ma'am to kindly felicitate Dr. Meha Pant with a token of gratitude. We are felicitating Dr. Meha Pant. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, sir. Our speaker of the session is Dr. Sandeep Srivastava. He is a founder and mentor IOIC World. He is a unique school educational reformist, having developed interventions for the entire spectrum of school education issues such as books on education and careers, authors of the world's first concept-based curricular books on maths, science and social sciences, school leadership and teacher training, parent workshops and technology. Educated in the best institutions in India, IIT, and having worked with best corporates in India and abroad, Sandeep is among the pioneering few in the world and first in the Indian to pen the book before the first document burst to 2000. We would like to also introduce our moderator, Dr. Meha Pant. She is a IR specialist and also she's into GCTC in different collaborations. Thank you so much. I now hand over the session to the moderator.
Good afternoon, everyone. As you people know that we are talking about sustainability in this session. So please, I pray to all the students here because teachers are awake and students are yawning. Please sustain yourself for the next 30 minutes, okay, before we break for lunch. I really understand as a teacher that most of you people have blanked out. But I hope so you people can stay awake for a while because it's going to be a very enchanting, mesmerizing, learning session for all of us. Especially because when we talk about sustainability, it is something that we just do not talk about the 17 SDG goals, but it's about when we talk about the incorporation of youth and gender, something that all of the students, especially in the class, consider to be very woke in the language of your generation. So sir will be talking about youth and sustainability. So I welcome sir to please take over the session.
I'll take this. Yeah, good afternoon. And this is a privilege and a pride, a joy to be here after a few years. The last time I was here, I had a very wonderful, interesting meeting with Dr. Jolly, very distinguished physicist and very fine human. I mean, I've known her for 20 years. And that day, we had discussed how I could help the B-led program to have more maths and science teachers, because she was very pained that I think the number I remember was about 50, 52 B-led students, and none of them studying science or maths. Okay, they're all taking up humanities, and it was very painful for her as a physicist not to have, maths and science teachers out of Miranda. It didn't happen. So I was happy when Aditya asked me to be here. That was also a reason why I said yes, why not. As an educator, the topic was also very close to my heart, that is youth and sustainability. Because to me, it is as simple as if you all sustain the next 75 years, which you all be, the earth is sustainable. It is as simple as that. A very practical way of looking at sustainability is that if you all can sustain a good life here, okay, for this century, we've sustained ourselves. And to me, a lot of, talk about sustainability, climate change work and all that, EV and all that are actually, electric vehicles and all that, are actually about new businesses actually. Some more people making more money. Do you think we are solving it? Do you think EV, the mining the lithium is any easy? Look at Chile, what is happening in Chile. We are creating the next generation of problems actually. Because it is just how the capitalist world works. Sustainability will happen when a village is sustainable, when a community is sustainable. And that way it links to the youth. That is, to me, sustainability will follow a dignified life for every one of us. Human dignity is perhaps the most central thing, and it is most distressed because of inequality of wealth and income and opportunities, education. So that if you all could, and when we talk of human dignity, why is it important? Because a dignified person thinks long, wide, and positive. It is very definition of living a dignified life. And for years I searched as to, what is human dignity actually? How do you get it? What is the essence of it? If I have to do one thing about ensuring human dignity, what do I do? And it was just, trust me, I'm now 58. It's just about a year and a half back only I figured out, it's economic dignity. And why is it economic dignity? That is, you are not dignified in living. You will never have a dignified living unless you are economically independent. And why is that? Because there are certain social roles, for example, which the poor and the rich both have to perform. Who will not celebrate his wife's birthday or a husband's birthday? Who will not send the children to school? Who will not want to buy their milk every day? So there are certain roles, and you are a son, you are a daughter, so you have to do, those roles to your parents as well. So that unless you are economically independent and dignified, you cannot live a dignified life, and an undignified living comes with a lot of compromises of all sorts. Okay? And that is unsustainable by itself. Okay, so, talking of the economic dignity for the youth, I see there are 5 very interesting changes happening around us, okay, which are very encouraging for you all, okay, for dignified living. So, do you know the difference between, what is the word wise or wisdom? What is wisdom about or being wise about? Gray hairs, what do you call gray hairs? Okay? So the internet, Googling was very interesting for knowledge, information. It didn't make you wiser. In fact, the last 20 years, 25 years, the humanity has suffered, the youth thinking that they are better than their parents. They're better than somebody who is 80. They know more. You may know more, you may have more information, but doesn't make you wise. It doesn't give you wisdom. That comes with age, comes with experience, comes with reading, learning, conversations, discussions, debates also. Okay? And it is wisdom and wiseness which is of value eventually. At the end of the day, it's all about gaining wisdom, making sense of the world in your own way. In simple words, it's about making sense of the world in your own way, of any situation or anything actually. Far beyond knowledge of, there are different categories of knowledge or experience, whatever you call it. And so why I'm talking about wisdom? Now you can actually, with AI, you can have wisdom at 30. Not at 20 maybe, but at 30, when you're independent. So you can invest your 10 years and be actually wise at 30. Know a lot about many things, okay? And how is that AI going to help you? ChatGPT of this world going to help you in that? What is ChatGPT or this generative AI about? Most simply, it's about two things. It is an all-read non-human. It has read everything that is written to date. That's very interesting. So the ChatGPT or the AI that you see today or use today is actually grade 11th mathematics. And it's very disheartening to know that a grade 11th mathematics can do this kind of work. It can write poems or do anything actually. So the other thing about this generative AI is that it is mathematized. It is mathematical. It thinks mathematically. So if you can read, and reading is not that you can read a page, okay? Read volumes, okay? A benchmark for academic reading competence is about 200 pages in about 5 hours. Fiction. If you can read fiction in about 5 hours, 200 pages, you have academic level command in that language. So if you can only read and you can mathematize your mind, it's absolutely beautiful. You could, and you have a personal tutor. You have a personal person all the time. You can ask questions, and more questions, and more questions, and more questions. It's just amazing. And there's a question you can visualize them, or your visualizations can be texted. It's an amazing thing. Okay? So you have an opportunity to be wiser using AI. And that's first for humanity, first for you. AI is, and to that extent, AI is, contrary to what is believed, is the most human technology. Most human technology ever created. And how is that? It can complement and supplement every one of you, each one of you, individually, the way you need it. How many of you can actually, create a scientifically sound building, 3-story building structure? None. You can use AI for it. I have architect friends saying that what I used to get 5 lakhs for at about 20 years experience, now a 2 years experience architect does that job for 5,000. The basic solid civil design, the basic architecture of the buildings. Okay. This may not be a very good news for you all, but you still have a chance. So in the AI age, all the times ahead, what you need is meta-intelligence. What you need is meta-intelligence. And what is meta-intelligence? Simply speaking, your ability to think. So all the education has to be now about rigorizing thinking, routinizing thinking, reshaping thinking, and resizing thinking. It's all about that. It's about creative, critical, and analytical thinking ability. Knowledge facts are just not important anymore, actually. Can you visualize, can you see, can you do the right prompts to the AI? If you can, you're there. Okay? So, and what you need today is now grade 8 education to be excellent. That's all you need. Up to grade 8 education. If you have had the right education till grade 8, you are set in life, actually. And if you didn't have, I'll come to that, what I mean by that. And if you didn't have, please go back and get that right. And what is that about? Languages. Command over languages are actually mostly done by the age of 13. It's a science. It's just science. You cannot speak in a language in the native tongue if you haven't picked it up by the age 13. Period. Full stop. Reading becomes more and more difficult with each passing year. It's harder. And in a country like India, and there are 10 more countries like us, where the academic language and the mother tongues are different, then the role of reading is not about information or facts. The role of reading is to master the language. How else? You learn a language only what you hear here, through the ears. Languages are by the ear. And when you read, it's like self-talk. So if you're not hearing a good English language around you through the day, the only way to get the language right is read in that language and read volumes. And what do I mean by volumes? Literally. So you may read 2-page, 500 short stories, or you can read one 500 pages novel and know that the one 500 pages novel will give you experience and command far more than 2 pages, 500 stories, that is about 1,000 pages. No, not short stories, not magazines. Any of those will not help you. So we Indians can only pick up, in fact, a challenge in our country, the NEP, etc., the education policy is that we don't read as a nation. We are a very language-poor country. And in a language-poor environment, nothing will happen, actually. Get your language right. Read, for example. So first was mathematize your mind. Study mathematized mathematics, okay? And then read. And by grade 8, you're supposed to learn to read, get your mathematics as a language, mathematical foundations, and get your art, music, dance, etc. They're all languages, right? All of us are getting very poor grade 8 education. If you only had good grade 8 education, AI will be a friend from the day one. You will not worry about AI. Third, apprentice. It's not the time anymore to see what salary you will be paid at 22, because the salary will taper off in the next 8 years. By 30, you will be struggling to save your job now. If you haven't mastered your learning capabilities, if you haven't, improved and enhanced your learning capabilities, every day your graph will go like this, downhill. Because of our education system, the poor education system we have, spend your 20s in learning. Rather pay for your job. pay for the dream job. And if you're rich, please do that. If you can afford it, please do that. It is back to the Munna mechanic. How did India create mechanics for 100 years? You know, at 10, 12, 15, 20, go to the mechanic shop, be an apprentice for 10 years, you know it. And this is not true for only mechanics. How do doctors become doctors? Doctors make money in their 40s. Because the first 10 years are shagirdi. Work with the leading doctor, period, in the team. That's it. The same is true for lawyers. The same is true for CAs. So I'm not saying anything new. Because the society is telling you a different story today. Find a job, the highest paying job now. If somebody is paying you for highest job now, who you are, except for few exceptions, it is hiring you for something very specific. They want to make money out of what you have today and not invest in you. And you will not invest because you think you are getting rewarded anyway, actually. Why do you care? So if you're more in an apprentice and learning mode in your 20s, by 30s, your graph will go like this up. And it's your call. You need more money in your 20s or you more money in your 30s and 40s. That's your call. That's your appreciation. You have to understand that and answer that question. 2 more minutes. Yeah. 1 more minute, I think. Okay. The fourth one that I would want to share with you is that in culture yourself, deepen your cultural identity. And by that, I'm not meaning your religious identity or spiritual identity and all that. I'm not meaning that. Not even remotely. Not even spiritual, I'm not talking of that. Society is a biological need. It's not an ideal thing, actually. Society is the root of our existence. Governments are part of society. It has become the other way around. You're talking of political science. That is the crisis, actually, today. Sarkar is the Mai-Baap, not the society. No. We as a society, we as a community should. What is happening is that you are being civilized. Education system civilizes you, making you part of a global society, a virtual society. So an American kid and a Japanese kid in the K-12 school system and you live and behave and have the same aspirations. It is one of the saddest things that is happening to education and we are not realizing it. Civilization makes you thin cultured, not thick cultured. And you know what? What is the biggest differentiator? The biggest differentiator between the apes and us? Culture. Culture. It's just that. We are humans because we are cultural. And culture is a huge thing, actually. So figure more out. This is not the place for me to elaborate. That's my body of work again. But all that I want to say is that you will have a better life yourself, and you will create a better world for yourself tomorrow and your children and your children's children if you invest in becoming more cultured, okay? More deep-rooted culturally in your identity and your action and your life and your beliefs, okay? Right? And it is a wrong notion that, being civilized is better or as opposed to being cultured. No, it's wrong. Every culture has its own code of being civilized, isn't it? Every culture has its code. So become civilized in your own culture. Become the best civilized, but in your own culture. Okay? And for that, go back to literature, art, cuisine, your history, all that. And the last one. There's a lot of talk about money, and we talk of money, that is entrepreneurship. I was very happy that at least it was talked about that, problem solving is the reason you should become an entrepreneur. I was very happy. for that talk already being done. Yes. I'm an entrepreneur for 24 years, never sold my equity and never took debt and survived. Kept on building, okay? Kept on building. I'm bigger than yesterday, okay? So my word on that is that never seek more money than what you know that you can use. If you want to be wealthier, first make dreams about what you will do with that money. You can ask anyone actually who has built wealth. It's a problem. I know people who have 100 crores and they go to, the bed, sleep every night with ki, अरे उसके 100 करोड़ के तो ना 120 बन गए, मेरे तो 100 के ना 105 बने हैं. And you day in day out you just die of this actually. And what would you buy as a gift for your wife? As a man I'm saying so I'm using wife. For the 25th anniversary for your wife, a house. You'll give her a house because that's an investment. You buy her gold, that's an investment. You won't buy her a beautiful experience, a world tour, for example. If you know that you have no wish of buying your parents a world tour when you make money, you get wealthier. It's no use. For your siblings, if you can't buy a bigger car for your sibling when you make money, what's the use of that money? So just one thing, build your dreams about what you will do with that money. How much do you need for it? Your dream life. And then work backwards. It will be beautiful, it will always work. You'll be happier, and you'll make that money because you know why you are doing it. Always you'll make the money. So that's the other beautiful part of it. If you just create castle, I want to build this and I'll try, keep trying, you may or may not make it actually, more likely not. But if you know how much you want and why you want it, you will work with a different passion, you will pray for different reasons, and the world will conspire for it to happen. Your parents, your sibling, your friends, your help, your colleagues will pray because they're all part of your dreams. Yesterday, no context, the last thing. So yesterday, last 5 years I have a taxi now. So I gave away my car in 19 and I have a cab. It just works for us. So he's an entrepreneur. Yes, that's a beautiful example in my own life of having not a driver but an entrepreneur. I mean, he's paid by the hour and he's happy, I am happy. So yesterday, he's from Punjab. So yesterday he asked me, Sarji, प्लेन में चढ़ना एक दिन. तो बोले हाँ दार जी, मतलब आप जाओ अमृतसर, आप टिकट करा देते, जाओ घूम के. नहीं, बड़े वाले प्लेन में जाना, अमृतसर तो छोटा प्लेन जाता है. तो सर आप सोचो कहाँ जाना है. How beautiful. If I can buy him and his wife ticket, I'll be really happy that day actually. For that day, my day will be made. That's what money is for. That's what money should buy you actually. Happy self and happy people around you. And money should be invested in relationships. You only live long and happy when you have good relationships. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for your expositions. I'm sure all the people sitting here have learned and have been inspired by your words. Thank you once again for your time. Thank you, ma'am, for being here on stage with us and enabling this session. Our next session is the last session before the lunch. I request all the people for the panel discussion, Mr. Deepak Sar, Ms. Rambe Acharya, and Ms. Vatsala Pathak, to please kindly come on stage. Our moderator is Ms. Priyanka Das. Please have a seat, all of you. Ma'am, one request before I begin the session or you begin the session. Please keep to the time. The time is 30 minutes. We are running a little late. 30 minutes. I take great pleasure in introducing the panel, but before that, a small ceremony of felicitation. I would request Mr. Aditya Tikku to please come on stage and felicitate Shri Deepak Sarji. Sir, please come to the front. A small token of gratitude from Miranda House. This is something that we produce ourselves. It's from our own startups. Our next speaker is Ms. Ramya Achar. Sir, we'll put it in your cars. 2 minutes. Yes. Our next speaker would be Ms. Vatsala Pathak. And finally, our moderator, Ms. Priyanka Das. Thank you, Mr. Tikku. A brief introduction to all our panelists. Mr. Deepak Sar is a partner in ITY Consulting and strategic advisor to Blue Planet Environmentalist Solutions. He is a business leader with diverse general management work experience of 30+ years, spanning across business strategy development and execution, business planning and merger and acquisitions, integration, sales management and operations management, practitioner and keen learner of driving strategic alignments through processes and enhancements and management frameworks. Mr. Sar has worked on high growth areas and held positions of increasing responsibilities over the years across team management and customer management and has delivered consistently on key performance parameters. He has a proven record track with strong result orientation, with the ability to build relationship and work with leaders and multiple stakeholders in both internal and external environment. Our next speaker would be Ms. Ramya Achar, who is the co-founder of Acumen Corporation Private Limited. Ms. Achar is an founder and CEO of Acumen AI, an early-stage startup in the AI computer vision space. She has close to 2 decades of experience across product management, business strategy, digital transformation, and analytics. Her most notable role was as the Chief Product Officer of Tata Health, a digital health startup incubated by Tata Industries, where she was instrumental in launching the Tata Health product from 0 to 1 and scale up. As CPO at Metapix, she has spearheaded AI-based virtual try-on commerce for makeup and accessories, Prior to that, she led the healthcare provider consulting service at Cognizant Technology Solutions, providing its multi-billion-dollar growth. Recognized as one of the AI 100, that is the top 100 analytics leaders in India 2022 by Analytics India magazine, she has a patent filed for an AI-based doctor assistant with clinical decision support. Ramya thrives on services and serves on various advisory boards of 2 social impact organizations, leveraging technology for grassroots impact. She holds an electronics engineering degree from NIE Mysore and has an MBA from SPJIMR Mumbai. Our last speaker on the panel is Ms. Vatsala Pathak. She's a mental health counselor and her startup is called Manovatsal Foundation. She has over 22 years of expertise in media strategy, public speaking, and operations management. Our speaker is an award-winning professional renowned for her work in radio and TV broadcasting, advertising, and content creation. As a consultant with organizations like Gaon Connection and Moving Pixels, she has delivered creative solutions in audio-video production, marketing, and training. She has conducted motivational workshops under her banner Positive I, hosted prestigious events for dignitaries like Dr. APJ Abdul Kalam, and delivered impactful guest lectures on media presentation. She's a celebrated anchor and mentor. She continues to inspire through her multifaceted solutions. Our moderator of the panel is Ms. Priyanka Das from the STEP Foundation. She is a seasoned professional with extensive experience across healthcare management, strategic planning, and scientific research. Currently, she serves as the Chief Operating Officer of STEPS Foundation. She has a proven track record of leadership in stakeholder engagement and cross-sector collaboration. Priyanka has worked with prestigious companies like Deloitte, WHO, and Johns Hopkins, leading impactful projects in public health and sustainability. With expertise in building strategic partnerships and a focus on empowering communities, she is passionate about driving positive change geared towards gender equity and global development. Ladies and gentlemen, students, and my colleagues from across the university, a well put in panel to discuss their experiences, their life sharings, the challenges and opportunities that come in the way of youth entrepreneurship. Thank you so much. The mic is over to you, Priyanka. And one request once again, 30 minutes, please. Thank you.
Hello. Thank you so much, Bashabi ma'am. But before I begin the discussion, I would really appreciate if someone from the audience could give me a heads up when it is about 25 minutes. I just want to be cognizant of everyone's time over here. And welcome everyone for this panel discussion. And the topic is pretty interesting. Challenges and opportunities in youth entrepreneurship, and very critical at this point of time where we are seeing so many apparent government schemes and discussions around this forum. And also because now is a time where we see that the youth entrepreneurs are no longer on the sidelines of the economic growth, but they are rather being slowly and gradually an integral function of the India's economic growth at least. But what happens in this entrepreneurial journey, and Deepak, I will start with you, is that we've heard the panelists in this, the panelists before us talk about, the importance and significance of execution of ideas, entrepreneurial skills, the ability and the appetite to take risks. But what happens often with the youth generation we see is a lack, or the perceived lack, of self-belief and entrepreneurial skills, which perhaps most of the times may hinder their even consideration of entrepreneurship as a legitimate career option. So from your experience, what would you have, like 2 or 3 nuggets to share with the young or the aspiring entrepreneurs over here to overcome this barrier?
Thank you so much, Priyanka, for this question. And I possibly would be one of the most luckiest person in this room, in a women's college, in a panel full of women, a man getting a chance to speak. That's possibly one of the luckiest things that a man can get to do. So I'm very thankful to this opportunity that I have. Yeah, so now just getting back to the question, Priyanka, that you asked me. specifically on that, I think I like the word that you use is the perceived, right? Perceived is the right word from that perspective because the buzz around the young entrepreneurs today is an amazing buzz. So the only thing that I think is lacking in them is not the self-belief. That's my point of view. It's just about the scale that they can get to. I'll give you a small example. I currently am working with a company, advising a company which is into waste management. Now I'll give you the scale of the problem. We are talking about 62 million tons of waste in India to be managed. And we have young entrepreneurs coming and presenting a solution to me which solves the problem of 50 kg and 100 kg. Wow. Now, I am looking at people who can talk to me about scale. I say, great, tech proven. Where do you go from here next? What's the plan for the scale? If you have the plan for the scale, there is money that will chase you. Don't be worried about the money. Just be ready with the plan for the scale and speed of execution. You will get there. That's my 2 nuggets that I would leave it at right now.
Thank you so much, Deepak. I mean, young entrepreneurs talking about scale, I guess that is an eye-opening nugget for me as well. So coming from there, and Ramya, coming to you on the similar question, but from your perspective as a mature entrepreneur, but mature young entrepreneur yourself who's been working in the AI and the technology field, I wanted to understand from you any experiences that you may have encountered in terms of that may have led to possibly even a small tinkering of that question that perhaps is there a lack of self-belief, especially when it comes to probably, you know, when you're in the prototype phase of your product and you're trying to reach out to, say, investors, colleagues, or society at large. So what has been your experience? But most importantly, how were you able to overcome it?
For any entrepreneur, this challenge is real, right? That self-doubt, I think, be it youth, be it a mature entrepreneur, at any stage, the challenge is real. We have to face it. We have to figure out ways of facing it. Even in our company, when we are building something which is for video surveillance, the current infra maturity in India is not at a level where we can take the solution to the market, right? So a lot of times we get asked by investors, are you sure this will work, right? So that path is a difficult path. There will be twists and turns, but I think as long as you are driven by that problem and you're driven by the fact that I'll be able to find a solution, I think you will figure it out, right? So I just want to say one thing. While experience can give you some answers, I think youthful curiosity can raise a lot of interesting questions. This is what somebody told me recently. And I think that's one thing which is working to the advantage of people who are starting very early. And my co-founder team is, one of us is in the 50s, I'm in the 40s, and the other one is in the 30s. The kind of perspectives we get is very, very different, right? So I think a good mix is what will truly drive you to find the right solution.
Amazing. And I want to hang on to a question a little bit more, Vatsala, and take your viewpoint. But before that, what I'm also hearing from both of you esteemed panelists is a component of empathy. Empathy from the community towards the community and towards ourselves. And I'm very happy to say that because at STEP, where I'm currently working with, empathy is one of the founding principles. And on that note, Vatsala, being a mental health counselor yourself, from that lens, what advice do you have for the young entrepreneurs when they are battling with this issue of, perceived, like Deepak said, not necessarily an actual, but a perceived lack of self-belief and entrepreneurial skills? Largely, what 1 or 2 tips would you have for them to, to just say it's okay, it'll work out, and just don't overthink about it?
So, thank you. Is that okay? Yeah. I hope I'm audible.
Yes.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you for using the word empathy, because that is the very much essence of humanity. And when it comes, as a psychologist, I would say you can't understand anybody's frame of mind unless and until you are not empathetic. Being an entrepreneur, it is very much needed to understand the need of the hour, for which you need to understand the actual problems. A person who is trying to understand a problem must be empathetic. Why? Because only then you are going to understand, अच्छा, ये problem, ये person ऐसे challenge कर रहा है. What if I was at this place? What if this particular problem is at larger scale? So that very essence of empathy is the very, very basic need of an entrepreneur. I would, if you allow, I really want to share one of the experiences.
That would be lovely.
Because that is from where my foundation, Manovatsal Foundation, was the idea of opening the NGO came. So, as I know you people are very hungry, so I won't take along, we won't take along, and trust me, after hearing this, you people are also going to get goosebumps, the story that I'm going to share. As a child, so my parents used to take me to different NGOs to celebrate my birthdays and special festivals like Diwali, Christmas, and many others. So I'm very proud to say that I have been, as a child, grown up between the, among these special kids. After class 8th or 9th, I started visiting on my own to such NGOs where specially baked children used to reside. I hope you all remember in 2014-15, a very massive earthquake came in Nepal. At that time, I was in Gorakhpur, Uttar Pradesh. There was a child in the NGO which I used to visit regularly. He was not speaking anything from 2 years. 2 years is a long time for a child of 11 years not to speak anything. I tried to ask about him to the owner and to the person who was running the NGO, and he said कि आपको याद होगा earthquake जब नेपाल में उस टाइम आया था तो बहुत बड़ी buildings as it is अंदर चली जा रही थी. It was very painful. उस बच्चे को, why I am sharing it in detail to understand that essence of empathy. वो बच्चे को उसके पेरेंट्स, उसके मम्मी पापा और वो बच्चा रहते थे उस फ्लैट में. They said कि थोड़ा shaky feel हो रहा है. Let's 3 of us run out of this flat. वो बच्चा तो भाग गया, उसके पेरेंट्स नहीं निकल पाए और उसके सामने the building, there was this community और building अंदर चली गई. वो बच्चा वहाँ से डर से, वो he couldn't face what he saw. He started running, and after 70 hours of running, he got fainted on Indian border. He was taken care by that NGO. He was there. Now I understood the level of trauma he was suffering. 6 months, daily, continuously, I used to sit with him. Obviously, it was a one-sided conversation, but I tried my best to communicate the best of whatever I could talk to make him feel the urge to speak. After 6 months, I'm still having goosebumps. This is years back. The first word, after 2 years of his silence, he said was, "Ma." That was the turning point. That was something which made me feel the importance of empathy in our life for the first time. And I realized somebody who has made me realize the true meaning of my name, Vatsala, which stands for Mamta. And thus came the idea of opening Manovatsal Foundation, which literally means, and I am a psychologist, which is in Hindi, if you translate, it is Manovagyanik. So Manovatsal stands for Mamta ke zariye man tak pahunchna. So that is empathy.
Thank you so much. I mean, such a heartfelt story, Vatsala, on that. And also just to harp a little bit more on the empathy part of the discussion. So at STEP, we are we have an incubation program for only women-led startups. And it's a virtual program per se. And we, over the past 5 years, like Renu was saying, the founder, we have incubated around 800 plus women entrepreneurs. And this constant story of, the struggles that they are facing, not necessarily the technical skills, but so very much resonating with you in terms of foundation, and I keep dropping this, I'm sorry. So, but then also taking a segue from this discussion into the other aspects of, what is the larger aspect of, support systems that are required for entrepreneurs. And I believe in today's date of digital revolution, social media seems to be one of the key elements over there. And before I move to that discussion, in the crowd, aap sab naujawan hai. How many of you have been use Facebook, Instagram, LinkedIn? बस इतने सारे या तो कोई ठीक है. I would say it's a given that almost 80% of you are constantly on board with Instagram and Facebook. But on that front, while it is a great tool for a business management, at times the young entrepreneurs also face the brunt of it, and they always have to be constantly to keep up with what's going on and how do they be up in the game. Again, coming back to you, Ramya, on that front, in 2 minutes, if you're able to explain that how has LinkedIn, one of the professional websites, or any other social media website, really helped you in your business growth while you were very cognizant about, say, the peripheral competition lying there?
Yeah. I think it's a very good tool that we have today, right? Any of these tools that are available, the kind of reach that they give for any entrepreneur is mind-boggling. So I have worked across different kind of products, right? B2C, B2B. B2C is your direct-to-consumer, where your social media plays a huge role in terms of reaching your target audience, and very curated target audience. The tools have evolved so much that you can use them very, very effectively, even with very limited budgets. You don't have to spend enormous amount of money like your old age marketing and sales, but you can keep piloting some of these things with limited money, and that has kind of given scope to a lot of experimentation today. You see so many new B2C brands and products coming in play, right? The current one that I'm in is more a B2B segment where you're reaching out to businesses, and that has its own kind of channels where you need to be a lot more curated than what a B2C kind of sales or marketing funnel would have. So this kind of strategy in terms of what tool to use, while there are plethora of tools that you can use, you also have to figure out what is that which will work for your specific need, your specific target consumer, how tailor-made should the communication aspects be, right? So some of these things, the best part is these are all, kind of self-learning, right? You have a lot of information already available. You can reach out to advisors who advise you for free. So building that ecosystem is very, very important. Those three key, 3-4 questions that you need to keep in mind. What is the kind of TG? What is the kind of reach you need to have? How much do you want to spend? With this, a lot of people are able to give you the right channel, the right communication, and I think that evolution has shaped a lot in terms of how different products and brands reach out to people and position themselves.
That's such a brilliant point that you bring up, Ramya, because it has to be quite targeted in that sense. But believe me, it's quite tough, and I'm sure even you resonate with that.
Yes, needs a lot of iteration.
Absolutely. Yeah. And also it comes from a space because I've been personally using tools like LinkedIn, Slack, Google Workspace, all those tools for more than a decade now. And I still, I feel there's a lot for me even to learn as a professional to understand, what are the, what more lies there? What is the potential? And on that note, Deepak, I wanted to ask you, how far have we tapped into the potential of social media? And again, what are the 2 or 3 tips you would have for the young aspiring entrepreneurs over here to make the best use of it? And if you could possibly target it for different categories. For example, say investors, mentors, and the third would be clients.
Sure. I'll take that. Thank you. Just on that one, before I answer that, I just have a question for the audience. Facebook is passé, right? Facebook is for the dads. So Facebook is passé and Facebook is for the dads now. Instagram getting there for the dads, so we need to move out of the Instagram also very quickly, right? We all agree, not agree? Kind of, right? So what is the talk of the town today? The talk of the town today is X or Twitter. How quickly can you tweet? Snapchat. That's what you're talking about? What are you consuming as a consumer right now? Before making any kind of a strategy that you're making, that what is it that you're going to be addressing the client or the investor or the mentor with, think that what are you consuming first? What is your age group and what are you consuming, and where does your idea or the problem solving that you're trying to do address, and what is that target consumer? If your idea is going to be solving and addressing the problem for 18 till 25 or 18 till 30, I would put podcasts. That's what you consume. So get into the podcast. That's what will be consumed. LinkedIn profiles have changed over a period of time. There was a time before Microsoft bought in LinkedIn. Don't get me wrong on this. I have nothing against Bill Gates, but before Microsoft bought in LinkedIn, till that time, LinkedIn was a professional media. Today, it's more of a Facebook for the professionals. So I personally limit LinkedIn usage to the perspective of doing my client searches. For example, I did not know who the Bharti Real Estate Sustainability Head was. LinkedIn told me who she is. So I just use it from that perspective and to be my presence on that media. So just to get specific about what Priyanka asked me is that how do you target yourself towards the mentors, towards the investors, towards the clients? Profile them. Understand what are they consuming on the social media and make your presence felt on that media. That's how you would do it. And that's the right way to do it. What happens today is that we get blown away with the tide which is flowing right now, that, okay, I have 138,000 followers on Instagram, so that must be the space that I must be in. But who is following Instagram? And who are your followers? Are they your clients or family and friends? Are they the investors or family and friends? Have you done that kind of a segmentation in terms of that what are you targeting to get to? Use the social media from that perspective. And another question that you asked, Priyanka, that how much have we used the social media till now, and what expands that we have done? We have just scraped the surface. We have just scraped the surface, and I can tell you that with my experience. The business that I operate right now, we are present in 5 countries. So in those 5 countries that we are present in, the language that I speak in Europe is a very different language that I speak in New Zealand, is a very different language that I speak in India. And the medium is the same. The medium is still LinkedIn. But I use a very, very different language in all of these areas that I speak, because my client profile in all these areas is very different. As Ramya was saying, that have you targeted and segmented? Have you got the right mentor to do it for yourself and things like that? Social media, my friends, is one of the seas that you need to possibly tide through and enjoy the depth of that sea. Don't just float. Scrolling is floating on that sea. What you do right now, scrolling the reels and everything, is just floating on that sea. Don't just scroll. Dive deep. It will give you the results for the things that you wanted to get the results for. So make sure that you have a great social media strategy if you're a budding entrepreneur.
Amazing, Deepa. Yeah, most certainly. And you know, I'm very much intrigued by the fact that you mentioned that we've just scraped the surface of it, and I would probably talk more about it later, but on a separate note. Also speaking from my personal experience, so like I said, STEP is an incubating center for women-led entrepreneurs, enterprises. But you know what? It is a virtual platform. For post-COVID, it's all a virtual incubation program that we run, and Ramya is a testimony for that because she's one of our incubators as well. And I can't tell you the amount of support that we received from this digital revolution, especially after the pandemic, which actually forced us into exploring this medium. So very simple tools like Zoom and Google Workspaces, Google Meets. In fact, we've had a mentorship sessions with industry experts all across India on Zoom, and they're more than happy to participate, because for them it's flexibility. From their homes, they do not have to travel, they can take care of the children, especially women, they can take care. We all understand the socio-economic dynamics, the cultural dynamics that India comes from, so keeping that perspective also in mind. But very quickly from you, Vatsala, I wanted to understand in 2 minutes if you could share social media, while it has its positives, there is a challenging factor to it also, wherein the youngsters most of the time may feel the need to keep up. Let's post something, our thing needs to be out there. There is certain sense of an undercurrent of competition which is running. My key ask to you is, how do you re-energize, reroute their energies in a positive way to make the most of this platform, various social media platforms, while they are able to maintain their, confidence in themselves? Yeah.
Thank you so much. I think that is a very relevant question because the generation and the age group we are interacting is into social media. I think somewhere or the other we are going live as well. So it is all about social media today. The question is that how to reroute that, that energy into the positive one, into the positive energy, doing something creative. I think that could be done from a very, very basic question. All of you, we are somewhere or the other into a habit of posting different posts on our stories, right? किसी restaurant में गए, एक अच्छा सा कोई dish आई, we just click it, post it, having dinner at, or we went to a place, a sightseeing, anything. We do comment over there, wow, when did you go? How are you feeling? How is that place? But should we, are we that much aware that if we see a post that is related to something sad quote, something depressive quote, something in which you could read that the person has posted something which is reflecting a bad or a low mood, can we just start asking and questioning upon those posts, are you okay? Is everything fine with you? I think the first positive use of social media would be that, where you are asking a relevant question, and that question is just, are you okay? On such posts. Now talking about the part where you said that it is a generation where everybody wants to be, on the limelight. So it is the best opportunity. The social media today is best where you can share your ideas free of cost.
That's so
being the entrepreneurs, I think all of us here agree that the biggest challenge comes financial. Even if we are having ideas, we used to have that challenge कि हम इसे लेकर कैसे जाएं लोगों तक. आज आप रील्स देखिए, आज आप पोस्ट देखिए, वहीं से आपको बहुत अच्छे आइडियाज मिलते हैं. So come up with creative ideas, and that helps vice versa. That also somewhere boosts your confidence up, which was the last part of your question. So definitely, you just need to find out the hidden skill within you and speak up whatever you feel about it. And the very important thing is, be a good listener of yourself as well. वही चीज़ जो पोस्ट आप डालने जा रहे हैं, वो पोस्ट कोई और डालता तो आपको as a listener कैसा लगता? वो आपको लेकर आएगा एक सही पोस्ट डालने की डायरेक्शन में. So I think I hope I was able to answer.
Very much, Vatsala. I really liked your point जहाँ आपने mention किया कि please ask the other person if they are doing okay. It's emphasis or not in a sentence.
We are actually into habit of saying you are looking beautiful, but not in, which is also a good thing. You know, appreciating somebody is good, but we are not into a habit of asking a person, are you okay? So that
beautiful, beautiful. And on that note, quick question to the audience. How are we doing on time?
10 minutes.
Okay, wonderful. Very quickly, Ramya, I want to bring you again, and this is very specific with the, I want to bring the gender equity lens over here, and I wanted to ask, you know, funding schemes, you know, the capital to run organizations is always the elephant in the room. And I was doing some study, I was doing some UNDP studies on youth entrepreneurship, etc. And, you know, it's quite amazing that these are global problems. You know, the shortage of capital, the risk-taking ability, the entrepreneurial skills, or the perceived lack of it, so on and so forth. But then sticking to, like I said, the elephant in the room and bringing in the gender lens to it. So with the recent programs, say like Nidhi Prayas, Startup India, etc., what is your observation as a user, as a contributor, or, you know, someone who's been of the ecosystem? Has it changed the mindset of the women entrepreneurs, and how has it changed? What kind of positive impact has it rendered to the larger ecosystem?
Yeah, I think the gender bias still exists, not as much as it is thought to be, actually. It has reduced, but I think there's a lot of scope for improvement still, right? In fact, recently in one of the VC conversations, they genuinely expressed that a single woman co-founder, a single woman founder, people are still hesitant to invest for certain practical reasons that we all know. So there is a risk involved, but the maturity is in accepting that risk and, you know, moving forward, right? Which is still not very openly available to women entrepreneurs, but I think it has improved a lot, right? And whenever we talk to the ecosystem, they are a lot more open to women founders, and they actually promote a lot of women founders, and STEP being one of them. I'm so glad of the initiatives that is being taken up by STEP, right? And when I got connected with you guys, I was really happy with all the initiatives, and I think a lot of ecosystem has evolved just to focus on this. So the overall pie, if you look at 5 years before and now, it has improved significantly in terms of access to resources for women entrepreneurs. But I think there's still a long way to go. But the ecosystem is generally supportive, is what I would say.
Wonderful. I do like the point, and possibly most of us resonate over here that there's a long way to go ahead. And well, why not? You know, if there are no opportunities, challenges ahead, then maza hi kya hai in the entrepreneurial journey. Okay, I do want to keep a couple of minutes open for the audience and the students as well. So I would conclude with a few, one last round of questions for each of you. And Deepak, I'll come to you on the last, but Vatsala, from your perspective, if there was one key takeaway for you from the session, and one key ask from the larger ecosystem, because, you know, like we were discussing earlier, well, mental health or counseling in general, it is more about giving, and, you know, you have recipients on the other side, but you are also a key stakeholder. There are your demands as well. So I certainly want to pique your interest and understand what is your one key ask from the ecosystem and one key takeaway that the students over here can go with.
So I think the one takeaway, because I'm not just including the students, I'm including myself, so that I would answer secondly. Firstly, I think it has become the need of the hour to really understand the importance of, you know, therapy sessions, counseling sessions. So why not come forward and, you know, join our hands into bringing awareness programs through your social media thing. That could be a wonderful step from, and that is the thing which each one of us can, you know, can contribute to. also, please don't hesitate at all. If somebody is sharing you anything, don't be judgmental and don't be hesitant yourself to take that person to somewhere. And be open-minded. I would not feel shy saying that yes, today also our society faces the challenge of taking a person to a therapist or to a psychiatrist. So being part of this ecosystem, I would say, or being an important chain of that system, I would request you all to speak. This is the high time to speak about your mental health, to speak about what you are going through, and just do the needful. Visit a therapist, that is, and visit such NGOs. I would say that because that is where you realize the essence of life also.
Absolutely, absolutely.
And the takeaway that I am taking with me as well is the resilience part. कहीं ना कहीं being an entrepreneur, being students, वो resilient वाला part हम कहीं ना कहीं lack कर जाते हैं, क्योंकि 2 बार गिरते हैं, तीसरी बार खड़े हो जाते हैं, चौथी बार कहीं ना कहीं वो give up वाली feeling आ जाती है. और हमने आज जितने speakers सुने, including like thank you to both of us and to you also, because आप जब ऐसे लोगों से मिलते हैं तो कहीं ना कहीं वो motivation, क्योंकि yes, I can say even I do need that motivation when it comes to running an NGO, or when it comes to hearing a person as a therapist for such a long time. I too need a therapy, and I think thank you. You have been a beautiful audience. You worked as a therapist for me and to 3 of you as well. So that is the takeaway.
Thank you so much, Vatsala. So beautiful, so beautiful. Ramya, to you very quickly, what is your one ask of the ecosystem, especially for women in STEM?
I think it's key takeaway as well. Yeah, got it.
No, and also for the audience who may not understand what STEM it is, science, technology, engineering, and mathematics. So for women specifically in STEM.
Yeah. In terms of STEM, I think adopting more of STEM initiatives in each of their projects, or each of the things that they are doing, both academic and non-academic, would be something that would be relevant for people to look at. In terms of key takeaways, I would like to say 3 R's, right, which I heard from so many speakers, which was so impactful. The risk-taking ability, the resilience to stay put, right, and the responsibility that we carry as a whole ecosystem. So these are the 3 key takeaways that I would say.
Thank you for the brevity, Ramya. Very quickly, 20 seconds to you, Deepak. I'm sorry if we are hard-pressed on time. One best practice that you would leave the audience with if they had to become a global leader.
Guys, can I have your attention for 20 seconds? Because that is what she has given me. Exactly 20 seconds. फॉर्मूला याद करने का सबसे अच्छा तरीका क्या है कि आप उसको किस तरीके से मेमोराइज करते हैं. I am giving you 4 S to become successful. The 5th one is the success. So remember the 4 S's whenever you are wanting to solve or becoming an entrepreneur. Number 1, do you have the scope right for the problem that you're solving? Make sure that your scope is right. Number 2, make sure that the speed of innovation and speed to market has been done well. So scope, speed. Number 3, can you scale it up? If you want to become a global leader, think scale. Don't get to the scale today, but think scale. Think how can you scale it up? Number 4, do you have the skill to do it yourself, or do you need to hire the skill to do it? Focus on these 4 S's, you will get the success.
Amazing. We had 3 R's, 4 S's. Thank you so much, and thank you for being the lovely audience. Thank you so much.
All for the lovely panel and for sticking to the time. Lunch is ready just outside. Please walk in. For all the participants sitting in the hall, there's an announcement. This is a lunch break. All of you have received food coupons. Please proceed to PAM. Use the doors to the left-hand side. Please proceed to PAM, and your lunch boxes are ready. Please collect your lunch boxes from PAM, eat, and come back in 20 minutes. Your lunch break is for 20 minutes. Okay? Thank you so much. Not that side, not that side. Go to your left. If you have not received the coupon, coupons are available at the reception desk. Please collect your coupons from the reception desk. Otherwise, please proceed through the left doors and move on to Pam. That is the one next to the Nescafe. Wait. I now invite, there is another program that
Next, I would like to call up Icumen Corporation Private Limited, who will be getting an award of rupees 6 lakh. Finally, we have Esotech Private Limited, who will be receiving 10 lakh seed fund.
we'll do a quick call of like people who are here. So Anvi Chawla from Miranda House, is she here? Yeah. Kradi, yeah. Ria from Ria and Rahul Arora, they are a team. Yeah. Radhika Singh. Yeah. Yes, ma'am. So this will be the order of presentation. So we'll first start with, yeah. So I'll just call out the names of the teams and just raise your hands, and this will be the order of presenting also. First we have Anvi Chawla. Second we have Kradi Saxena. Third we have Ria, and fourth we have Rahul Arora. Yeah, I have already requested startups kindly move to the right side of the stage, and as I call the names, please be seated in the same order so that you can move very comfortably and we don't waste any time.
ऐसे नहीं सर, फिर इनको दिखेगा नहीं. They need to see the presentations, ना?
दीपक कैसे करोगे?
Sir, हम इनको थोड़ा और आगे कर रहे हैं. थोड़ा एंगल में कर रहे हैं. That's what we are doing. We'll put them in here.
कोई बात.
सर, इनको ऐसे नहीं सर, एक मिनट. This is the way.
दीपक आपको जैसे चाहिए ना, आप पहले देख लो. आप पहले देख लीजिए इस साइड से आपको.
आप मैं आपको ऐसा कर देता हूँ, इनको स्क्रीन भी नजर आएगी.
मैं बोल तो रही हूँ सर, यही चीज मैं कर रही हूँ. तिरछा कर दीजिए. That's what I'm saying.
इधर बस अर्जुन, बस ज़्यादा नहीं, इधर बस. अब चेहरा से ये क्वार्टर बनाने दे. बस
It's a little bit in alignment. Please, ma'am.
मैट्रिक्स दिया हुआ हमने आप लोगों को. मैट्रिक्स is already there. So as per that.
Ma'am, please check you have the matrix. ये नीचे वाली शीट से.
मार्क्स देने हैं 30 पॉइंट्स. कितना के 50 मार्क्स हैं. 50 मार्क्स एंड 10 पैरामीटर्स. 10 पैरामीटर्स में 5 पॉइंट्स. 5 पॉइंट्स क्या है? कॉमन आइडिया. तो मतलब 2 क्या हुआ, 4 क्या हुआ, 1 3 5 है.
The parameters are mentioned in your marking sheet. इसमें से आपको देखने में आसान पड़ेगा. इसको लीजिए. Okay, this is your thing, and this is how you will mark.
Innovative, originality, feasibility, scalability, consumer need through problem solution, sustainability and social impact, clarity of vision,
Teamwork and leadership.
commitment and passion, alignment with aims, disability.
It will be good, ma'am, if you could keep that in mind.
Okay, then innovation, feasibility, how unique and creative is the idea?
Yes.
Can the idea be implemented practically with available resources? Has the idea potential to grow?
Second half is a scaling one, ma'am.
And each of them will be marked from 5. So a total of 50 you will score each startup now.
Does the idea address an environment or the social system? Is the idea well articulated, clearly present, can the student work in a team? But हमारा जो heading है वो है that they have to address is the
Sustainability.
that's the point. Okay.
Sir, ma'am, basically, many first timers will also be pitching. Okay, and this is an idea competition.
And usually, okay, my participants are with the background
Students.
mostly
आपको इसका प्रिंट आउट चाहिए? Just go online.
अभी तो अच्छा टीम आ रही है कि there are some 4-5 teams.
कोई दो बंदे भी हो सकते हैं, कोई 5 बंदे भी हो सकते हैं.
Single भी
हो सकता है. We'll do it. Sir, we'll announce. We will announce कि कौन present कर रहा है और what is the background. And we give you a printout.
You don't have a printout?
We have a printout, ma'am, because there were on-the-spot registrations also. We have just collated it जाएगा आपके पास 10 मिनट में प्रिंट आउट पहुँच जाएगा।
वो थोड़ा बैकग्राउंड
जी
बता देगा ना कि कैसा
हाँ एग्जैक्टली यू अंडरस्टैंड मैम comes to us and we will do the thing. आप प्रोटीन कर दीजिएगा।
नहीं नहीं हम डिस्कस
करेंगे आप see ma'am,
अवार्ड भी देना साइड
the judges discussion is the final. We have no say.
मार्किंग बिकॉज़ दे विल जस्ट कंपाइल तो आपको हमें फाइनल हम लोग को करना
आपको फाइनल कंपाइल करके हमको सिर्फ 5 अवार्ड्स देंगे।
चाहे अलग बैठ कर लेंगे बट
यस यस सर
और इसमें भी हम वो कर सकते हैं ओके
मैं चिंता नहीं कर रही सर पर
अलग अलग हम कर रहे हैं ना मार्केट बट थोड़ा सा डिस्टेंस बिफोर दैट अनाउंस प्लीज बिकॉज़ वंस यू पुट इट तो फिर मुश्किल हो जाता है
whatever you do ma'am it's a joint decision for all
हाँ दैट्स व्हाई आई एम सेइंग
क्योंकि मैं कॉस्ट को भी कर रहे हैं हम उसमें भी We are
we'll all sit together इसमें हम देख लेंगे तो एक मार्क आता जाएगा नो इशू तो फिर एक मार्क हम फिर उसको कर लेंगे लेट्स जस्ट स्टार्ट डू द फर्स्ट वन
We are beginning the session on ideation and the pitching of the ideas. Our judges are here, 4 eminent people from different fields. First, we have a small presentation from our collaborator steps on how to pitch. We call upon Meenakshi Karwal to just begin the session, and then we begin with the ideation part. Our first officiating work is how does one pitch? What is the idea? And how does one pitch? What are the mechanics or the techniques of pitching? A very short presentation on pitching.
A very good afternoon to all of you present here. And I am heartily thankful, my heartiest thanks to the organizer for inviting me to this prestigious platform. My name is Dr. Meenakshi Karwal and I have been into academics and taught the subject of environmental sciences. And recently I started and incorporated my own company named as Elixio Private Limited. What Elixio is doing, it is bringing up the innovative solutions for the environmental upgradation and reducing the content of the contamination and the pollution. And one of the products that we have launched is the Bhunati vermicompost. So which we have made it from the agriculture or the lawn waste that is being used in the landscaping, and it has a much higher nutrient content in comparison to the organic manure available in the market with 70% of the water holding capacity. That is the dire need of the present scenario of global warming and the climate change. Moreover, it is covering 7 SDG goal as well. Now, this idea, I was not knowing much about this company incorporation and how we are going to move it ahead, this idea. And the idea was that I have to do this only, right? I have to bring a transformation in the Indian agriculture soil, which is laden through the chemical fertilizer and chemical pesticide, and it is causing deterioration to the soil health as well as the human health. So with this idea, I moved forward, and I have applied for the pitching also, and by luck and the grace of God, and I have received the opportunity of the grant of 6 lakhs through the incubator CGLS. Where the things that I have observed, because I am also learning while doing the things, and I have observed that first thing that you should be very honest for what you are doing, right? Whatever you are doing, whatever you are pitching, you must be very much confident about it. And confidence always comes with a lot of study. राइट सुपरफिशियली आप चलेंगे तो नहीं हो पाएगा आपको डेप्थ में रूट में नॉलेज होना चाहिए व्हाट यू आर डूइंग एंड व्हेन यू मूव इट फॉरवर्ड देन दैट कॉन्फिडेंस कम्स आउट दैट ब्रिंग कॉन्फिडेंस इन द हार्ट ऑफ अदर्स आल्सो right? First point. Second point, emotional connection is also very important. This emotional intelligence or emotional connection with your things, with your energy, because emotions creates the energy, right? And this energy, when you are confidently moving upward with the positive emotion, that builds further, get emotionally connected to the decision makers, and they also try to understand what I am explaining or what we are explaining to the decision makers. Thirdly, yes, economics part is very much essential. Who are your competitors in the present market? To whom you are going to sell your product? That you have to exercise a lot, right? And how your product is going to bring a positive transformation in the present world. Right? Whether it is for the upliftment of the women or children or any other environmental problems or any other social issues, right? And economics part is very much essential to positively deal with so that we can get the pitch and we can get the fruitful results where our energy and efforts are going on. I think I am taking much of the time. Okay, yeah.
Maybe you may have to repeat it because we couldn't get it. What is your, what you want? Yeah, you are in vermicompost.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so what is your, what are your plans?
Ma'am, this is a patented project. It's my patent. Yeah. Yes. Ma'am, this is actually basic information I am providing you. This is the Bhunati Vermicompost. This is the brand name of my product. And what we have done, we have converted the lawn waste, landscaping में जो waste lawn grass use होता है, चाहे वो धूप घास है या कोई भी quality है, we are converting it to a very high nutrient rich organic manure, which has a 70% water holding capacity. Although अगर हम देखें जो normal market में available वर्मी कंपोस्ट है उसका 59% water holding capacity है और in the present scenario of the global warming and climate change everywhere we are talking about the water conservation. So this is the USP of the product. Moreover, it has the high nutrient content as well, ma'am. Nitrogen content is around 7.34. It is not mentioned here, but we have done the chemical analysis of the same, and we have found that nitrogen is 7.34%, which is much more higher. In fact, around 7 times higher in comparison to the market available organic manure. Moreover, potassium content is also very high. It is around 3.8, approximately 4 के बराबर है, जो कि normally organic manure में 0.15% तक limited रहता है.
बाकी क्या है? Because 7 and 4 तो 11% हुआ.
No, ma'am. This sorry, I am so sorry. Nitrogen is the 7%.
70%.
No.
So 100% में how are you doing it, you know? So 46% nitrogen का है मतलब.
No, ma'am. Like we have compared it with the organic manure that is there in the market.
Okay.
Right? And what they have mentioned is that in their organic manure, they have mentioned that nitrogen percentage is around 0.15% maximum in the market available vermicompost. And in our product, nitrogen percentage is around 7.3%.
How come?
This is through the physico-chemical analysis.
No, I'm saying what have you added
Total
to it that you are...
Okay, because it has been made from the lawn grass, ma'am, and
Lawn
naturally
grass.
green grass has the high nitrogen content. But this lawn grass is high, like it is very hard to decompose it because it takes normally 6 to 7 months to naturally get degraded, wo bhi partially. So the technology and the way we have done it within a period of 1 month. जबकि कैटल डंग का लोग करते हैं तो 45 days से 2 months का time लेते हैं.
Ma'am, may I interrupt, please?
Yeah.
This is not a pitch. This was just an example to begin because, ma'am, as I said, many of the pitchers are first timers.
Oh, okay.
So it was just a 3-minute.
So you're not part of the
competition. It is not a part of the competition.
So,
ma'am.
but I think so, ma'am, that through her, everybody knows that we are going
Knows
to
how
ask
pitch
questions.
and what
So
to
yeah,
pitch.
so it's a rehearsal for us.
It is just an example.
तो प्राइस क्या है?
मैम इसका प्राइस 100 रुपीज़ पर केजी और सबसे अच्छी बात है अगर आप एक बार अपने प्लांट्स में डाल देते हैं 6 महीने तक आपको कुछ और डालने की ज़रूरत नहीं है. मोर ओवर आपको रोज़ पानी देने का मेंटेनेंस कॉस्ट ख़त्म हो जाता है. आपको रोज़ पानी नहीं देना है. गर्मियों के टाइम में अगर 4 दिन बाद दे रहे हैं तब भी चलेगा और सर्दियों में हम 15 दिन तक पानी नहीं देते हैं और आपकी ग्रीनरी कहीं नहीं जाती है. नोएडा में 137 सेक्टर है मैम, वहाँ पे प्लांट्स लगा नहीं पाते लोग क्योंकि इतना ख़राब पानी है, मिट्टी बहुत खराब है और हमारा like this product is doing wonder over there also.
तो कितना how much you produce per month?
It is around 80 tons, ma'am. अभी हमारा फुल फ्लैश आया नहीं है, जो प्रोजेक्ट है वो चल रहा है, हाफली हम लोग ने कवर किया है, but it is around 80 tons per month.
So you're...
No, I am placed in Ghaziabad, ma'am. I am working in Dayal Singh College as well as a guest faculty.
So I wanted to, just a moment, ma'am. I wanted to ask that when you are looking at, you know, what is your model for business? For example, are you approaching, say, the municipal corporations
Not
or
right now.
the government entities or something like that, you know?
Right now we are not doing that, but yeah, in future we would definitely move ahead regarding this. Nowadays, like we are at a very pioneer stage and we are dealing with the farmers and directly we are connecting to the farmers because our vision is to improve and upgrade the quality of Indian agriculture soil. आज के time में
So
जो calcium
my
की
question was that only. So how are you approaching the authorities? How are you approaching the farmers? Are you approaching
We
the
are
Gram
direct-
Panchayat people, the Pradhan? Are you involving or something? Or you're directly...
We are directly connecting to the farmers
But how?
who are...
What is the process to connect? That is what
like link to links are there, ma'am. Sometimes it is through the Google. We are taking out the numbers of the farmers who are doing the organic farming or the poly houses. We are directly connecting to them. We are not providing to the nurseries because we are directly providing it to the consumer. Either they are from the buildings or the urban sectors, or but हम लोग का main target यही है कि farmers तक हमारा product पहुँचे, ma'am. But we are also providing to the
So I
urban
asked
sector.
you this question was indirectly it is to make the people who are participating in the competition ready, because it's not only sufficient to pitch an idea, but what is the process and how do you want to take it to people and masses and how do you want to enhance your business is very important.
Yeah,
So
we are doing
I'll
it through the
request
social
everybody to
media
please-
as well. We have the Insta site, and this is the form. If anyone want to do internship, and if it is allowed, they can do the internship with us also in the marketing area. Right? And there is a lot of scope because it's for a noble cause, है ना? तो एक खुशी का भाव भी आएगा जिस मिट्टी से हम बने उसे हमें contribute करने का मौका मिल रहा है. तो if you like to join with us, you can connect through this link. Thank you so much. Pleasure to meet you all, ma'am.
The name is very nice, Unnati. Yes, yeah, Unnati.
Thank you. Our jury is a composition of some quite eminent people. We have Ms. C.A. Neeru Abrol. Ma'am was the former chairman and managing director of National Fertilizers Limited. I would like to call upon our principal, Dr. Vijayalakshmi Nanda, for kindly felicitating our jury members, and Mr. Aditya Tiku to come up on stage and jointly felicitate our jury members. I don't think Mr. Tiku is here, so. Please come. Ma'am, welcome to Miranda House, and we are really grateful to you for taking the time out and agreeing to be a jury on our panel. Our next judge is Chetna Arora. She's the program manager for Seed Grant Startup India. Our next judge is Ms. Meenakshi. She is the Senior Development Consultant for Ilios. Our last judge on the panel is Ms. Sulakshana Bramta. She is the regional Ms. Sulakshana Bramta. Ma'am is the regional programming head for North and National Lead Purpose Initiatives, 92.7 Big FM. We begin our ideation competition now. The rules are, you pitch for 90 seconds. If you have a PPT, I hope you have already submitted. Our person there, we will tell him to play and he will put up the slides. After 90 seconds, our student is sitting there, she will simply say time's up, and you will then answer questions, whatever the judges ask you. It is a 90-second pitch. Yes, ma'am. It's a speed pitch round. Thank you so much. We begin it. Our first pitcher is Anvi Chawla, Miranda House, BA Economics Honors. Please, the stage is all yours.
You can have
Imagine a solution that tackles Delhi's deadly air pollution crisis while empowering the very people who cause the smoke. We present to you Project Nitara. From stubble to sustainability, we tackle air pollution, environmental degradation, and microplastics all at once. Nitara has two initiatives. The first one is mycelium packaging. We use mycelium, which is the root of mushrooms, to create sustainable alternatives to styrofoam and bubble wrap, which are the common plastic cushioning materials that are used in fragile items or electronics. Yes, so next slide. The second product that we use is, the second product that we make is parali paper. We use parali, which is burnt by a lot of farmers around Delhi, and we create paper out of it, we create bioplastics out of it, and we also create textile out of it.
So the approach that Nitara follows for revenue generation is B2B approach for the packaging aspect of it and B2C approach for the Pareli products. B2B mein, we sell our product, our packaging to cosmetic brands, to e-commerce platforms like Amazon and Flipkart, as well as luxury furnishing brands like Fab India and Home Center. So, for example, Biotique has a CSR initiative wherein it uses sustainable packaging materials for transporting its products as well as selling it to its final consumers. So, we plan to target specifically these CSR and ESG initiatives to onboard brands as our clients. So these are the finances and the capital requirement for Nitara for both of its initiatives.
Okay, so this is just the Pareli paper that we've made.
This is one aspect of it. The second is the prototype that we don't have as of now.
What's the quantum and all, you know, how much you can do and how you're going to go about?
Yeah, okay. So the amount of...
Yeah, you know, because I think...
go back to the previous slide.
It's too less, you know, if you have to understand it. Yeah, what is the type of, you know, quantity you are targeting? Because Pareli ka to is already in use, you know.
Yes.
Many organizations are already doing it. So, aapka, what is the new thing in yours?
Okay, so we upcycle Pareli. I understand a lot of businesses are already doing that, but we do it in a different manner. So we use certain quantities, a specific quantity, a specific combination of these products, one of them being mycelium. Mycelium are the roots of mushroom. So we don't use the button of mushroom, we use the network of mushroom, that is the roots. Once they grow with flour, with coffee and a few other materials, I cannot really declare everything here. So once that combination, we grow a mold in that combination, and then finally, just before the buttoning starts, we bake it, we dehydrate it. So it kills the fungal growth itself, and that becomes a very spongy material like styrofoam. This is the combination.
How are you going to source it?
Okay, so Pareli, currently we have been prototyping in-house and we source it personally. So there are a lot of trucks that just stand on the side of the road filled with Pareli. If you go to Punjab or Haryana, on the countryside of it, you will realize that there are full truckloads of vehicles that go with Pareli in it, and it's practically useless for most of them. So we source it directly from these farmers, and we source the mushroom. For the timing, we source it online, but we plan to collaborate with mushroom cultivation centers who will be selling us the mushroom spawns. We don't need the mushroom, we need the seed of the mushroom to grow the mycelium network. And it costs us roughly 25 rupees to produce one mold. We'll sell it for 40 rupees.
But what's the alternative use of it at the moment? Why they will be providing you?
Sorry?
The mushroom roots, you are saying that you're going to do it.
Yes.
So at the moment, presently, what are they doing with it?
They're growing mushroom buttons with it. So that's all. That's the only use of mushroom spawns. You grow mushroom with it. That is it. So we just give an alternative to it. The main purpose of the project is not to provide an alternative to mushroom. The main purpose is to provide an alternative to styrofoam and bubble wrap.
No, I'm just saying is that why should I provide you? You know, what is the attraction for me as a farmer to, you know, provide it to you?
Oh.
Are the prices good?
Okay, yeah, right. So remuneration to communities. Communities here are the farmer community. So the 25 rupees already, the 25 rupees that I've written there, it already includes the remuneration to the communities. For every mold, for every 10 molds we make, we give 50 rupees to the farmer. So that is the monetary
Presently,
remuneration.
he's getting 100 rupees?
100 rupees. Why would?
See, you have to compare that, you know, you're saying you're going to give him 50 rupees. Yeah. So at present for that, is he getting nil value or is he getting something?
Close to nil, because when I sourced the Pareli, I sourced it from Gurgaon. Gurgaon is a city. I belong to Gurgaon. And the Pareli trucks there were lying idle. It was of zero monetary value to them. They had just dumped it to those truck wala people and they were just standing on the road. No monetary value attached to it. That is where we will source it from. Not the farm. Obviously, if we approach the farmers who are already selling it somewhere, they won't give anything to us, but not all the farmers are selling it. Not all the farmers actually know they can derive monetary value out of it.
So how do you want to tackle Parali ka jo issue hai? The government is already planning to give monies to the farmer. One is that.
Okay.
How do you plan to tackle, because of course if they are getting better money there, right now your whole thing is focused on कि रास्ते पे जो tractors हैं, I am going to go there and say कि भैया ये ऐसे ही पड़ा है, थोड़े पैसे ले लो और मुझे दे दो. But once there is a particular system which is in organized way, that parali will be taken and will be utilized in lot many things, including power generation or other things, which already the government is working on that, and one draft is already released. How do you want to tackle that? One is that, because I see lots of gaps there. Because, you will go personally, what is your structure for going? Second is for mushrooms, as ma'am said, right? Have you done some kind of research on the value? How many mushrooms are grown? Where do you want to source it from? That is very important.
So for the first aspect of it, yes, the government is doing initiatives, but it takes a lot of time for the government to build a structure. I mean, at the end of the day, it is the Indian government. Everything would not be as strategized or as structured as the government would intend it to be. There would be gaps, there would be loopholes there as well, and probably bigger than what the private sector can provide.
And have you done some kind of research on, what alternatives? People are also making all these alternatives from using bamboos.
Bamboos.
Or, the waste, this thing from there. Lots of products are available. So any counter plan for that? And also I wanted to say, because you are directly aiming at brands like Mama, Biotic, like that brands. What is your plan of action? Because gradually, you're not you're a startup, and you'll have to experiment somewhere, and I think so she'll be able to handle more light on that. So a sustainable way, a model of a startup is always advisable also, while we want you to aim high and we want to see your brand as one of the biggest one. But you'll have to, I think so, you'll have to work on that. That's my suggestion. And
one thing that we had in mind before directly reaching to these brands, so we attended a few events in DU itself, and there were a lot of, like one from Maitri College, one from another startup, private startup. They were making soaps. They were making in-house sustainable soaps, and another one was making in-house sustainable perfumes. And they were again packaging in paper. Their bag was paper. What if the bottle breaks? The bottle at the end of the day is glass bottle. These startups are not that big, and they are within DU circuit. So they are very accessible for us. We can easily tell them that this is the packaging we're producing. You might as well sell your products. If you're selling sustainable products, might as well sell it in sustainable packaging. So before aiming for those brands, we're going to start aiming the DU circuit. So that was the first plan, the initial plan.
The brands that usually come to us for these molds as well, they are aiming to be carbon zero, and this is what we can provide to them. We are basically carbon negative because we're preventing parali burning.
But scale kya hai? Dekho, you're just saying कि मेरी 40 rupees cost hai, No, I'm just saying is what type of scale you are targeting. It can't be a very small scale, if you have to get the return, if you have to get the payback, if you have to get the IRR. So what have you planned? This is 1 unit se to chalega nahi. So what are you targeting? What type of size you want?
Okay, so for the timing, we're targeting that one round of production can yield us at least 100 molds.
100?
100 molds. Because with one round, with one prototyping, we can make a...
And it's throughout the year you have it, or it is seasonal?
So, the mushroom spawn.
Yeah, the mushroom spawns, so basically we change the mushroom spawns throughout the season so that the amount of time it's taking to grow remains more or less the same. So it will be throughout the year, it will be consistent in production as well. If it's taking 2 weeks to grow to its normal roots form, it will only take 2 weeks throughout the year. So it will be consistent.
I think next. Thank you.
Wishing
Thanks
all
a
the
lot.
best. Anything? Thank you. Thank you.
The next team to present is Krati Saxena. And the team after that is Ria and then Rahul Arora. Please be on the line so that we can move forward without any delay. And the presentation time is strictly 90 seconds. We'll announce times up at the end of 90 seconds.
Given that we have enthusiastic participants and all of them need to be done justice, would request the esteemed jury to stick to one question per jury member, if that is possible, so that everybody has a time. Thank you.
It's a very less time, you know, if you have to understand. We can ask only one question, but you know, they have to cover 120. The second mein nahi ho payega. At least, you know, you give them 3-4 minutes before they can. No, I'm saying that little more time has to be given, you know.
Yes, we will try to see if with 4 questions we can cover at least 80% of what they are trying to explain to us, and a 90-second pitch. 90-second pitch plus 4 questions. The jury can also speak amongst themselves to decide what aspects you would want, and then divide the questions among yourself.
Your time. This is the second team, Team Project Ikhtiyar, presenting Kragi.
Hi everyone. Need a cup of coffee to wake you up? You're not the only one. Over 2 billion cups of coffee are consumed every day. But from this coffee bean, we extract and utilize only 0.2%, and the remaining 99.8% is wasted in the form of discarded coffee grounds. Every year, 60 million tons of these spent grounds make it to landfills worldwide, contributing to methane emissions and environmental degradation. But we present our solution, Project Ikhtiyar. First, we source our coffee waste from local cafes, and we upcycle these spent grounds into coffee coal. A cleaner alternative to traditional fuels, we produce briquettes for cooking and heating. Coffee grounds are rich in carbon and wood components while emitting low output of carbon monoxide, dust, and ash.
That's just half the story. Project Ikhtiyar also repurposes waste coffee grounds into a sustainable clay that can be molded into a variety of items such as display trays, coasters, and more, using an innovative and eco-friendly recipe. Project Ikhtiyar is not just about environmental impact, but about empowerment. We aim to conduct coffee clay workshops for underprivileged school children to give them a unique hands-on learning experience in collaboration with NGOs such as Pratham and CRY. We also aim to engage underprivileged communities in our production process and provide them with sustainable employability options.
Your time's
Project
up.
Ikhtiyar.
Time's up.
Thank you.
Can you tell exactly at what level you are currently and how you are looking yourself down the line 2 to 3 years?
Right, ma'am. Thank you for the question. So we are basically a very recent project. We formally started working July last year. We were established in April, but we started the production back in July. So it's been around 7 to 8 months only. But as per the coffee clay, so the articles we're in production, we've had 2 stalls till now. We've generated revenue through them, which we aim to double in the coming, 2-3 months. So basically, our model is to sell those products. Mostly we target college fests, wherein we've, established a presence. And because our product is unique in terms of what it uses, and since coffee is something especially the Gen Z relates to a lot, so college fests are something that has been beneficial for us. So in terms of the coffee coal, we've prototyped and we presently have 2 successful prototypes. So we're looking into how we can bring it into as well. So the main business model for that is B2B. We plan on selling it to restaurants as an alternative to barbecue charcoal that's been used. And secondly, we're also targeting B2C, which would mainly be households. Like this can be used as an alternative to the firewood that you use, especially during winters in Delhi and North India, and trekkers who go on treks at higher altitudes. So those are the 2 potential buyers for our products, B2C.
But where you're targeting to put up, from where you're going to source your material?
Yes, so basically the coffee waste, which is the main ingredient for both our products, it is sourced from local cafes. So presently we're the production is in-house only. We're a project here at Miranda House only. So we source our coffee waste from cafes in North Campus. We also have an MOU with Bloom Cafe. They have chains in Khan Market, GK. So the waste that we're using here, actually the cafes dump them. So what we do essentially is reduce their disposal cost. The waste has no use for them. Some cafes tend to sell them to customers because it can be used as a skincare, yeah. But most of them throw it away. So the main ingredient that's being used in all our products is free of cost. The remaining ingredients are natural and eco-friendly, which are available to us at lesser cost. For example, our clay, we use maida, water, and then a natural binder, which is easily available. Since the ingredients are natural and more so available to us, the production cost is very minimal for us.
So I would like to understand the cost. One is from, getting it from the cafes around, making it reach the particular place, then adding maida, all those natural ingredients, the kind of labor is involved, and what is the final product, how are you selling it, and what are you pitching for the final sale of that particular product, both of the clay and also of the coal.
All right. So the clay, so one article that we make is like about this big. This is one of our trays. So this costs us about 18 rupees, including the cost of raw material. So we sell it for around 100 rupees. So there is a substantial margin that we have here. And the thing is, the cost is very minimal because the main ingredient that's being used is free of cost. So
no, we really like the idea, but yeah. So
right.
But cost is important. Ultimately, you are getting into something which will be a business model.
Absolutely.
Having a sustainable is always a welcome.
An added advantage, right? And for the coal, so it comes out to about 15 rupees a kg. So the mixture batter, that's 15 rupees a kg. So we plan on selling it for 35. So when we talked to the local dhobis, they use the coal. So they told us it roughly costs them 50 rupees, 45 to 50 rupees. If you check Amazon, it's even more expensive if you want it for your household bonfire or fireplaces. So we sell it for 35 to 40 rupees. So we haven't started selling it yet, but we plan to do so as soon as possible.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Next, we have Ria. Please come up to the stage. Please come up to the stage. If any team, the next team who is going to present after Ria is Rahul Arora. After that it is Radhika Singh, Jasleen Kormani, Jatin Bansal, then Rajshekhar Mishra. So teams, please be ready on time, and if they do have to present anything on the screen, kindly make sure that it is given to the technical team who is stationed on the right corner of the stage. Make sure that it is given to them well before time.
Am I audible?
Please use this mic.
introduction. Yeah, because I need to tell my name first. A very enthusiastic afternoon, everyone. Ria this side, and I will be starting with Farmaro. That is my pitch. I will be starting on the reverse count of 3, 2, 1. Every 52 minutes, a father dies in this country. In this country, 55% of the population is engaged in agriculture. 50% of the land is utilized for agriculture. But the GDP growth is only 16%. That is how much we get from the agricultural industry. We have such a huge arable land. We have the geographical conditions that are required to have a vast variety of crops. But the thing is that the most of the crops fail. 30% of the crops are lost due to factors such as poor infrastructure, inadequate storage facilities, and climatic conditions. There is infrastructure deficiency and all of that. And this is where Farmaro comes in. Farmaro is a substantial, a sustainable, and a strategic partner to the farmers. It is basically a consultancy where what we do is that we tell the farmers what kind of quality inputs they should be utilizing so that the farming techniques could be better and so that the agricultural produce that we can get is qualitatively and quantitatively dense. Can we go to the next slide? Okay. So how do we do it? This is the question that you might be asking yourself. First of all, we ensure that the quality is good. After that, we fix the irrigation. We do all of these things. Time's up. Can I go? Because my solutions are still, okay.
Ria, I wanted to ask, in a market, I think so, you know, when everybody is talking about organic and farming, how uniquely you feel, where there are lots of big players who are pitching, you know, consultancies to farmers, approaching Zilla Parishads, Gram Panchayats, how unique you feel your Farmaro will be there, and how do you plan to reach that level? Do you, I mean, which experts, are you including some experts? Are you yourself an expert? Do you come from an agricultural background? How do you want to, I mean, this is already there. What is that uniqueness in your pitch?
Ma'am, most important और unique factor जो मेरे पास है और फार्मारो के पास है, that is our business model. हम इस पे नहीं बोलते कि आप आइए मुझे पैसे दीजिए and then I will provide you consultancy. What we do is कि हमारा जो business model है, that is based on if the farmer makes profit, then only the company will make profit. That is, for example, a farmer was earning 100 rupees और वो बाजरा उगा रहा था. हम चाहेंगे, हम उनके क्रॉप को डाइवर्सिफाई करेंगे. वी विल टेल देम कि इस तरीके से आप अपने क्रॉप को बेटर कर सकते हैं, इस तरीके से आप फर्टिलाइजर्स मैन्योर्स का इस्तेमाल कर सकते हैं. वी विल बी यूटिलाइजिंग AI in that, and then if their profit goes up to 120 rupees, then only we will be making profit. That is, we will take 5 rupees from that. If they don't make a profit, then we will be claiming insurance and we will be providing them insurance. ऐसा कोई भी कंपनी इंडिया में या फिर बाहर कहीं पे भी नहीं कर रही है.
नहीं, ITC ऑलरेडी कर रहा है. रिया, ITC का ऑलरेडी पैकेज है. फार्मर्स का इमीडिएटली, you know, based on the weather, based on the crop, based on the ground, you know, वो already they are providing.
और बहुत सारी ऑर्गेनाइजेशंस हैं केयर जो कि फीमेल फार्मर्स पे बहुत अच्छा काम कर रही हैं और उनको गवर्नमेंट की तरफ से बहुत सारे, अगर किसी के पास बहुत सिर्फ हाउस है तो उनको ये भी कि आपको कैसे किचन गार्डन के थ्रू भी उनका वो हो रहा है. तो प्लीज़ इस पे आप ना बट चेक करिए क्योंकि गवर्नमेंट की भी स्कीम्स ऐसी हैं जो कि अब ग्रास रूट पे इजीली अवेलेबल हैं.
Ma'am, but they are not effective. If we talk about it,
नहीं,
there is
ये
a lot of...
आपने रिसर्च किया है?
Yes, ma'am. I have done my due research. I have identified certain clusters. अगर मैं बात करूँ नोएडा के पास में, गाजियाबाद, मैं रीवा की बात करूँ जो मध्य प्रदेश में है, वहाँ पे मैंने देखा है कि जो ग्राउंड लेवल पे है ना, वहाँ तक ये सारी जो फैसिलिटीज़ है वो नहीं पहुँच पाई हैं. और इसीलिए हमें एक ऐसा प्लेटफॉर्म उनको प्रोवाइड करना है जहाँ पे उनको एक्चुअली एक बेनिफिट प्रोवाइड हो. एंड वी आर द प्लेयर्स दैट आर कमिंग इनटू प्लेस एंड वी आर ओनली कमिंग बिकॉज दीज पॉलिसीज they were not being effective. That is why we are coming. That is why there are so many companies. क्योंकि उनमें से कुछ भी effective हो ही नहीं पाया है.
नहीं, सर प्लीज इस पे वर्क करिए. यस.
रीवा का भी अगर कहते हैं वहाँ से हैं.
जी मैम.
तो कौन से प्रोडक्ट वहाँ पे होता है,
मैम वहाँ पे बाजरा होता है, वहाँ पे ज्वार होता है, वहाँ पे हम बात करें तो गेहूँ होता है। मैम जो मैं कह रही हूँ कि आप ट्यूलिप्स उगाइए उसके साथ, आप इसके साथ कैस्टर उगाइए, आप डाइवर्सिफाई कीजिए अपने क्रॉप्स को, आप अपना पोर्टफोलियो एनहांस कीजिए, आप उसमें नई चीज़ें लाइए, सीजनल रोटेशन कीजिए। आई एम टेलिंग देम कि आपका जो क्रॉप है वो इससे ज़्यादा उग सकता है। मैं समझ रही हूँ गवर्नमेंट की यहाँ पे पॉलिसीज़ हैं, बट वो इम्प्रूव हो सकता है, एंड दैट इज़ वेयर वी आर कमिंग।
Okay, Ria, put a light on your background and your team members.
My background and my team. Ma'am, currently I'm working on this alone. I don't have anything with me, anyone with me, but I have taken a lot of advice from people who are in the agriculture field. I have done my due research on the ground level. I have talked with the farmers. I have went to them. I have asked them what are the policies that they are aware of, what are the things that they are facing challenges with, what are the problems that they are encountering, and that is how I have made the entire solutions. जो आपको स्टार्टिंग में जब आप सीड को सो करते हो, उससे किसी के प्लेट में जब तक अनाज जाता है, वहाँ तक हम उनकी हेल्प कर रहे हैं। हम स्टबल मैनेजमेंट जो फर्स्ट पिच उन्होंने बताई, वी आर ऑल्सो टैकलिंग दैट। हम स्टबल मैनेजमेंट से लेके द ग्रीन हाउस गैस एमिशंस जिसकी वजह से इतना ज़्यादा प्रॉब्लम हो रहा है, वी आर ऑल्सो टैकलिंग दैट। वी आर टेलिंग देम कि फर्टिलाइजर्स आर राइट, बट देर इज़ अ राइट वे टू यूज़ देम। वी आर इंटीग्रेटिंग AI, वी आर इंटीग्रेटिंग टेक्नोलॉजी, टेक्निक्स, the right type of mindset that they should be using, and scientific business. What we are doing is we are...
Okay, we will cut short here. What is your planning?
My
Are
plan?
you planning to have team members
Yes,
on board?
ma'am.
Because what all you are talking needs a team.
Yes,
You
ma'am.
cannot
I am
do
planning
it.
to have people who are well aware of this place, जो यहाँ पर से हैं, इस background से हैं, जिन्होंने काम किया है, farmers. I am not only talking about people who are scientists, agriculture scientists, but those who have done this for years and years. क्योंकि सोच बदलने में टाइम लगता है, और जो लोग ये कर रहे हैं, उनकी मदद से हम इसको और आगे तक पहुंचा पाएंगे।
Thank you. All the best.
Thank you.
Next, we have Rahul Arora presenting. After that, we have Radhika Singh. Yeah. So, over to you, Rahul.
All right, I'll start on the back count of 3. Hi everyone, Rahul Arora this side, and I'll be presenting my idea that is 45 plus. 3, 2, and 1. Imagine a country that is extremely dependent on the defense sector imports. Now imagine a situation, geopolitical crisis, in which the entire supply chain is disrupted. Now who will suffer the most? The country which has extremely dependence on the defense imports. Now, what if I tell you that it's not just imagination, but it is actual reality of most of the developing nations in the world, including India. Now, it's not just about crying about the problem. It's about how can we solve it. We all have heard about ISRO, the space organization. Why did it gain so much fame? Because we were building the products and the ingredients in our very own country. Now, that can happen in the 45 plus public-private partnership as well. Now, how do we do that? Firstly, circular nano factories. That is factory on demand model. In this geopolitical world, it is highly volatile. The defense equipments change day by day, second by second. So we need to be on our feet that whatever changes happen, we can accommodate them. By whom? By the local manufacturers, by the local groups in the villages, in the localities and whatnot, but with the intended skills that need to be provided to them. Now, I'm not saying in my words, it's also implementable by the government policies like Make in India, production-linked incentives, and many more. So the thing is about to integrate the solutions using blockchain as well. Why blockchain? Because it ensures transparency in the entire supply chain in the defense sector. Because we as manufacturers have to be responsible and sustainable. Because, yes. Yeah.
Please elaborate what you are doing.
Actually, I think when we are working on such a sensitive issue like defense, we cannot just get into the field right away. We need to have a solid groundwork to be done. So what I am right now doing is I'm exploring in the research work the defense sectors of various countries. Like for example, Israel. What propagated Israel from being so much like reliant country on many other Western countries. Now Israel is the 4th largest supplier in defense industry to India. Now what made this possible? So I am finding the ways how these countries try to overcome the defense challenges. So the first way was to integrate their own local manufacturers. Like in India, I found out that the cause of insurgency that we call Naxalism The main reason was these people didn't have any source of employment. So they had the ideas propagated into them to fight against the very own government. Now what if we have our very own people who are willing to work, who don't have the employment, but we have the skills to provide them? The only thing is needed a proactive approach. Because India, after the LPG reforms in 1991, we directly transitioned from the primary sector to the tertiary sector. We forgot about the manufacturing sector as a whole. And defense manufacturing, if we pitch on this idea, if we have collaborations in multiple trade agreements with many countries, we can capitalize on it. If we, let's say we are supplying BrahMos missiles to many countries like Philippines right now. Now if we do that, Philippines and India will have a strong relation. So the geopolitical advantage and demographic dividend can be utilized in a very good way.
While I really like, how big you are thinking, and I think so smaller ideas, lead to smaller things, but bigger idea. This is a very ambitious idea, and I want to congratulate you for thinking like this. But defense, as you said, comes with lots and lots. You have anybody in defense background?
Ma'am?
Anybody in defense background?
No, ma'am.
Anybody in the defense manufacturing background? Did you talk to some experts?
Yes, yes,
okay.
ma'am. Yeah.
So when we say that, even if you say HUL has started making their own choppers, India mein ab ban rahe hain, yeah, BrahMos, as you said, and all. Now, when we talk of that kind of a level, getting into defense, I'm not able to understand your actual product.
Yes, yes.
What are you aiming to produce? Say the defense people are going to give the old manufactured things, say tanks, or anything like that, metal things, jo bhi unke equipments hote, trucks ho gaye, anything, whatever, are used for artillery or anything like that, to you, and then you recycle them and manufacture. I'm not able to understand the product.
Yes,
maybe, sorry for my limited knowledge, because I'm not able to understand the product.
Yes, ma'am. I'll explain it in a very crisp way. Let's say, for example, a missile is made. There are many companies, like you said, HUL and HAL, Hindustan Aeronautics Limited. So now these are working to build the entire final product that the government just acquires from it. For example, let's say take an example of Boeing company, which is in USA. Now what we do actually is, we take an example of ISRO. Now, what ISRO does is, ISRO has many private players in this industry, which builds the intermediary components. Now, when you build a missile, you don't just build a missile straight away. You have to take intermediary components and all. So what we are doing is, we are supplying the basic minimum skills, which have repetitive work, that the local manufacturers can do. Because what I observed in India, we are importing so much material from other nations, which material can simply be made in India itself. So we are not just having a look at it itself. We are thinking that manufacturing is not for us. We can just import it. If we have money, why not import it? So this is the ideology that that the Indian government has gathered again. No, it's not the fault of government. It's just about the transition that happened. So it was unavoidable. So we need to change the ideology that we can just avoid this repetitive task for importing anything and everything from the other countries just because we have money to import it. So that's an ideology that is a reactive ideology. I want to propagate that these communities, these unemployed people who have the potential, who have the same potential just like us youth, can be capitalized, can be taught the basic skills.
You have still not explained me what is your product.
How are you going to go? Let's say
what is the product? Are you training into skill?
Are you going to make
so that,
Rifle jet अगर इंडिया में बनाना है तो क्या करना है?
Yes. Can you please go to the solution slide, the previous one?
And because have you seen the how much percentage we are importing, how much is domestic, कितना है?
Ma'am, the 75 to 77% of India's defense equipments are being made in India only.
So only 25% is
exactly, ma'am.
Okay. Now 25% में क्या आता है?
In the 25%, ma'am, the main things that are made of semiconductors.
हाँ, तो आप करेंगे क्या? मतलब ये तो हमें पता है. But what are you targeting at?
Ma'am, let's have a look at it. Firstly, blockchain. Now, what I identified was many times the defense equipment that are being imported into India, there are failures into the defense equipment. Now, how do we report it? No. So, let me tell you what are we making actually, right? That's what you're asking.
Exactly. Please come to that.
As an entrepreneur, what are you going to target? क्या बनाओगे?
Got it, ma'am. Ma'am, firstly, like you can see the first box itself.
एक ही बता दो, just tell us one.
Yeah. Okay, ma'am. In the first box itself, it is written advanced 3D printing and AI CNC machines. Now, these CNC machines are doing what? The basic minimum components in any defense, like for example, a missile, for example, the basic jet propagation engine that can be made.
मान लिया, but what are you going to do?
Ma'am, we are providing the facility in a public-private partnership model to the government to arrange the people to give the skills.
So you are providing manpower which is skilled
yes,
in making in enabling the government in their manufacturing units.
Yes, ma'am.
So that they can utilize. So you are
yeah.
enabling जो एक normal grinder, juicer, mixer grinder banata hai, for example, he also gets employment. You will train people who get employment to manufacture and be a part of the defense mechanism. Okay.
And that to these community innovation labs that I mentioned, which help in research and development also.
Okay, so it's a part of Skill India scheme. एक
Yes,
तरह
ma'am,
से.
we can
It
say
is
that,
a Skill India kind of a thing.
बहुत सारी चीजें कर रही हैं और
And
स्किल के बहुत सारे कोर्सेज हैं.
See, we want your idea to succeed, right? Our prayers are there, but
Thank you.
You know, that is why we are asking. So you have to think about it. Idea is great, but you have to think about it. You know how you want to.
Yes,
because if you could not explain it to us कि क्या product है और हमें 4 बार पूछना पड़ा, तो you really need to, you know, think about how do you want to pitch it. It's a good idea.
Thank you.
Ma'am, because of the paucity of time, kindly try to keep the questions to the minimum.
Then our judgment will be also as per the timings only. I'm sorry to say. Because you have to understand we are judging the people. If you say, then we will not even ask these questions. Okay, thank you.
Next, we have Radhika Singh.
India does not require the aegis of United Nations to determine its global influence. It demands a homegrown global climate change forum as a sovereign for leadership, innovation, and equity to illuminate the path of a sustainable world. The Global Climate Change Forum singularly dictates itself to the comprehensive exploration and resolution of climate change as an autonomous paramount objective untethered to subsidiary global concerns. By centering our focus exclusively on the climate crisis, we elevate this endeavor to an unrivaled priority, ensuring that all research, discourse, and actions are meticulously aligned with the immediate and future imperatives of environmental sustainability. By fostering an inclusive and decentralized network, it amplifies diverse voices and ensures equitable representation in the climate discourse. Anchored in India's vast renewable potential and indigenous expertise, the forum positions the nation as a vanguard for the global South and beyond countries, advancing scalable and equitable solutions. This uncompromising commitment not only distinguishes the forum, but also intensifies its ability to drive impactful, solution-oriented advancements and bridging interdisciplinary expertise, amplifying underrepresented perspectives, and solidifying India's role on the global stage.
Time's up.
Ma'am, the project is basically, I am developing a platform related to climate change. And the idea is to create a network of scholars, academicians, and the student fraternity in the field of climate change to come up with sustainable solutions, which are not only recognized at the regional level in India, but also globally in the world. Ma'am, Niti Aayog is also doing such initiatives, but I also feel that at the very regional level, there is a lot of competition amongst the participants. Like this competition is one such example. By this forum, we not only integrate all those ideas, but we can also leverage them recognition not only at the Indian level, but also in the global level.
So.
Put some, what they say, some skin, bones, meat to it. How are you going to do it? In the sense, what type of capital you require, idea is there. What type of
execution?
Execution.
Step 1, phase 1, phase 2, phase 3.
कैसे करोगे?
Ma'am, the first phase begins by developing the forum on all of the social media platforms which are already there. So it was also discussed in today's sessions that social media can provide a tool which can connect not only the Indian fraternity but also at the global level. So the aim is to first connect with the Indian fraternity like the initiatives that are already here. So this platform will leverage them, a platform of integration towards climate change and sustainability.
So you know about Spick McKay?
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah. So you want to make a platform like this which is synonym with this for global impact, basically for climate change or something, because youth is your main key target,
Yes,
and you
ma'am.
want to provide that kind of.
Yes,
so
ma'am.
will you do it only through social media, or you want to launch an app, or you want to go for a community? For example, Koto has launched for all women community, or those kind of platforms are there. So what is your path to reach that? That is what we want to understand from you.
Ma'am, the aim is to provide a holistic solutions, not only to India, but to the world. But I think at the very grassroots level, the aim is to integrate society not only from the university, but from all the other institutions all over India who are working in the climate change field.
Okay. So basically with the community.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah. Thank you. Thank you. All the best.
Next, we have Jasleen Kormani. After that, we have Jadin Bansal. After that, it is Rajshekhar Mishra. Do we have a Rajshekhar Mishra? Yeah. Ayush Shukla. Yeah. Akshad Behuria. Yeah. Vikash Kumar. Yeah. So that is the sequence that we follow for the next 4 participants. Jasleen. If you're not on the stage, then your chance will be given to the next participant.
So we are skipping Jasleen. We are going to the next one, Jatin.
Yes.
Yeah, she's not here right now.
If any participant needs a PPT, kindly share with the team. This was shared with all the teams via mail yesterday that the PPTs, if they want, one slide needs to be on the stage. The teams after this, please submit the PPT to the person who is sitting on the right-hand corner of the stage. Yeah. Next one, Jadin Bansal, please come forward. Jadin Bansal. Rajshekhar Mishra.
Do you have it in your WhatsApp? Excuse me? Arshi, do you have it in your WhatsApp? उसका next वाला. check रहा. एक बार उसको share करो. जल्दी share करो. क्योंकि भाई please share it उसको.
Start my time on the cell count of 3, 3, 2, 1. Greetings panel and everyone else as well. Before actually starting with my pitch today, allow me to ask you all a very simple question. What happened to the last pair of shoes that you all deemed unfit to wear? I'm very sure that you most probably threw it away. ये जानने के बाद भी कि उसका हमारे environment पे कितना बुरा असर होता है. But no point feeling guilty about it, आप दुनिया में अकेले नहीं हैं. Panel हर साल 2000 करोड़ से भी ज़्यादा pair of shoes landfills में फेंक दिए जाते हैं. 4000 करोड़ जूते, जिनमें से 85% ऐसे होते हैं जिनको बहुत easily repair किया जा सकता है. Let's talk in the context of India itself. What we realized was India में shoes have become a luxurious good as well as a necessity good. And उसके बाद भी लोगों के पास कोई cost friendly platform नहीं है जहाँ से वो अपने shoes repair करवा पाएं. What was the last time you actually saw a cobbler working? So in summary, we repair shoes. The idea on the surface might not seem like very innovative, right? But it is the implementation and how we do it that sets us apart. And nobody in India is doing it. Panel, what we are doing is we are acting as the bridge between the cobbler and the customer. Because in majority cases, लोग अपने जूते इसलिए नहीं repair करते हैं क्योंकि cobbler ही नहीं मिलता है और इतना time किसके पास है कि हम cobbler ढूंढें. तो we act as the bridge. इसको हमको benefit क्या होता है? हमारा investment कम हो गया, हमारा risk कम हो गया, but हमारा profit वो मैं तो नहीं कम होने दूंगा कभी, and वो इसलिए कम नहीं होता है. Panel, our USP is very simple, which is cost. What if I were to tell you कि हमारे जो सबसे बड़े competition है वो 4000 की रेंज का जूता 650 रुपए में धोकर वापस करते हैं. हम 80% wear and tear उतने में आपको ठीक करके 3 दिन में return कर देते हैं. How we are able to do that? Because we are acting as the bridge. Our investment is so low that the entirety of
Time's up.
Okay, thank you. We are solving an environmental issue, social issue, and we are profitable as well.
I would like to go first because, you know, I'll not joke, but 3 months back when I was, you know, garmi or sardi wale shoes, you find out, you know, I was just seeing, you know, there is no such option, or if it is available, I think so one big brand is doing that, but if it is available, it is not for local level or something, and how feasible it is. So brilliant idea this is. However, I want to ask you, what is going to be, is it going to be like a normal model which everybody, you know, there will be some app available for this or through a site? How do you plan, and there will be a pickup facility and all? Because idea is, mochi mil jayenge aapko, lekin aapko itni mehnat, because every time you go into the office, you forget to carry the bag. Then you come back and you prefer buying a new one. So how do you plan to make it approachable to people to take it to the masses? Because cost and all aapne explain kar diya. Yeah.
Thank you very much for your question, ma'am. Ma'am, the thing is, mochi mil jayenge nahi, mochi mil chuke hain. We are actually has had a trial phase of ourselves, which was 28 days long, and I'm very glad to announce that we were in 15,000 of pure profit into that. Now, what we do is we use a very simple marketing strategy, that is STP. What we do is, एक area के सारे cobblers को हम एक network connect करते हैं, and from Motilal Nehru College, that is my college, to RK-Puram metro station, where I live, I used to walk alone and go to each house, seeking that if you want to get your shoes repaired, I can do that for you. And by doing that, our trial phase included 6 pairs of shoes for 5 days a week, and we were in profit. Our estimation suggests that from day 1 that I go full action mode, I will be making anywhere from 70,000 to 80,000 in pure profit that I will be taking home. But that is not my dream. $17 billion की market है, मेरे को पूरा चाहिए, मेरे को 1% 2% की बात नहीं करनी है.
You don't have any app for this. You are going home to home.
For the trial phase, ma'am, there is someone, okay, Piyush Patel, he is my school friend. He studies in Bharati Vidyapit. He's working on the website because he's a CSIT student. He's working on the website and the app as well. So for the trial phase, we just wanted to know that if our estimation of how much we will be earning is specifically true or not. And I'm very glad to announce that we were not even close. We made more than we had predicted. So that was a very good news for us at least.
So what is your planning for future?
Using the basic marketing strategy STP and also making a website, and because again for us हमारा जो competition है मैम 4000 की रेंज का जूता वो आपको 650 में धोकर वापस करता है. हमारे एस्टिमेशन में 80% केसेस में 4000 की रेंज का जूता 650 रुपये में हम आपके घर से उठाकर रिपेयर करके आपके घर पे वापस ड्रॉप कर देंगे 3 दिन के अंदर. So that is the difference that we are bringing. लेकिन वहीं पे हम लोग पिकअप्स एंड ड्रॉप ऑफ्स उन शूज़ के लिए अवेलेबल नहीं करवाएंगे जिनकी कॉस्ट ऑलरेडी काफ़ी कम है. 1500 के जूते हैं, 1000 के जूते हैं, तो पिकअप्स एंड ड्रॉप ऑफ्स अवेलेबल नहीं है. बट हाँ, यू कैन वॉक इन टू आवर स्टोर बिकॉज जहाँ पे हमारा ये भी ट्रायल फेस्ट चल रहा था, दैट इज इन बेरसराय, विच इज़ वेरी क्लोज टू आरकेपुरम मेट्रो स्टेशन. देयर इज अ बिल्डिंग 70A बिल्डिंग near to government dispensary. That is where we were gathering all the cobblers and giving them our projects.
You have a space with you.
We had a space because the owner of that building is someone that I know. So I just had to, in some sense, plead to him, beg to him that, look, I want to try this. So he said, okay, I will give you for 1 day. I will charge you how much I charge for a room. That was 7,500 rupees. And then he gave us for that 1 month, and we ran that trial
But
phase.
for a long run, this model is not okay if you will go home to home. In a long run, if you, at least you should have some app or something if you want to make good revenues. Matlab, this type, it is not feasible going home to home.
Also because you are targeting SEC A mainly. जो भी 5000 से ऊपर का जूता पहन रहा है वो SEC A कैटेगरी में आ रहा है. B हाई में आ सकता है, B लो में नहीं आएगा, right? So you will have to find those ways to approach that category people. वो कहाँ पे हैं, वो फ़ोन पे हैं तो वो किस लेवल के फ़ोन पे, मतलब so that is what I think so.
नहीं, और 6000 जो इतना महंगा जूता लेगा वो उसको ठीक नहीं कराता, वो तो डिस्पोज ऑफ भी करता है. ये तो you may have to get,
you can add कि हमें बेच दो,
alternate customers चाहिए होंगे कि you pick up, you repair them and you sell to some third party.
Yes, yes.
And even like we go to Nike or Adidas, they give warranty also, na? That you can come within 1 year or some time and we will replace your shoe. In that scenario?
So I will be answering one by one, ma'am. First of all, ma'am, that home-to-home thing was only for the trial phase. One of my friend is working upon the app as well as the website itself. So I will not be going home-to-home once we go into full action mode. It was only for the trial phase that I wanted to understand if my estimations are correct or not. So that is the first answer, ma'am. Second is, ma'am, we are Indians. चाहे 6000 का जूता पहने, चाहे 10,000 का, अगर मैं आपको जूता आपका वापस वैसा ही करके दे रहा हूँ 650 रुपये में, तो no one wants to spend 6,000, and a high percentage of population do not want to spend that much amount of money.
Just a minute, क्योंकि अभी ऑनलाइन में ऑलरेडी इतना सेल रहता है, तो आदमी 600 रुपये में रिपेयर कराएगा, उससे अच्छा सोचेगा कि हमें अभी बहुत डिस्काउंट में शूज़ मिल रहे हैं, वो ले लें.
Everyone has that 1 or 2 pair of shoes जिनको बचा के रखा जाता है कि कोई पार्टी होगी ना तब पहन के जाऊंगा, कोई शादी होगी ना तब पहन के जाऊंगा. 600-650 रुपये वाला, that is not our market, to be very bluntly honest to you. But कोई भी ऐसा नहीं है इंडिया में, आई एम टॉकिंग अबाउट द मिडिल क्लास एंड द अपर मिडिल क्लास, जिनके पास एक ऐसा पेयर ऑफ शू नहीं है जिनको प्रिजर्व करके रखते हैं कि अगर कोई स्पेशल ओकेजन होगा ना तब इसको पहन के जाऊंगा. दैट इज व्हाट यू आर टारगेटिंग, बिकॉज अगेन इन आवर सर्वे इट वाज, बिकॉज व्हेन वी टॉक टू आवर कॉबलर्स इट वाज सेड कि जो लेदर शूज़ होते हैं उनको सबसे ईजी होता है रिपेयर करना और सबसे कॉस्टली वही होता है. मतलब हम सबसे ज़्यादा चार्ज कर सकते हैं क्योंकि वो शू महंगा है, लोग उसको खोना नहीं चाहते हैं, बट सबसे ईजी भी उसी को रिपेयर करना होता है. सो दीज आर द थिंग्स दैट वी आर ट्राइंग टू टारगेट.
All the best, huh? Thank you.
Just one more point, ma'am. हमने अपने इनिशिएटिव्स के थ्रू जो हमारे साथ कॉबलर्स जुड़े हैं उनकी इनकम 2x कर दी है ऑन एवरेज इनकम. सो वी आर ऑल्सो फुलफिलिंग अ सोसाइटल ड्यूटी. थैंक यू, मैम.
Next, we have Ayush Shukla from Biomandi.
Hi, yes. So good afternoon, everyone. I just wanted to ask that how many of you love hiking at mountains in Delhi? Okay, sorry. Yes, I'm Ayush from Biomandi. Yes, so I just wanted to ask that how many of you like hiking at mountains in Delhi? So basically, I'm talking about the waste mountains at Ghazipur and everywhere. It stinks, right? What stinks more is India generates 9 point... Ghazipur and Okla, yes. The waste mountain, yes. So what stinks more is India generates 9.4 million tons of plastic waste each year, and less than 10% of that is recycled. But we see a lot of innovation around plastic all the time in the media. Then why these solutions are not being implemented, right? That is the exact problem that we at Biomandi are solving. We provide a marketplace platform for all things sustainable. We help businesses cut down their carbon footprint as well as plastic consumption through our platform. So far we have been able to cut 400,000 kilograms of carbon emissions by partnering with our companies like NYKS, which is one of the organizers of this event. We serve Delhi University, we serve different government departments, as well as urban, static, these kind of corporate firms. And lastly, our mission is to cut down India's plastic waste generation by 40% in the next 5 years by enabling our partners to cut down their carbon emission. I am Ayush. I'm a 2024 graduate from Hansraj College. I and Suman, my co-founder, we started this company when we were in the second year. Thank you very much.
I think, your statistics, just check them up, because plastic in any case, because now the government has already mandated 25%, all these Coke bottles and all have to be converted. Right, and I think by 2025 mein karna hai, and I think 2 years hence it's going to be still 30%. So
if I talk about the actual statistics,
nahin, I am on one of the boards, right. Ganesha Ecoverse, and wahan pe they are making the jackets, It's not right. Only, they are not the only ones,
Right.
So what you are saying is you're going to have a platform.
Yes.
Already there are a number of them.
It is already there, yes.
So what is the innovative thing that people will come to you to dispose of their waste, their plastics to you?
So we are not disposing of plastic waste. We are enabling the alternatives to be promoted. So we are giving solutions that are plastic free. For example, we have a flagship paper. This is made out of recycled cigarette butts. So the cigarettes, again, is one of the biggest polluter. And this is made out of recycling those butts and making papers out of that.
Which organization?
This is made from Code Efforts, which is our private limited company.
Code?
Code Efforts.
Okay. So what are the alternatives? So what you are targeting that, let's say last year, kitna aapke through hua?
Yes.
What a type of, business you had?
Currently, we are serving in 2 categories. One is stationaries and office supplies, and the second is corporate gifting.
Okay. So kitna source hai, kitna supply, some quantums you can say, which you could achieve?
Right. So we have a network of more than 100 sellers. And currently we are supplying to different colleges in Delhi University, different government departments, including Nehru Yuva Kendra Sangathan, Ministry of Health and Child Welfare, one of the departments at Delhi government, and similar departments in different government institutions, as well as private firms like Static, which is a Series A funded company, Arvan. We have also like paper, this paper goes to different consultancies like, I forgot the name there.
No, it's fine.
Ma'am, overall the idea is to cut down plastic pollution, and it has to be a holistic solution. So we are making an ecosystem. One of the pilot tests that we are running right now is with colleges, where we take in their dry waste and give them Eco Gold on the platform, through which they can purchase anything at a discounted rate through the platform. Also, the Eco Gold we give is at 1.5x the cost they will get by selling the dry waste directly to a recycler. So it's beneficial for the institutions, it's beneficial for us, and we are also helping them to substitute to something which is eco-friendly. So
What are your margins? How are you operating?
on the platform, we are generating around 10% as the commissions on the sales. Other than that, we have other revenue streams such as pay-per lead, where our manufacturing partners can buy leads from the platform, as well as they can do their platform-based marketing by putting ads on the platform.
So monthly revenue, how much you have?
Monthly, we are at 1 lakh per month right now.
So that is net margins? Or
That-
cost, net of cost or?
That is GMV. So since we are putting our own bills and we are taking responsibility for the quality of the products, so that is also our revenue as of now.
To close with, we are funded by Startup India. We are Startup India Seed Fund granted, and we are also supported by Delhi University Startup Ecosystem Udmodaya Foundation.
Good evening everyone. So Desi Rituals is an Ayurvedic skincare brand which focuses on solving skincare issues while also maintaining the affordability and accessibility. Throughout our journey, we noticed three major issues, which is lack of Ayurvedic products which are replaceable with chemical products. Second, lack of the affordability issue. And the third is the lack of awareness about the benefits that Ayurvedic ingredients hold and the Ayurvedic methods can have a positive impact in the life of individuals. We also contribute to sustainability by using paper packaging, by using ethical sourcing, and also we provide wooden spoon with our products to increase the efficiency as well as to contribute to sustainability. Currently, and the major focus areas are, first is transparency, the second is being concern-driven, third is maintaining the affordability, and fourth is accessibility. These are the four major areas on which we work. Talking about the products, currently we have two products. The first is the Manjistha Glow Up Face Upton, which helps in even the skin tone as well as reduce the acne. And the second product is Amba Haldi Detan Upton, which helps in tan removal. Both of the products are sustainable and there is no usage of chemicals and preservatives. So yeah, thank you and join us in Har Ghar Ayurveda.
You are into skin products, Ayurvedic skin products.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so you are entering a very competitive market.
Yeah, ma'am.
What is your unique selling point? How you see you are different from others?
I'm talking about the authentic Ayurvedic products which are made according to the Ayurvedic methods, books, and with the consultation of the doctors. There are brands available, but they are luxury brands like Forest Essential, Kama Ayurveda, Soul Tree, and their pricing starts from 1,000, 2,000, and they cater to the 1% of the population who can afford that, who have a very luxury lifestyle. But we thought that there is a pricing gap, like normal people, middle class people, upper middle class people also deserve those pure, authentic Ayurvedic products, which they can replace with the so that they can replace their chemical based products and use something natural. So that is the.
Price cannot be your USP. Apart from price?
Ma'am, apart from pricing, the thing is ki, in terms of making the products, we ensure authenticity. We consult with doctors in making the products, as well as we have future plans of implementing a concept of doshas. Like there are 3 doshas, like 3 body types. We have also plans of implementing that in terms of personalization. And this is the idea that which is given to us by our doctors. Like they always, in every conversation we had, they will use the term doshas. And they thought that in order to solve a particular concern, if you approach the dosha concept and you solve the things inside and outside, then you will be able to solve that issue. And
who is making formulations for you?
We have Ayurvedic doctors with us who we consult. We also refer to the books available, and mostly it is the Ayurvedic doctors. We have 3 Ayurvedic doctors currently, and they act as a mentors. And obviously, and we consult with them in terms of formulation.
And ma'am,
these are homemade. We made it at home. We manufacture it by ourselves only. And this dosha part, there is one saying in Ayurveda कि जो चीज़ आप खा नहीं सकते आप उसको लगा कैसे सकते हो. So we are applying chemicals on our faces. So the dosha part, there are brands in US named Shankara. They are making the dosha, the body types के हिसाब से वो products बना रहे हैं. And in India there is nothing like that. We saw the gap कि यार हम अपने जो the Ayurveda which is come from India only, why we are not जो problems उसको per person के हिसाब से हम क्यों नहीं देख रहे हैं, हम उसको same medicine क्यों दे रहे हैं, जो जैसे acne breakouts है, hair fall है, why we are giving different recipes, मतलब same recipes to everyone, because सबकी अपनी अपनी body type होती है, वात पित्त कफ differs. So there is one gap जिसको हम future पे tackle करने वाले हैं, but these Upton जो कि this is like a prototype जो market में हम लोग test कर रहे थे कि like people are looking forward or not. So till yet we made 250 plus products, sorry 500 plus products, and we sold 250 plus within 2 months. No, 500 products we manufactured and 250 we sold within 2 months. So
Online marketplace you are?
no, offline sales. All are offline sales.
You have a store?
No, we don't have a store.
Ma'am, currently we are, basically we are in the prototype stage and we are market testing. We are setting up offline stalls and event and fest in order to engage with customers about the feedback and to test the product. And yes, we have not initiated the website and we are not available on the e-commerce platforms. We will do it once we get all the licenses and the registration done. And we will initiate the paid marketing on social media. We have started the social media marketing organically currently, and we are regular in that. And we will also start running ads within few months. But yeah, getting the products on the e-commerce platform will take some time because there are a list of licenses that we have to go through as we are manufacturing the products on our own.
On a lighter note, a lighter question. How do you want to counter the Korean rice masks, which are made completely of organic or something? Because these kind of threats or these kind of, see, already competition is already there in the market. Yeah. Even from example, even a Sadhguru's foundation, Isha Foundation is also selling this kind of authentic thing. Shri Ravi Shankar, the people who are known to promote Ayurveda or Patanjali, all these things are, they're all saying Tarun Veda or something, they're saying all these products are already there, right? Then there comes a trend in between. Let's follow, initially 2-3 years back it was coffee, and now it is like Korean mask and Korean rice and, like that. So her question is valid. How do you want to, otherwise your scalability is limited. कि आपने fest में लगा दिया या RWAs में कोई stall लगाया तो तब आपने बेचा या कुछ ऐसे. But if you want to make it bigger, you'll have to think for that kind of a plan. So that's my suggestion, and if you have any plan for that.
No, like we are also seeing the gifting parts. Like gifting is also one thing, and the hotel amenities. उसको भी we are seeing कि क्योंकि वहाँ पे हमें bulk orders आते हैं, repeated orders आते हैं in hotel amenities and bulk gifting, like Diwali हो गया, festivals and all. Even if I talk about the Force Essential and the Kama Ayurveda, the luxurious brands, their costing is around, the start is from 5,000, 4,000, like 6,000, 21,000 and more than that. And a middle class, like the upper middle class family can't afford that every month for a 40-gram cream. So there is a gap. We also want to use those luxury products, but we can't. And we can't afford that, then we switch ourselves in chemical-based products. So yeah. Thank you. Thank you, ma'am.
Next, Vikash Kumar. After that, we have Varun, Vansh Jain, Raghav Kalla, Aditya Vardhan Gupta, Nidish Dama. So next we have Vikash Kumar.
Hello everyone, my name is Vikas Kumar. Hello. Readify India. Readify India, get ready to read. ये एक हमारी लाइब्रेरी कंपनी है जहाँ पे स्टूडेंट एंड प्रोफेशनल दोनों के लिए एक वन प्लेस रहेंगे। स्टूडेंट एंड प्रोफेशनल जो फेस करते हैं प्रॉब्लम वो है लिमिटेड एक्सेस टू बुक। गाइस एग्ज़ाम टाइम सेमेस्टर वाइज बुक खरीदना कितनी मुश्किल हो जाती है। हम उसी प्रॉब्लम को लेकर आए हुए हैं कि सेमेस्टर वाइज बुक्स, नॉवेल्स, प्रोफेशनल्स के नॉवेल्स खरीदना बहुत मुश्किल हो जाती है। तो जो हमारी लाइब्रेरी है वहाँ पे आपको सेमेस्टर वाइज, क्लास वाइज हर तरह की बुक जो आपकी नीड है उसके हिसाब से एक सब्सक्रिप्शन बेस पे आपको बुक्स भी मिलेगी, जहाँ पे आप रीडिंग हॉल भी मिलेगी। और फ्यूचर में प्लान है कि हमारा लिंक्डइन की तरह एक प्रोफेशनल एंड एक स्टूडेंट दोनों एक ही कॉम्प्लेक्स के अंदर पढ़े भी, जिम भी करे, कॉफ़ी भी शॉप हो, वहाँ पे चाय पिए, सीनियर सिटीजन भी रहेंगे। लाइक ये कॉमन रूम, कम्युनिकेशंस, बुक्स रूम, लाइब्रेरी, हमारी एक लाइब्रेरी कार्ड बनेगी।
टाइम्स अप।
I like the idea because in this whole world of, you're making the knowledge reach at one place together. I wanted to understand, where do you want this to be? What is that place? I mean, a place where everybody can come and reach, or are you targeting youth only? Are you targeting even children, elders, because it's kind of a state library where everybody can come and enjoy. So what is the place? And yeah, because you're giving these kind of facilities, so I'm sure you're giving experience and you'll be charging. What is that model you're working at?
जैसे मैम मैंने पहले ही बताया था कि स्टूडेंट ज़्यादातर स्टूडेंट होते हैं ग्रेजुएशन स्टूडेंट, ग्रेजुएशन, पोस्ट ग्रेजुएट, अंडर ग्रेजुएट। उनका
थोड़ा माइक दूर रखना, आप हल्का सा दूर रखो, उससे वॉइस बहुत एको हो रही है।
तो उन्हें सेमेस्टर वाइज बुक खरीदना बहुत मुश्किल हो जाती है क्योंकि सेमेस्टर 6 होते हैं, 8 होते हैं।
नहीं, वो हम समझ के, आप सिर्फ मेरे को ये समझाइए कि आप इस चीज़ के लिए जो फैसिलिटीज़ आप दे रहे हो, ये सब कॉमन रूम है, बुक्स रूम है, लाइब्रेरी कार्ड है, ये है सेमिनार रूम है, ये फैसिलिटी आप कहाँ पे प्रोवाइड कर रहे हो?
दिस इज वन कॉम्प्लेक्स, वन डेस्टिनेशन टू प्रोवाइड ऑल फैसिलिटीज। जैसे मैम
आप बिना माइक के बोल, आपकी आवाज़ एको हो रही है। वी डोंट वांट टू डिस्करेज, हमें समझ नहीं आ रहा।
ये कहीं पे बना लिया आपने? बनाना है क्या है?
मैम अभी स्टार्ट नहीं हुआ है, स्टार्ट होने वाला है।
ये ऑनलाइन होगा सर? माइक से
दिस इज ऑफलाइन ओनली। ये हमारी एक रीडिफाई इंडिया की एक कॉम्प्लेक्स बनेगी एरिया वाइज। मैम बनेगी।
कहाँ पे बना रहे? कुछ कॉस्ट वॉस्ट डाला है?
डिजिटल आप डिजिटल बना रहे हैं इसको?
डिजिटल तो नहीं कह रहे, सेमिनार ही से फिजिकल।
दिस इज फिजिकल मैम।
तो फिजिकल का मैंने जो सवाल पूछा वो वही था कि आप कौन से एरिया में बनाओगे जहाँ पे यूथ ज़्यादा आ सके, बच्चे आ सके, या बुजुर्ग भी आ सके, या कॉमन सारी दुनिया आके बैठ सके। वो जगह क्या है और उसका कॉस्ट मॉडल क्या है, उसके चार्जेस क्या हैं, वो कुछ आप हमें गाइड कर सकते हो?
मैम हमने सोचा है कि जैसे हर सिटीज किसी न किसी पढ़ाई के लिए फेमस है। जैसे दिल्ली यूपीएससी स्टूडेंट के लिए ज़्यादा फेमस है, तो यूपीएससी स्टूडेंट करोल बाग, मुखर्जी नगर में रहते हैं, तो वहाँ पे एक स्पेसिफिक हमारा जो रेडिफाई इंडिया का लाइब्रेरी खोले और उसी के रिकमेंड जो बुक है, नीड्स है उनकी, उसी के हिसाब से वहाँ पे खोले। और जैसे मैंने बोला प्रोफेशनल लोगों के लिए, तो कॉर्पोरेट हॉब जहाँ पे है गुरुग्राम, वहाँ पे रेडिफाई इंडिया की ऐसी कॉम्प्लेक्स खोले जहाँ पे एक
आपने कुछ अपना उसका कॉस्ट मॉडल बनाया है ये करने के लिए? क्या कितना खर्चा चाहिए, कितना पैसा मिलेगा, कितना चाहते हो?
मैम हमारा जो कॉस्ट मॉडल है वो अभी रेडी नहीं हुआ है बिकॉज हमारे पास टीम अभी उतनी नहीं है, पर ये कॉस्ट मॉडल है ना मैम हर एरिया वाइज चेंज होती रहेगी, हर एरिया की रिक्वायरमेंट्स हमारी कंपनी की अलग अलग रहेगी। ओके थैंक यू।
Next, we have Varun.
Vansh? No.
Varun. Varun. Yeah. Okay. So I won't be having any PPT.
Varun.
Varun.
Varun. Number 14 in the new list. Yes, please, yeah.
90 सेकंड से समझ में आता है 90 सेकंड की दिल्ली की रेड लाइट जिसके ट्रैफिक जैम में फंसा हुआ खुद को कोस रहा हूँ मैं, और कोस रहा हूँ उस दिन को जिस दिन ग्रेजुएट होकर निकला था एक डिग्री के साथ। 3 साल मेमोरीज ली थी और डिग्री ली थी, लेकिन कोई सॉफ्ट स्किल नहीं थी, कोई एंटरप्रेन्योरशिप स्किल नहीं थी। लेकिन मैं ऐसा 40 मिलियन स्टूडेंट्स के साथ नहीं होने देना चाहता, और मैं एक ऐसा लर्निंग प्लेटफॉर्म डेवलप कर रहा हूँ जिसके अंदर हम कॉलेज स्टूडेंट और स्कूल स्टूडेंट्स के साथ मिलकर ग्रुप्स बनाएंगे और उन्हें एंटरप्रेन्योरशिप स्किल्स और सॉफ्ट स्किल्स इम्पार्ट करके उनको उस 3 साल में इस काबिल बनाएंगे कि या तो वो एक अच्छी जॉब सिक्योर कर ले या फिर वो एक जॉब गिवर बन जाए। और इसी के साथ वी आर लुकिंग फॉर सम इन्वेस्टमेंट सो दैट वी कैन ऑन बोर्ड गुड मेंटोर्स एंड मेक अ गुड प्लेटफॉर्म, एन ऐप और अ वेबसाइट। ये मॉडल इससे पहले भी बहुत बार बनाया जा चुका है, बहुत बड़े बड़े प्लेयर्स इसके अंदर ऑलरेडी है, बट देयर इज़ अ लॉट ऑफ पोटेंशियल इन दिस मॉडल बिकॉज ऐसी बहुत बड़ी मार्केट है जो भी अनटैप्ड है। करंटली वी आर रनिंग आवर पायलट प्रोजेक्ट विद देशबंधु कॉलेज, जहाँ हम एंटरप्रेन्योरशिप पे और सॉफ्ट स्किल पर वर्कशॉप्स दे रहे हैं बच्चों को। दे आर लाइकिंग दिस मॉडल एंड हमारा इसमें जो कॉस्टिंग है फॉर दिस होल मेंटोरशिप एंड गाइडेंस प्रोग्राम जो हम 3 साल तक देते हैं बच्चों को, जिसके वो बहुत मिनिमल है, जिसके अंदर 3 साल में हम बच्चों की छोटी छोटी कंपनी सेटअप कराते हैं, उनको बताते हैं हाउ दे कैन वर्क एंड अर्न। No ma'am, I don't have a presentation. I am pitching it for the first time. I came here for something else, but I got the opportunity to present my idea, so I am here, right? Sorry, so the model is that हम लोग बच्चों के साथ एक ग्रुप बना रहे हैं।
Time's up.
So basically what we are trying to do, हम लोग workshops, guidance and mentorship दे रहे हैं बच्चों को, how they can start their own business, how they can start their, I mean we are trying to cultivate their idea, making their business idea and converting it into a business model. बहुत एक example से मैं आपको ये बताना चाहता हूँ। हम देशबंधु कॉलेज में जब ये वर्कशॉप दे रहे थे तो एक बच्ची हमारे पास आई थी, she said I don't have any skill, what to do, and we asked her कि आपकी hobby क्या है? She said I know how to do good portrait, make good portrait, and we said okay can you make my portrait? So she said yes. तो मैंने कहा कि आपको पता है इस पोर्ट्रेट की कीमत क्या है अगर आप दिल्ली INA या दिल्ली हाट में जाएंगे? She said it's 3500 rupees. मैंने कहा how much are you going to price it? तो she said 500, and there were 19 faculties sitting over there and they all said okay हमारे लिए आप एक पोर्ट्रेट बना दीजिएगा। So I said see these are small things जिससे आप अपनी ट्यूशन फीस एटलीस्ट वापस ले लें, ताकि पैसे कमा के आप अपनी ट्यूशन फीस को रिम्बर्स करा लें, सो दैट 3 साल में एटलीस्ट आपके पास एक एक्सपीरियंस हो जाएगा, नेटवर्क हो जाएगा। इवन इफ दैट बिजनेस मॉडल जो आपका आइडिया है दैट डजंट वर्क या आपका स्टार्टअप डजंट वर्क, एटलीस्ट यू विल बी लैंडिंग अप विद सम एक्सपीरियंस एंड सम कोलैबोरेशंस ऑफ नेटवर्क्स आफ्टर 3 years. So this is what the idea is.
What is your qualification and or what are your credentials to start a soft? See, because आज के ज़माने में जो भी बिजनेस चलता है, जो भी स्टार्टअप चलता है, उसमें जो उसका स्टार्टअप का जो फाउंडर है उसका स्किल सेट सबसे पहले उसके नाम पे चलता है वो.
Ma'am,
I wanted to
so
ask.
I am a certified soft skill trainer. My name is Varun Joshi. I have done my master's in communication. I am a self-taught entrepreneur. I mean, COVID has taught me everything. And then I leverage this digital space in time of COVID, and I got to know अच्छा website कैसे बना सकते हैं, social media पे कैसे आप clients को ला सकते हैं. So this is what I also want to convey to these students कि कैसे आप 3 साल सिर्फ बंक ना मारे, दोस्ती में जो दोस्ती आपकी हो रही है उसको एक टीम में कन्वर्ट करके how you can actually get your degree and also form something so that you can at least, I am not saying make a profitable model, fail, no issues, but at least you will be able to negotiate with people, you will be able to understand अच्छा बात कैसे करनी है, collaborate कैसे करना है, team work कैसे करनी है, leadership. So कहीं ना कहीं soft skills भी पूरी हो जाएंगी. और if the model succeeds, और अगर हम mentorship उतनी अच्छे guides ला पाए, अच्छे mentorship and the idea succeeds, तो वो लोग job seekers की जगह job givers हो जाएंगे. So this is the basic idea.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Any question? Thank you.
We have our next team, Vansh Jain. After that, we have Rakhav, Kalra, Aditya Vardhan Gupta. After that, Nitish Dama, Dev Punya. Please be ready in this sequence, and if you guys have a PPT, kindly share it beforehand.
Hello. Hello. Ma'am, is it right? Hello. So hello everyone, my name is Vanjan. So guys, have you ever gone out somewhere and craved like eating a homemade food, but due to unavailability, you end up eating in a very fancy and expensive hotel and very unhealthy food. So just imagine you went to a hotel and you eat a chapati with a lot of ghee on it, unhealthy ghee, water floating on the latins, and improper fermented curd. Now imagine eating a homemade food like chapati with proper amount of ghee, delicious curd, and lentils full of spices. So that's where AHAR stands for. So AHAR is basically a platform that connects homemakers with everyone who wants to eat homemade food. So AHAR provides a large network of vendors who made homemade foods, hassle-less process, earning opportunity for delivery partners, and a large variety of food for consumers. So in India, where 1.67 lakh of population, where roughly 50 million people order meal every day, and roughly 70 million of people order homemade food. So in this, AHAR stands as a global leader and a revolution for this. So in the end, ma'am, I just want to say, if you don't have time, if you are tired of junk food but no time to cook, so join AHAR, and if you want to eat a food of mother touch, then join AHAR. So that's all my side. And I think आपको जो doubt रहता है कि product क्या है, शायद वो clear हो चुका आपको, शायद product क्या है. And ma'am, ये slides है सारी, पूरा basic
Time's
model,
up.
When new model सब ready है ma'am, ये slides है. I'm open to questions.
आपका app is ready? Beta version is launched?
मैम बेसिकली हम इसमें मैम वेबसाइट लॉन्च कर रहे हैं, अपना ऐप लॉन्च कर रहे हैं, हम क्रॉस प्लेटफॉर्म ऐप लॉन्च करने वाले हैं, iOS एंड्रॉइड दोनों. मैम अगर बाय लक मैम इस कॉन्टेस्ट में सिलेक्ट हो गया और मार्च एंड में जो कॉन्टेस्ट है उसमें गया, तो उसमें सारी वो साइट होस्ट होकर जाएगी. इस टाइम वो डेवलपिंग फेज में है.
अच्छा, वेबसाइट भी डेवलपिंग है और ऐप भी
हाँ
डेवलपिंग फेज.
मैम वेबसाइट पे बेसिकली हमसे इतना करेंगे, वेबसाइट पे हम लिस्ट करेंगे, बट if you want to order, like Zomato and Swiggy, if you want to order, you have to download our app. मैं हमारा iOS और Android दोनों ऐप डेवलप होएंगे, मैं मार्च एंड तक दोनों हमारे होस्ट हो जाएंगे. एंड मैम बात रहे मैम इसकी नीड क्यों है. मैम जैसे मैम मैं रहता हूँ गाजियाबाद में, क्रॉसिंग रिपब्लिक लाल कुएं के पास है, तो मैम वहाँ पर हमने क्या करा, मैम हमने 28 दिन का हमने ट्रायल चला. मैम रोज़ मैं अराउंड 5 वेंडर्स के घर जाया करता था, रोज़ उनसे 1-2 घंटे बैठा करता था, 1-2 घंटे रोज़ हर वेंडर के पास. उनसे दिक्कत थी, वो पूछा करता था तुम्हें दिक्कत क्या आ रही है. दिक्कत उनकी मेरी 3 दिक्कतें थी. पहली, हमारे पास बहुत ज़्यादा लोग नहीं है, क्यों? वो सारे काम अकेले कर रहे थे, बट यहाँ पे क्या है, उन्हें लार्ज नेटवर्क दे रहे हैं। पहला मैम, बस उन पर ऑर्डर बल्क में आएगा, फ़ायदा है। सेकंड मैम, रोज़ मैम, दीदी आज खाना रहने दो, आज नहीं खाना, दीदी आज मन नहीं है। सर मैम, रोज़ 10 कॉल, 10 कैंसिलेशन मैम, बहुत सारे उन पे वो होते। अब क्या, कुछ नहीं है हमारे ऐप पे। सबसे ऊपर एक होगा मैम, मान लीजिए सुबह को 8 बजे डिस्पैच टाइम है खाने का, 6 बजे आपके पास सिंपली एक नंबर आ जाएगा टिफिन का कि आपको इतने टिफिन बनाने हैं, आपको सिर्फ उतने बनाने हैं, आपको किसी से बात नहीं करनी। तीसरा मैम, डिलीवरी का। मैम नॉर्मली होम मेकर्स क्या करती है, खुद डिलीवरी करती है या अपने हस्बैंड से कराती है। यहाँ पे तुम्हें नहीं करना, बस खाना बनाओ, गेट पे रख दो, हमारे डिलीवरी पार्टनर्स खुद आएंगे, लेके जाएंगे। डिलीवरी पार्टनर में हमारे इन हाउस भी हो सकते हैं, जो अभी नहीं है। अभी हम मैम जो ऑलरेडी जो क्रेडिट नेटवर्क है जोमेटो स्विगी का, हम उसको यूज़ कर रहे हैं। सो दैट्स ऑल अबाउट मॉडल, बिजनेस, इन्वेस्टमेंट सब रेडी है।
मुंबई का डब्बा वाला का देखा?
यस मैम।
चलिए फिर हम करेंगे, ठीक है?
हाँ, सो मैम,
तुम्हारा बन जाएगा ना, तब हमें बताना।
तो मैम क्वेश्चनिंग,
इट्स अ गुड आइडिया, नीड गैप है, उसका आप सॉल्यूशन दे रहे हो।
यस मैम।
एक बना लीजिए।
बस
अच्छा, मतलब डोंट गेट
नहीं, आपने क्वेश्चन नहीं करी ना, इसलिए पूछ रहा था।
नहीं, सो दिस इज अ गुड मॉडल, नीड है उसकी एवरीवेयर।
थैंक यू मैम।
सर मैं फिर से बोल देती हूँ फॉर द कैमरा, द नीड इज देयर, द ओनली थिंग इज दैट यू नो इफ यू आर ऑलरेडी डिपेंडिंग ऑन स्विगी एंड बी हॉस्टल सिंगल वर्किंग पीपल हु आर स्टेइंग अलोन और समथिंग लाइक दैट, उसको अगर इसमें इंक्लूड करोगे दैट विल हेल्प यू, राइट? या ओके, आई डिड नॉट सी दैट, बट ऑल द बेस्ट।
Next team, we have Rakhav Kalra. Do we have Rakhav here? Do we have Rakhav here? If not, we'll move to the next person, Aditya Vardhan Gupta. Okay, so we'll move to the next person due to the paucity of time.
Aditya is there?
No, ma'am.
Okay, so next is
Nitish Dama. Do we have a Nitish Dama somewhere in the Audi? Okay. Dev Punia. Yeah, please.
Dev Punia. Dev Punya is there? देव पुण्या के बाद कौन है? धीरज तैयार है? जब तक ये इनका तैयार हो, धीरज को बुला लीजिए ना। हो गया? तैयार हो गया आपका? तो धीरज को बुला लो, यू नो, नो टाइम नाउ, यू नो, ऑलरेडी 5.
Do we have Dheeraj? Okay. So I will announce the names once. If you are in the list, kindly be ready in the order. After that, we'll work it out. Okay. Priyanshu Kumar. Priyanshu Kumar. Priyanshu Kumar. You will be next presenting. After that, we have Pindu Prajapati. Do we have Pindu here? Please be ready. Please be seated to this side. Soumya Chaturvedi. Please be ready. Third presentation after. Then we have Noor fourth, and Riya Agarwal, fifth. Panguri Mittal, sixth. Abhilasha Yadav, 7th. Anmol Makkal, 8th. Then followed by Bhumika. Do we have Bhumika here? Keshav. Anshit Kohli. Riya and Anshit Kohli, yes. Okay. Palak. Vishal.
So 1 minute, Bhumika is not there?
Bhumika is not there, ma'am.
Okay, then Keshav is there?
No, ma'am.
Okay,
Anshit Kohli, not there, ma'am. Their team has already presented.
Palak?
No, ma'am.
Okay, Vishal?
Vishal? Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Sahitya? No, ma'am. No, ma'am.
Okay.
Rahul Arora? Rahul Arora? No, ma'am.
Okay, Prayas?
Prayas and Dish. Yes, ma'am. They are
Prayas hai. Gavinder Singh?
Yes, ma'am.
Palak?
Preeti Kaur? No, ma'am.
Okay.
Kashvi?
Kashvi?
No, ma'am. Ashish?
Ashish?
No, ma'am. Preeti? No, ma'am. Harsh?
Harsh?
Yes, ma'am.
Asma?
Asma? Asma? No, ma'am. Rahul Gupta?
Rahul Gupta?
Rahul Gupta? No, ma'am.
Okay. Yubhasna?
They're backed out.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
So then 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13.
Yes, ma'am.
They're not there.
Yes,
So
ma'am.
now we start. अभी जो जिनको धीरज बुलाया है ना अभी हमने.
Yes, ma'am. So he will
बुला
come.
लीजिए जल्दी. अच्छा,
Yes,
देव
ma'am.
पुनिया.
He is coming, ma'am. And we have one more presentation. Number 7, Jasleen Kormani. She had a technical issue earlier with the PPT, so she'll be also presenting that.
We'll just take a 2-3 minutes break after Dev Punya so that you can align everybody. We'll go, just use the... Acha, we'll take the break abhi.
Yes, ma'am.
हाँ. So you, in the meantime, you align everybody.
Yes, ma'am.
And
do
we'll just take a break of 5 minutes.
break.
Huh?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
We are targeted at for 5 o'clock.
ट्रे 146 वाले रूम में नहीं था 146 में था ये
we'll be starting the presentations back. We'll have presentation from Dev Punia, number 19.
Good evening, all of you. My name is Dev Punia.
Dave, 1 minute. One of our member is coming.
Good evening, all of you. My name is Dev Punia. A person should be solution-focused, not problem-focused. With this thought, I represent my idea in front of you all and judges. That is remote-operated solar boat. Introduction of solar boat. Basically, solar boat is a type of vehicle or transportation system that consume energy from sun and convert into electrical energy. That helps to India carbon net zero and also help in self-independent defense export. This boat we use defense purpose, logistic purpose, surveillance purpose. And this is also environment friendly, energy independence कम होगी इससे हमारी, इसकी ऑपरेटिंग कॉस्ट भी लो होगी क्योंकि हम कोल बर्न नहीं करेंगे, यूरेनियम बर्न नहीं करेंगे, इलेक्ट्रिसिटी की हमें डायरेक्ट ज़रूरत नहीं होगी, सन से प्रोड्यूस हो रही होगी, तो इसकी जो मैन्युफैक्चरिंग कॉस्ट है और जो ऑपरेटिंग कॉस्ट है वो बहुत ही कम होगी, तो जिससे हम इसे ईजिली ऑपरेट भी कर पाएंगे विद लो बजट. If we see how we manage this in surveillance and military purpose, this is actually remotely operated boat.
Time's up.
This is actually remotely operated, so easily we control from the away from the target. That's why we does not have any casualties. If I will fit bomb inside the boat and easily explode near the ocean, like boats, other armies boats and
So,
हाँ मैं बता रहा हूँ आपके अलग कैसे एक्चुअली जो सोलर बोट्स काम करती हैं वो बेसिकली फिलहाल के टाइम पे या तो सर्विलांस या फिर टूरिस्ट पर्पस के लिए यूज़ होती हैं उनसे कोई भी ऑपरेशन अभी तक तो कंडक्ट नहीं कराया गया मतलब जैसे हम ड्रोन को अभी अगर वॉर्स में देखें रिसेंट वॉर इजराइल और पैलेस्टाइन वाली और रशिया यूक्रेन वाली तो उनमें ड्रोन्स का बहुत ज़्यादा यूज़ हुआ है जो एयर पर्पस के लिए है लेकिन
so you want
अगर
solar boat to be used for defense purpose?
Because ma'am,
defense purpose so that boats are there. वो कह रहा है रिमोट से जो
जैसे मैम हम ड्रोन को भेजते हैं तो वो इजीली इंटरसेप्ट हो जाता है रडार्स के थ्रू बट मैम बोट्स वाटर बॉडीज हैं जिनका जो बॉर्डर्स है लैंड बॉर्डर है लेकिन ओशन बॉर्डर भी कंट्रीज का बहुत बड़ा होता है तो हर जगह हम रडार और अपनी फोर्सेस डिप्लॉय नहीं कर सकते तो छोटा साइज होने के कारण बोट्स का हम ऑपरेशन एनी ओशन दैट्स यू वांट टू सर्वेलेंस आई एम नॉट मेकिंग दैट इज एक्चुअली आइडिया
अब ये समझना है हमको जो सिंपल शब्दों में हमें समझाओ कि सोलर बोट्स हैं वो डिफेंस पर्पसेस के लिए यूज़ हो रही हैं और वो कहीं और से रिमोट कंट्रोल हो रही हैं ताकि हमें मैनुअली किसी को वहाँ ना भेजना पड़े राइट और वो हाउ व्हाट इज़ द रिसर्च यू हैव डन कि रडार में नहीं आते जैसे नेवल शिप्स हैं या जो छोटी शिप्स भी हैं वो सब रडार में आती हैं
मैम ड्यू टू द साइज एंड द मैम इफ basically 3 types of or 4 types of radar thermal radar and जैसे मैम रडार बेसिकली क्या करता है इलेक्ट्रोमैग्नेटिक सिग्नल छोड़ता है और जो सिग्नल वापस आ जाते हैं उसके पास उस हिसाब से वो रडार में पिक्चर शो करता है कि हमारे सामने क्या चीज़ है क्योंकि कुछ टाइम वो चिड़िया को इंटरसेप्ट नहीं करता क्योंकि वो विंग्स हिलते रहते हैं तो इलेक्ट्रिक मैग्नेटिक वेव्स वापस नहीं आ जाती एक रडार होता है थर्मल रडार जिससे वो इंजन की पावर से हमें बताता है कि यहाँ पे हीट ज़्यादा है तो हो सकता है यहाँ पे कुछ मशीनरी हो इस तरह से लेकिन अगर बोट का साइज़ छोटा होगा अलग से इसे बार बार लैंड पे आने की ज़रूरत भी नहीं है एनर्जी के लिए ये डायरेक्ट सोलर से ही कनेक्ट रहेगी अगर हम 2 साल भी रखें ओशन में तो भी कोई प्रॉब्लम नहीं होगी तो अगर मूवमेंट कम होगी हमारे व्हीकल की तो इंटरसेप्ट करना बहुत मुश्किल है
इसकी कॉस्टिंग क्या किस तरह की रहेगी बिकॉज ये बहुत This is for defense you are saying, na? They will. You cannot say कि मैं solar boat रख रहा हूँ. It has to be routed through defense. If defense ministry adds it to the or home ministry says कि okay we want to add it to our system. तो उसका what is the road map? आपने कुछ सोचा होगा बनाया होगा कि अभी सिर्फ ये ideation purpose पे है.
This is actually idea only.
हाँ, it's a good idea.
Yes ma'am.
But then we.
And it is designed by AutoCAD software.
Right. Thank you. Thank you.
Ma'am, there is a slight change in the sequence because one of the participants has to emergency, so that is why we'll be putting 2 of them next. So next we have number 27 Abhilasha Yadav.
Good evening, everyone. I am Abhilasha from Jaipuria Institute of Ghaziabad, and I'm going to present my innovative and a creative idea with a very passionate mindset. That is ADO, a place where brands connect. Basically, it is a platform and it works as a connecting link between advertiser and homeowners. Basically, मेरा जो platform है, वहाँ पे जो advertisers हैं, उनकी एडवर्टाइजिंग की जो सॉल्यूशंस हैं प्रॉब्लम है उनको सॉल्व करने के लिए हम लोग एक प्लेटफॉर्म रेडी कर रहे हैं क्योंकि उनके पास लिमिटेड स्पेस होता है और एडवर्टाइजिंग करने के लिए और जो होम ओनर्स होते हैं उनके पास एक अपॉर्चुनिटी है अपने वैल्यूएबल स्पेस और एसेट्स को यूटिलाइज करने उनके पास प्रॉपर एक्सेस नहीं होता है मोनेटाइज करने का तो हमारे प्लेटफॉर्म के थ्रू एडवर्टाइजर्स और होम ओनर्स दोनों एक दूसरे से मिल के अपनी प्रॉब्लम्स को सॉल्व कर सकते हैं। जिस तरीके से जो एडवर्टाइजर्स होते हैं उन्हें प्रॉपर एक प्लेस और एक एरिया मिलेगा अपने एडवर्टाइजिंग को एडवर्टाइज करने का, और होम ओनर्स को अपने वैल्यूएबल स्पेस और एसेट्स को यूटिलाइज करने का प्रॉपर एक्सेस मिलेगा। दैट्स इट।
I think so from marketing point of view this is very good for any brand. जैसे किराने की स्टोर पे लगा होता है बिल बोर्ड या इस तरह की चीज़ें, आप ये कह रहे हो कि आउट ऑफ होम जो है जहाँ पे कॉस्टलियर पड़ता है उसकी बजाय आप किसी का घर है अगर मेन रोड पे उसको यूटिलाइज करना चाहते हो। नाउ व्हाट इज़ द कॉस्ट यू आर लुकिंग एट, बिकॉज ऑलरेडी द कॉस्ट आर वेरी हाई एंड you have to take permission from MC, local MC body for any kind of advertisement, and it is whether it is allowed or not allowed, because even for installing for mobile towers and all you have to take permission. There are lots of things to be kept in mind around. अगर वो RWA किसी सोसाइटी के इंटरनल उसमें आता है वो बोलेंगे कि करना है कि नहीं करना, what is the mechanism, and because ये hindrances आएंगे आप उसको कैसे टैकल करोगे?
बेसिकली इसमें मैंने एक ऐप को जनरेट किया है जहाँ पे दोनों जो पीपल हैं वो रजिस्टर्ड कर सकते हैं और वो अपने वैल्यूएबल चीज़ों को फाइंड करके एक दूसरे से मीट कर सकते हैं। दैट्स इट। एंड जो होम ओनर्स होते हैं तो मोस्टली जो मिलियंस ऑफ होम ओनर्स हैं उनका ये है कि उनका जो घर होता है बहुत ही मार्केट प्लेस पे होता है, तो उनके पास अपनी एक उनकी जो वॉल है उनके होम है उनके एक वैल्यूएबल एसेट की तरह उनके पास वर्क कर रहा है और वो टोटली वैकेंट है। तो जो एडवर्टाइजर्स हैं उनसे मीट करके वो अपनी एडवर्टाइजिंग कर सकते हैं उनके होम के वॉल पे या फिर उनके होम के बाहर। तो इससे क्या होगा कि जो एडवर्टाइजिंग होगा उसे एक
मुझे मॉडल समझा रहे हो वो हम समझ गए हैं, हम ये समझना चाह रहे हैं कि इसको कैसे टैकल करोगे, परमिशंस एंड ऑल, बिकॉज हैव यू डन सम काइंड ऑफ रिसर्च, इज देयर अ रूट मैप फॉर दिस? ये हमें समझ आ गया, अपने घर की दीवारों पे बैल्कनी में जो कहीं दिख रही है प्रोमिनेंट प्लेस पे आप अर्न कर सकते हो पैसे और आप वो प्लेटफॉर्म उनको दे रहे हो, राइट, मार्केटिंग के लिए, क्योंकि आउट ऑफ होम वगैरह रेलवे स्टेशन पे कहीं बड़ी प्रोमिनेंट जगह पे बहुत महंगे पड़ते हैं। ओके तो पर ये सब चीज़ें इश्यूज़ हैं, क्या ये आपने इन इश्यूज़ के बारे में सोचा है? अगर सोचा है तो इसको कैसे हैंडल करने का सोचा है?
मेरे पास मेरे 2 टीम मेंबर्स और हैं, तो मैं एज अ मतलब मैं खुद ही MBA कर रही हूँ मार्केटिंग एज अ मार्केटिंग स्पेशलाइजेशन, तो मैं भी उसमें रिसर्च मैंने भी किया और मेरे पास फाइनेंस फील्ड में 2 पीपल हैं जो उस पर ऑलरेडी वर्क कर रहे हैं, और जो भी रिसर्च होगा आइडेंटिफिकेशन होगा ये भी हम लोग इनिशियल फेज पे, हम लोगों ने इम्प्लीमेंटेशन किया नहीं है वो भी। एंड तो यस मैम बेसिकली वी आर इन आवर इनिशियल फेज, वी आर जस्ट ट्राई टू इम्प्लीमेंट दैट आइडिया, और हम लोग अभी प्रॉपर सोच रहे हैं ताकि जब मार्केट में प्रॉपरली आ जाए तो कहीं से भी फेल होने के चांसेस ना हो, तो इस वजह से।
आपने स्टडी किया है कि ये ऑलरेडी बहुत सारी अवेलेबल
मैम, बट
यू कैन गेट दिस फैसिलिटी वेयर पीपल, बिकॉज नाउडेज कोई होर्डिंग बहुत कम लोग लगा रहे हैं, पीपल आर गोइंग ओनली थ्रू योर
मैम हमारे ऊपर डंडा है माइक है, द मोमेंट वी से
लटका दो भाई। That have you studied what all there are lots of already available where they can consolidate their coordinate, तो आप लोग का नई चीज क्या होगी? Have you seen already what are available?
Yes मैम, बट
मतलब आपका USP क्या होगा?
मैम बहुत सारे एरियाज ऐसे हैं जहाँ पे दोनों एक दूसरे को कनेक्ट नहीं कर पाते, तो हम लोग उन एरियाज को टारगेट करेंगे।
चलिए वर्क ऑन इट, ठीक है?
थैंक यू मैम।
Next, we have Anmol Makul, and after that, we'll have Priyanshu Kumar. Yeah.
Hello everyone. I am Anmol Makul and I am from Jaipuri Institute of Management, Ghaziabad. So, सबने कुछ ना कुछ ऑर्डर करा होगा, ठीक है? कुछ अगर
breaked आए या फिर कुछ leaked आए, we obviously don't accept that, correct? So Empower Logistics, I have came up with a solution, especially for MSME. Basically, logistics is a male-dominated arena, and I, as a female, to be entrepreneur maybe, so I have came up with an idea that all the back-end team would be of female, and we will be hiring drivers, which will be connected to the company directly through an app that will solve the problem of MSME sector. We will be providing affordable logistic solution to them. Basically, MSME transport a small unit of goods to, from one city to another or within a city. So I will be providing them a fleet that will be for them, solely for them. There will be no two companies transporting their goods in a one fleet. So that is my solution to MSME. And I will be comprising of a website that will be developed by end of March, and the app that will be going to develop by end of this year with the help of
Time's up.
Just developing an app for logistics is, you know, how are you going to connect with the transporters? You know, until you have those connections and all, no one provides like that.
No, from past 3 to 4 months, I'm just searching with the companies and the drivers. I have got a lead from MS Cargo too, that is a logistics service provider. They are ready to connect with us through an app. They will be providing us fleet and the driver. We will be working in a 3 phases by year. Initially, we will be hiring fleet and driver from outside because it will be having a good amount of investment for having our own fleet. Then in second phase, with some revenue generation and some profit, we will be having our own fleet and our own drivers that will be on salary basis. And for the third phase, what I have plans now that
let's not go to the third. The first one itself, have you worked out the finance model? What type of finances you require? Because it's not easily available.
Yes, I have worked with the financial model that is there. Please.
Roughly bata do. How are you going to?
Initially, we will be requiring 5 to 6 lakh of initial revenue, initial costing. That will include all the app cost, website cost, and the connectivity with the driver and the company. That will be needed in the initial phase.
And have you seen there are lots of apps already working on it, you know?
Yes.
Why will they come to you?
There are company-based apps which provide that they need a bid for some transportation. Okay, so there is one Agra-based glass company that I came across, and I have talked to them. They are interested because glass is very breakable. It can break easily. So जो वो transport करते हैं, उनका जो goods होते हैं वो generally दो companies होती हैं, उनका एक साथ जाता है, तो वो easily break out हो जाता है. So they are ready to, they are happy with that idea that I am providing them some service which provide the sole fleet according to their need. Like we will be providing customization of fleets. We are not dealing with one size of fleets. They are different, about 10 size of fleets. So
we'll have a look. And what is your income? You're saying this is my recurring cost, yes. Initial cost. And how are you going to earn?
Initially, this is basically a commission-based work. So initial base for the initial years, it will be 25 to 30% of commission initially. But when we will develop when we will have our own fleets and everything, so it will gonna increase. But
I'll tell you, to add to what ma'am is saying, you know, even the commission will completely depend on, it's a suggestion, right? Rising prices of petrol. Yeah. Availability of certain things, whether transport is available or not. ये क्योंकि ये सारे models try किए हुए हैं कि that is why people pick up 3 to 4 orders together and then they deliver it to a particular place. And depending on one, if the manufacturer is very big, very nice. but depending on only one manufacturer, then you'll have to maybe shift to a phase and be open to having two similar kind of manufacturers together, you know, to get into a break even and then think of, you know,
Okay,
you
so
know, yeah, so
I want to answer that. Someone close to me is working in this field only. They are dealing with big companies. So I have targeted MSME because, and especially with women, because there is one lady who is working with some honey things. She used to transport goods. So her goods, the cane broke off due to like 2 or 3 companies material together in that. So from that I got the idea.
the idea is good, but how much it is doable, you'll have to work on that, right? So yeah, thank you. Very nice.
Next, we have Priyanshu Kumar.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Priyanshu Kumar. I am here to present Pathshala. I have observed how students often struggle to access the right study material and how teachers face challenge in setting resources effectively. Pathshala is an online platform designed to make education more accessible by connecting a student with the material they need, all provided active by their teacher. It is a digital solution to bridge the gap between a student and education. तो मैम ये एक ऐप है और इस पे ये होगा कि इस पे मतलब स्टडी मटेरियल अपलोड कर दिया, जैसे कि आपका बुक्स रहेंगे, नोट्स रहेंगे और PYQ रहेंगे। ऐसे कि जैसे मैं DU में हूँ, मैं सेकेंड ईयर में हूँ और मेरे को चाहिए फाइनेंशियल मैनेजमेंट के बुक्स, बस मेरे को अवेलेबल नहीं है। लाइब्रेरी में जाता हूँ तो मेरे को पुरानी बुक मिलती है, तो मैं क्या करूँ? तो मैं यहाँ पे जाऊँगा, यहाँ पे जाकर मैंने 5 पे 7 पे जो इसके फ़ी होगा वो पेमेंट करूँगा, उसके बाद मैं उस बुक का यूज कर सकता हूँ। तो गूगल पे आप जाइए तो मेरे को आप एक बुक ढूंढ के दिखा दीजिए, गूगल पे आपको नहीं मिलने वाले, सारे बुक नहीं मिलते। कोई
आप ये कह रहे हो कि मान लो मैं एक स्कूल टॉपर हूँ या मैं कॉलेज टॉपर हूँ और मेरे जो पर्सनलाइज्ड नोट्स हैं वो आप अपलोड करोगे?
नो मैम, नो।
तो क्या आप कहना
मैं
चाह रहे
बुक की बात करूँ मेरे रूप से, बुक्स
नहीं, बुक्स तो है, बट बुक्स की क्या एक्सक्लूसिविटी है? बुक्स की अगर आप एक I'm forgetting the name. There are lots of platforms and apps available. जहाँ पे
जैसे आपने के प्ले स्टोर पे बुक ऐप देखा हो, कुकू FM, उस पे आपको मिल जाएंगे बुक्स, बट आपको कॉलेज बुक तो नहीं मिलेंगे ना। मैं कॉलेज
ऑडियो बुक की ही मैं बात कर रही हूँ। I come from an audio platform. I am forgetting the name of that.
ऑडियो की बात
Your time is up.
बुक्स ऐप मतलब कॉलेज का बुक्स, जैसे मेरे को फाइनेंशियल मैनेजमेंट का बुक चाहिए, वो मैं कहाँ से लाऊंगा?
मिलता है आजकल, लॉ फर्म्स ने अपने बुक्स को अवेलेबल कर लिया है डिजिटली।
मैंने फाइनेंशियल मैनेजमेंट बुक ढूंढा, मेरे को टेलीग्राम पे मिल जाएंगे।
So what you are saying कि जहाँ पे नीड गैप है, उस नीड गैप की बुक्स आप अवेलेबल करवाओगे?
मैंने पूरा बुक अवेलेबल, बट जिसे जो नीड्स है ना वो पैसे मतलब बाई करेगा, मतलब और उसे क्या बोलते हैं सॉफ्ट कॉपी मिलेगा, मतलब एज ए PDF रहेंगे ऐप में।
ये जो कॉपीराइट है जिन्होंने पब्लिशर्स हैं या कुछ ऐसे, उस इशू को आप कैसे हैंडल करोगे?
इसी के लिए मैं उनसे चार्ज करूंगा, पैसे जो बाई करूंगा वो मैं उनको दूंगा जिनका वो बुक है, जितने बुक बाई होंगे।
So what you are saying is, जैसे हम रेडियो पे सिंपल मेरे को समझाना, बिकॉज मेरे को नहीं समझ आ रहा।
ओके मैम।
जैसे हम सिंपल एक गाना मान लो T सीरीज का है या शिमारू का है या मान लो किसी भी पर्टिकुलर लेबल का है, हम रेडियो पे चलाते हैं और हम उसको एक पर्टिकुलर अमाउंट देते हैं उस गाने की रॉयल्टी। तो आप यही कह रहे हो कि मैं एक प्लेटफॉर्म बनाऊंगा जहाँ पे जिसने बुक पढ़नी है वो 200 रुपये इनसे लिए और मैं उसको जो कॉपीराइट का पैसा है, मान लो तुम्हारे 50 रुपये में सॉर्ट आउट हुआ है कुछ ऐसे, और बाकी का मेरा पैसा, वो मॉडल है। ओके, वो मॉडल है उस तरह से, राइट। थैंक यू
वेलकम।
Next we have presentation from Pindu Prajapati. After that we have Soumya Chaturvedi. Please be ready with your presentations immediately after. After that we have Noor and then Riya Agarwal.
Hare Krishna ma'am, Hare Krishna guys.
आई एम पिंटू प्रजापति, फाउंडर एंड CEO ऑफ पना। यू नो, इंडिया में हर साल कितने सुसाइड होते हैं? 1.5 लाख प्लस। जब वर्ल्ड में वो नंबर देखा जाए तो वो 7.5 लाख से बड़ा है। हर साल 1 करोड़ से ज़्यादा लोग ये सोचते हैं कि हम सुसाइड करेंगे। रीज़न क्या है सुसाइड करने का? हम इतनी सारी प्रॉब्लम के साथ डील करते हैं। मेजॉरिटी 43% ऑफ इंडियंस फीलिंग लोनली, एंड उनको क्या चीज़ की नीड है? वो एडवाइस मांग, मतलब रिक्वेस्ट फॉर एडवाइस करते हैं। जब हमने सर्वे किया लास्ट स्केल पे, नेक्स्ट, तो 3 मेजर प्रॉब्लम हर एक व्यक्ति फेस करता है। अगर किसी गर्ल के साथ स्टॉकिंग या हैरेसमेंट होती है तो वो फर्स्ट, उसे ये नहीं पता कि इस पॉइंट पे एग्जैक्टली क्या करना है। सेकंड, वो शेयर नहीं कर पाती किसी से, पेरेंट्स से, क्योंकि रिस्ट्रिक्शन इंक्रीज हो जाते हैं। जब वो इशू हो जाता है ना, तो उसकी मेंटल हेल्थ 1-2 साल के लिए खराब हो जाती है। तो हम पन्ना पे वन स्टॉप सॉल्यूशन ला रहे हैं इस चीज़ के लिए। हम यहाँ पे बड़ी सर्विस प्रोवाइड कराते हैं। लाइक हम जो लोनली पर्सन फील करता है ना, उसको एक ऐसा पर्सन चाहिए जो हमारी बात सुन सके, समझ सके एंड एडवाइस कर सके। ये बड़ी जो होता है सारी कॉन्फिडेंशियल रखता है बात, एंड आपको गाइड करता है। अगर फिर भी कोई व्यक्ति ज़्यादा सीवियर केस है तो हम उसे अपने काउंसलर से कनेक्ट करते हैं, एंड एक हमारा एनोमस चैट प्लेटफॉर्म है। नेक्स्ट, तो पना मेजरली 4 सर्विस प्रोवाइड कराता है। एक एनोमस चैट प्लेटफॉर्म एंड बड़ी सर्विस जो एनोमस रहती है, आप ह्यूमन से कनेक्ट होते हो। एक AI बडी हम बना रहे हैं, एंड हमारे काउंसलिंग सेशन फॉर सीवियर केसेस। ये हमारी टीम है, एंड हमारी आज 4.5 लाख रुपए की है।
Your time is up.
मैम, हमारी USP क्या है? इंडिया के अंदर 400 प्लस कंपनीज है मेंटल हेल्थ की। सब काउंसलिंग पे फोकस कर रहे हैं, कोई बड़ी सर्विस पे फोकस नहीं कर रहा, ना कोई सेग्रीगेशन है। मतलब 2 कंपनी है पीयर सपोर्ट पे, जो US का कॉन्सेप्ट है, क्लैरिटी एंड सोलप, ठीक है। बट कोई सेग्रीगेट नहीं कर रहा। मैं आया हूँ, मेरे को काउंसलर के पास जाना चाहिए या बडी से कनेक्ट करना चाहिए? मेजॉरिटी पीपल लोनली फील करते हैं, वो काउंसलर को अफोर्ड नहीं कर सकते कि मैं अपनी बात शेयर करूँ। दे नीड अ पर्सन जिसने वो प्रॉब्लम फेस कर चुकी है।
वो कर मतलब करे हुए हैं।
मैम, जो वो सर्विस है, मनस्था करके कंपनी है, आप कहीं पे भी जाओगे वो दिखा देंगे आपको सुसाइड फील हो रहा है, वो कनेक्ट कर लो। बट दे आर काउंसलर, वी डोंट नीड काउंसलर, वी नीड अ पर्सन जो हमारी बात बस सुन सके।
मुझे लगता है, ये मेरा पर्सनल ओपिनियन हो सकता है, जो आपने ये स्टॉकिंग ऑफ गर्ल्स, अगर आप इसको एक सेंट्रिक बनाओ, अगर आप इसको बहुत बड़ा दायरा बनाओगे, उसमें ऑलरेडी है काउंसलर्स है, गवर्नमेंट कर रही है, लॉट्स ऑफ NGOs आर इन दिस थिंग ऑलरेडी। अगर आप इसको, जो ये आइडिया आपने जो दिया, आई मीन इट इज़ वेरी ब्यूटीफुल, बिकॉज गर्ल्स रियली, आपने बोला उनको फिर रिस्ट्रिक्शन लगती है, दे नीड समबडी टू टॉक टू, समबडी अननोन जो जज ना करे कोई ऐसा, इस तरह का फिर भी कोई नहीं है अवेलेबल, राइट। बट इफ यू विल से कि मेरे को जेनरिक उसमें जाना है, लोग लोनली फील कर रहे हैं, सो द जेन ज़ी इज फीलिंग लोनली इरिस्पेक्टिव, इवन बीइंग ऑन फोन एंड इवन गोइंग एवरी वीकेंड आउटिंग और गोइंग फॉर कॉफीज एंड ऑल, सो देयर एम्पल नंबर ऑफ प्लेटफॉर्म्स अवेलेबल फॉर दैट। आई एम सेइंग कि you have to sharpen your TG, तभी आपकी USP बन के आएगी। अदरवाइज you cannot be everything for everyone, because बहुत स्पेस में, उस स्पेस में बहुत लोग हैं ऑलरेडी।
मैम, हम पर्टिकुलरली वुमेन नहीं कहते, विक्टिम कहते हैं। विक्टिम में बॉयज भी आते हैं। जब सर्वे लिया था तो 100 में से 10 लड़कों के साथ भी यही प्रॉब्लम हो रही थी सेम।
आपको पता होगा शायद
100 में से 95 के साथ हुई होगी, सिर्फ बोला आपको उन्होंने होगा। सो इट्स व्हाट आई एम सेइंग इज विद एक्सपीरियंस की बड़ा वो है, आप उसके ऊपर
अब सेग्रीगेट करने का कह रहा हूँ।
दूसरा ये भी था कि बहुत सारे फ्रेंड्स क्लब बने हुए हैं ऑलरेडी, क्योंकि अब वो काउंसलर जैसा नहीं रह गया, फ्रेंड्स क्लब ऑलरेडी बने हुए हैं। उन फ्रेंड्स कैसे, यस
मैम, हमारा जो है ना, इंस्टेंट कनेक्ट कराते हैं। आप वेबसाइट पे आते हो, आप इंस्टेंट कनेक्ट करते हो। वो जो ग्रुप वाला पार्ट है, रूम्स वाला पार्ट है, उसमें 5-6 ग्रुप होते हैं। बट जो हमने सर्वे लिया, उन्हें एक पर्सन चाहिए।
उसमें सारे आपके जो भी बैकग्राउंड है, वो कौन लोग हैं जो कि काउंसलिंग करेंगे या जो बात करेंगे?
मैं बता रहा हूँ,
क्योंकि उसमें बहुत सारी यंग गर्ल्स आएंगे, उनके बहुत इशू है उसका। कॉन्फिडेंशियलिटी को कैसे आप करोगे? यस, क्योंकि फ़ोन नंबर अगर आपका किसी ने किया है, फ़ोन नंबर आपसे शेयर हो रहे हैं, और आपकी टीम में मान लीजिए आप लोग कुछ लोग हैं, लेकिन आप इसको पूरा ऑल ओवर इंडिया के लिए बनाओगे तो कैसे करोगे उसको?
नॉट ओनली फॉर गर्ल्स, मान लो अगर आप, मान लो हमारी बात से नहीं मान रहे, और अगर आप किसी, अगर मेरे, मान लो मैं किसी मेंटल इशू से जा रही हूँ, या मैं आई एम फीलिंग लोनली, आई एम फीलिंग लो, देयर इज सम इशू, आई कैन नॉट डिस्कस विद एनीबडी, यू नो, पीपल नोइंग मी और एनीथिंग लाइक दैट, राइट। बट अगर मैं आपसे बात कर रही हूँ, हाउ, so I have that, you will have to tackle all these issues at all क्योंकि actually we are guiding you also, so that you know you can sharpen your pitch. You know, so ये चीज़ें आपको इसमें handle करने में, idea is nice, it's already there. आने वाले time में mental health के space में बहुत opportunities हैं, बहुत startups अब बहुत अच्छा कर सकते हैं, but आपकी USP क्या है, आपको उसके ऊपर काम करना, आपका way forward क्या है, आपको उसके ऊपर काम करना है, ma'am will agree, and you know थोड़ा confidentiality ये सब चीज़ें आपको help करना चाहिए. Right. Thank you. आपने 1 मिनट, मैम ने कुछ पूछना. हाँ, thank you. I forgot उनका नाम क्या था. पना तो मुझे पता है, but
Pindu Prajapati, ma'am. Yes. Next we have Soumya Chaturvedi.
Yes, ma'am. Right. Am I audible like this? Hello? Hello? Am I audible like this? Great. हाँ. अच्छा. Is this audible? Okay. So my name is Soumya and I'm the founder of Minash. Minash is a luxury D2C perfume brand. Could we go to the next slide, please? We essentially focus on combining craftsmanship with sustainability and luxury. The current fragrance market is a little flooded with generic scents that are produced largely synthetically without the credit getting attributed to the farmers. India, as we know, is one of the largest exporters of essential oils, yet all the big brands do not necessarily credit the farmers of India, which are operating on a large scale, but in small villages, say in Uttar Pradesh or in south of Kerala or areas like that. I'm trying to build a brand which is rooted in authenticity of Indian scents and building luxury scents out of it. Indian luxury market is at this point growing with a compound annual growth rate of 15% per annum. And the designing and everything that we've sort of developed so far, I also have a product to show you guys, is focused largely on sustainability as well as I would just like to get a feedback, if on nothing else, than how it smells and stuff like that. I like the packaging. Thank you so much. These are 100% non-alcoholic fragrances. They do not contain any carcinogens whatsoever. We have this is jasmine. The other fragrances that I had with me, I already sold them out in the exhibition outside. Otherwise, I would have shown you those as well.
You're targeting
affordable luxury, to be precise, because the aspiration of the consumer. So my target market is people between 18 to 35, which is also the aspirational section of the population. For instance, the people who have spending capacity as well as a huge aspiration towards luxurious goods.
You are manufacturing this in-house?
So we are getting the essential oils from farmers, and then I'm formulating them into perfumes in-house so far. But we are also in touch with manufacturing chains, so we will be, once we have a larger section of orders. We already have over 100 pre-orders as of this date. But once we scale it, we are already in touch with third-party manufacturers for that. Right now, to this date, whatever's been invested has been from my end, as in it's bootstrapped. But we are currently pre-incubated at Udmodaya Foundation, which is the startup ecosystem of University of Delhi.
So how do you want to proceed with taking it forward in terms of, because what is the costing? You said of luxury with affordability.
Yes.
And your target audience is very clear, which I'm very happy, you know.
Yes.
But, how do you want to take it to the masses when there is so much of option available?
Understood, understood. One, we already have a website. It's called www.minash.com. You all can visit at any time. But it should be live by tonight, I'm hoping. But the idea is to be able to market it on social media in the sense that building a Founders Connect, I heard you only tell people before that building a connection with the audience and with your market is very, very important. I already have an Instagram page. We launched 15 days ago and we already reached 20,000 profiles in 1 week. That's not the number of followers, that's the number of reach that we got. And beyond that, we have had distinguished marketing campaigns in head in the sense that how to compete with, say, the existing existing competition.
Soumya, who are your competitors?
As of this date, one of the biggest competitors in the market is Bella Vita. Then there are emerging brands called...
Bella Vita is organic, fully
no,
organic.
No, they're not. So that is again an
indirect
upper hand that we
competitor.
have. There is no perfume brand that will claim to be 100% organic. Even we do not...
Unless you go to Srinagar and they give you these kind of perfumes and,
right.
made of
So
kesar
another aspect
and
that
all,
I
they
missed
do it
in my
in-house.
pitch
Yeah,
was that
Vrindavan
we
also you'll get.
Yes, so I belong to Vrindavan. I'm from there, and my family has been into the B2B business of this for more than 35 years. So the idea, I've got it from there itself.
You are at revenue generation?
I have just started selling out products. Before this, I do not have the stock of inventory. I just had, say, now, as of today, I am in revenue generation stage.
This is very nice.
Thank you so much. You could also buy it. I was selling outside from the store.
No, we will.
For sure.
Okay, Soumya,
Yes,
this is fully organic.
These are organic, 100% organic, because they are oil-based, right? But we also have non-oil-based products, which are not 100% organic, but they're 100% alcohol-free, which no perfume is, right? No perfumes are alcohol-free.
Okay, you share your number with me?
Yes, ma'am.
Huh?
That, definitely. Thank you so much, ma'am.
Thank you. Very nice.
Next, we have Noor.
Good evening, judges. Good evening, everyone. My name is Noor. I'm a Miranda House graduate, and currently I'm pursuing MBA Entrepreneurship from Amity Business School. So the name of my brand is Kimmy Jewels. It is a brand that is created to solve a major gap in the market, in the artificial jewelry market of India. So what is the problem? Customers struggle to find high-quality, timeless artificial jewelry with meaning and a good storytelling. Most options are low quality and lack emotional value. Here is what, we come in. And it would be a vintage-inspired artificial jewelry collection. Each piece would have its own story, and each piece would be inspired by different eras, like Victorian era, Edwardian era. So it would be a piece of history in a way. If I talk about the sustainability, I would be using 100% biodegradable materials made with recyclable paper, and as well as I would be also adopting a scheme in which my customers can give me their already used jewelry, and I can make out something innovative with that. I've also done some market research, and this is my fund allocation. You can have a look. If I talk about my sustainability, I would be introducing plantable tags in which they can use our tags to plant, and yeah. So market and growth potential. The projection, the first year revenue projection would be 6.5 lakhs, and 40% of profit, there would be a 40% profit margin. We're ready to scale quickly, And Kimmy Jewels is not only about, wearing stylish and trendy jewelry. It would also be good for the planet. Thank you. Firstly, ma'am, I would be using the strategy of storytelling, which my competitors are not doing. They are doing aggressive selling. As we see, there's no emotional connectivity when it comes to jewelry, artificial jewelry. They're just making mindless reels on Instagram. There's no actual connect with the customers. I'm going to leverage on that. And secondly, I'm also going to work on jewelry for men, which they do not find easily at affordable prices. So I would be introducing pocket watches as well, which has a good market. I've done my research as well. Thank you so much.
Next, we have Riya Agarwal. After that, I have a question. Do we have Bhumika here? No. Keshav? No. And we have then Vishal. No. Haan, ma'am. We have Pankuri Mittal next. After that, Pankuri Mittal. And in the list, there is a Prayas, Hema, Palak, Vishal, Sahitya.
And I just request that please look at the PPT because that will give you a better answer.
Hello. Am I audible? Yes. Okay. Riding Rangers is a leading customized same-day delivery service prioritizing sustainability in logistics. We utilize a B2B2C delivery model with electric vehicle solutions for our riders. Our master app aggregates orders from companies like Swiggy, Zomato, Rapido, etc., allowing for more efficient deliveries with fewer riders, effectively bridging the gap between supply and demand. We operate in major cities like Delhi, NCR, Mumbai, Bangalore, Chennai, Ahmedabad, and Pune, handling deliveries for over 90 kilometers. So here's the problem. 18% of the food is wasted during delivery. 60% of the businesses struggle to find reliable partners, and logistics contributes to 20% of the pollution in India. Additionally, multi-warehouse systems, because of short distance delivery ability, creates 26% of landfill waste. We have reduced food spillage by 90% with insulated bags and aim to minimize single-use packaging. Our long-distance deliveries have boosted client sales by over 30% and reduced the need for multiple warehouses, cutting CO2 emissions by up to 30%. Our customized delivery services save significant CO2, 5 kg daily from reduced packaging, 20 kg from pooled orders, 500 kgs from master apps and EVs, and 60 kg per client from less warehousing. In total, this equates to the carbon sequestration of 765 trees in a year, achieving in just one day. Our extensive app and dashboard enhance convenience for businesses and riders and give us a competitive advantage. Our major clients involve KFC, Fawns and Petals, Puma, Lalpa Labs, Zomato, etc. We have generated a revenue of 20.5 lakhs in just December 24, and in this financial year, we have clocked 1.5 crores of revenue with 500 plus successful orders every day, and we are profitable with a gross margin of 35%. We are just aiming to create a sector which is profitable for us, clients, riders, and also the environment. Thank you. And also, we are currently incubated under Udmode Foundation. We are funded by them also. So in initial, like if I talk about March 2024, we were doing only 5 to 6 lakhs of revenue per month. And last month only we did 20 lakhs. I graduated in 2023, ma'am, but we started this when I just completed my boards, because that was the middle lockdown. So at that time, we didn't started it as a business. We just started to help deliver food for COVID patients, oxygen cylinders, PP kits, medicines, etc. But we actually understood that there is a major gap for businesses. There are a lot of apps for consumers. Okay, if I want something, I can order that, this. But for businesses, still for same-day delivery services, there is a major gap, and that we are filling. Because every time if you think, even if I talk about sustainability, you'll think that it might be expensive. But no, we have cut the costs of our clients. We have increased the salaries of our riders because they are doing multiple orders from multiple companies. So they have the opportunity to earn more, and that is why we are also profitable. That is what we are doing, ma'am.
So when you say that your riders are taking multiple orders, are you allowing them, they're not your employees, they are also on a consultant role, or maybe, how does this model work?
They're not gig workers, they're on a fixed salary model. But what exactly we do is, we tie up with multiple companies. We ensure that rider delivers in a certain route. Let's say he has a pickup from A location, he has deliveries up till B, C and D. So in between, in any other companies gets an order of that same route itself. So rider picks up from one bakery, then pick up from another bakery.
And the profit goes to you?
Yeah, the profit
okay.
goes to us.
Rider has a fixed salary, a base salary is there.
What she said, that is why I'm asking this. She said then they can do multiple work with other companies also. Right. So I wanted to understand the profit, the business model basically.
Yes, exactly. So we earn profit because of pooling, but that's why we are able to pay more to the riders. Like their fixed salaries are approximately 25,000. But if you look at an average delivery guy, he earns approximately 15 to 18,000. So that's why we are able to make our supply very strong. And that is why we are getting clients and supply. So we are just connecting.
What is the worth of your assets presently?
Pardon, ma'am?
The assets which you have, with the
ma'am, it's an asset-less model because we don't have our own bikes. It's the rider's bike directly. So it's an asset-less model. Yeah, that's it. Yes, that's it. Yes.
Yeah. So what she wants to ask is, carbon emission ke liye aapne baat ki, that carbon emission ke liye you are working for it. But if the riders are having their own bikes, are you ensuring that they are electrical vehicles, or how are you?
As I said, ma'am, in my description, what we are doing is we are helping them to rent an EV and also giving them the work. So here also we are catering to supply and demand both. Riders क्यों जाके EV लेंगे खुद से जब तक कंपनी नहीं प्रोवाइड कर रही, तो हम उनको बोल रहे हैं अगर आप यहाँ से EV दे रहे हो तो आपको बेटर सैलरी मिल रही है, हम आपको काम भी दे रहे हैं, तो आपकी वो कॉस्ट निकल जाएगी रोज एंड आपको प्रॉफिटेबिलिटी ज्यादा होगी. So that is what we are doing.
We are helping at both the ends, supply and demand.
And earning good revenue, it's a good model.
Yes,
yeah,
yes.
so it's a good model.
And even we are saving in packaging costs also. If like we have our insulated bag, so then you don't have to, put a lot of plastic wrappings, plastic labels, nothing is required. Like we have some clients who give organic vegetables, so they just give us in a jute bag and we return to them the next day.
Yeah, nice model. Thank you.
Thank you so
All
much.
the best, huh? Nice.
Thank you.
Next, we have Pankuri Mittal.
In today's world, the increasing consumption of paper products continues to pose a significant environment challenge. Despite the growing awareness of sustainability, a large portion of paper waste still lands up in the landfills. The traditional paper manufacturing process demands excessive energy, water, raw materials, and other resources, further straining the environment. This scenario presents a critical need for an innovative, comprehensive idea. And here we are with MH EcoProds. The goal is not only to divert waste from landfills, but also reduce the overall environmental footprint of paper production consumption. So these are our eco-souvenirs like bookmarks, paper bags that we will produce in our college campus only in Miranda House.
MH EcoProds works in a competitive paper recycling market with many big companies and startups. Our first goal are building partnerships, increasing production, and setting up a modern recycling facility. By recycling 4 to 5 kg of paper daily, producing 6 to 7 kg of pulp, and using grey water systems, we minimize waste and water usage. Our non-bleached paper production reduces chemicals, and we continuously improve paper quality and brightness. As we expand near university levels, our aim is to deliver high quality, sustainable paper with promoting environmentally responsibility and a culture of sustainability.
Your time is up.
Ma'am, you can have a look on the products.
Explain about your GTM.
Sorry, ma'am.
Go to market. What is your go to market strategy?
Like, ma'am, we will majorly focus on the workshops and events that happen in the college. Like, we put out the stalls in these events, and we have the major consumer market from the students only.
What you are looking in coming future?
We want to scale up this initiative. Like, currently we are focusing on the college premises in Miranda House. Now we will want to do more outreach programs and more community engagements, like focusing on the outside the university area. Like, we want to collaborate with the NGOs and the local schools to adopt this sustainability and innovation idea.
Also, we want to launch our online website to scale our production.
So right now your college is providing you maximum support, hai na? But when you go in the market, when you graduate from college, you are on your own. From where do you want to source your the raw material? Where will you have your factory outlet, or wherever you want to do the production of the thing? How will you do the selling? Do you have a plan at place for that? Because market में बहुत है ये. It's not new कि corporate का calendar, recycled diaries, all those things, bookmarks, files, everything is already there, right? So do you have a plan at place for that? Because right now maybe with a protective environment you're doing very well, for example. But have you thought of all those hindrances which you may face in future, which will be a hindrance in your making it a bigger thing?
Currently, we are producing it in the college campus only with targeting consumer is our college students only. But then we are हमने सोचा है कि जैसे raw materials अभी हमारा सिर्फ college से आता है और अभी students का जो जैसे previous semester की जो books होती हैं वो सब होते हैं, that raw material we are not getting to produce these recycled papers. So we are just now we have हमने अभी सिर्फ ये सोचा है कि हम सिर्फ इसी को स्केल करेंगे इन द कॉलेज कैंपस.
यही मैं कह रही हूँ कि विजन, बिकॉज स्टार्टअप डज नॉट मीन कि कॉलेज के 2 साल चला या 1 साल चला. यू नो जो आपसे पहले आए हैं, दे हैव स्टार्टेड अप एंड दे आर एक्चुअली इन द मार्केट, irrespective of doing whatever they are doing or studies and all. So you have to have a plan and vision at place. It cannot be a 1 month, a 1 year, 2 year or 3 year plan. It has to be a lifelong plan if you really want to grow big. So I feel कि ये actually because competition is so much there, वही मैम कह रहे हैं, बहुत लोग कर रहे हैं.
Thank you, ma'am.
Next, we have Jasleen Kaur. She's number 7 on the list, ma'am. She earlier had a technical issue, that is why. Jasleen Kaur. Yes, ma'am.
Good evening, everyone. Good evening, everyone. Good evening, everyone. My name is Jasleen Kaur Mani. Today, I am going to talk about something that has transformed our whole world and made our lives easier. Yes, the artificial intelligence, what we generally call the AI, is the simulation of human intelligence in the machines. It's fascinating how AI has evolved from a simple rule-based systems to advanced machine learning techniques that we use today. AI operates primarily through the machine learning, where the machine learns from the data. Deep learning is something which is an advanced form of machine learning, which actually use the neural networks, which is inspired by our brains, allowing machines to analyze the complex patterns. AI is revolutionary in various industries. For example, healthcare sectors. It helps in diagnosing diseases. In finance sector, it helps in detecting frauds and automated trading. And in education sector, it helps in personalized learning platforms. AI boosts efficiency by repetitive by automating repetitive tasks, improving decision making with the help with data analysis.
Sorry, excuse me, you're telling us about AI?
Yes.
That can't be your, project. That is.
No. What I am doing is that, what I will do is,
Your time is up.
prepare a website from my side. And then I will put content there so that people can learn about the AI and the technical aspects that is present in the world.
Already there are lots of packages from where you can learn how to operate
But I
it.
will provide at the minimal cost, na? So because there are some of the websites who are actually costing it. No, I'm not a AI certified. I'm actually studying AI in my colleges. So that means you are not in that
Hello. So what I'm saying is that you, as an expert on AI, you are not an expert on AI. Somebody is teaching you, that means that person is the expert. Okay. So why will I, as a consumer, pay you right now to learn AI from you?
Sure. What I am doing is, I am actually a learning person, but I am learning from so many sources. So what I will do is, I will collapse those so many sources in one platform and try to मेरा जो रहेगा वो मैं एकदम simple language में एक easy.
So that is your USP, you mean? कि easy way में जो मैं सीख रही हूँ वो मैं लोगों को सिखाऊंगी.
Yes.
Okay. And you will charge for that also? Or you will go for YouTube likes or,
No, at a minimal cost.
Okay. Right. Thank you, beta. All the best. AI is the future. It's a very good idea, but refine थोड़ा सा करना पड़ेगा आपको, है ना? Yeah, thank you.
Thank you.
Next, we have Vishal. After that, we'll have Prayas.
Should I start? So, hello judges. और कितनी बार आपके साथ हुआ है जब आप Amazon या Flipkart से कोई ऑर्डर परचेस कर रहे हो या ऑर्डर करने वाले हो, बट ड्यू टू अनअवेलेबिलिटी ऑफ डिलीवरी डेट्स आपने वो ऑर्डर स्किप कर दिया और ऑफलाइन मार्केट से जाके वो ऑर्डर आप परचेस करके आए हो. आई डोंट नो अबाउट योर्स, बट मेरे साथ ये काफ़ी बार हुआ है. सो आई हैव कम अप विथ एन आइडिया, a drone that can deliver its product on its own. Sorry, I'm an introvert, so ये मेरा first time stage है तो थोड़ी वो इसी है. So what Parth is trying to do is to solve delivery challenges which is faced by many companies. last minute delivery services is booming all around the world, not only in India. So Parth will ensure fast delivery within 12 to 15 kilometers of range with top speed of 50 kilometers per hour, and the payload capacity will be 5 kg, and the battery life will be 45 to 60 minutes within a single charge. Or what makes Parth different from other drone delivery services is that कि ये पूरी तरीके से autonomously काम करेगा. Like इसमें
Time's
कोई
up.
भी
इसका नाम just asking out of the box ऐसे ही पार्थ क्यों है और सारथी क्यों नहीं है? Because you know सारथी is somebody who will enable and Parth is a follower.
Parth in Mahabharata, Sri Krishna calls Arjun Parth. तो उसका मतलब है कि पार्थ का मतलब कि the one who follows the right path. इसलिए
आप ये ड्रोन कहीं से सोर्स करेंगे?
नहीं मैम, ये टेक्नोलॉजी खुद से डेवलप करने के लिए
ड्रोन तो लेंगे, उसमें कोई चिप डालेंगे या कोई टेक्नोलॉजी इनबिल्ट करेंगे?
मैम इसके लिए पूरी तरीके से AI इंटीग्रेटेड टेक्नोलॉजी डेवलप करनी पड़ेगी. और
तो
उसके
वो
लिए
हार्डवेयर होगा या सॉफ्टवेयर या दोनों का कॉम्बिनेशन?
मैम बोथ.
तो उस पर कितना काम कर चुके हैं?
मैम अभी तो ये आइडिएशन स्टेज पे है. मेरे पास कई इंटरनेशनल फ्रेंड्स हैं MIT के, उन लोगों से मेरी डिस्कशन हुई थी और कई उनमें से कंप्यूटर साइंस परस्यू कर रहे हैं. तो
अभी स्टार्ट कुछ नहीं किया है, सब कुछ वर्बल है?
कोडिंग के कुछ स्टेजेस कंप्लीट हो चुके हैं, बट स्टिल अभी भी आइडिएशन स्टेज पे ही है.
ओके,
Thank you.
Next presentation, we have Prayas.
Good evening, panel and everybody else present over here. Today, I and my teammate will represent our company, which is iGogo Avionics Private Limited and Diksha. And majorly our product, which is Nirikshak. Now, what you see here is an ECG, unlike the ones you see in a hospital, which is a large setup. Now, this ECG is a multi-para tele-ECG. As the name suggests, this device is a multi-para tele-ECG. Unlike your conventional ECG, the last setup that you see in a hospital, it is a multiple parameter, which is it is able to measure your temperature, your blood pressure, your oxygen concentration in the blood, and other parameters, unlike the conventional ECG, which only measures and gives your electrocardiogram. Now, how it is more beneficial from the conventional ECG is that it is much cheaper, user-friendly, it gives the real-time report, and it can be directly purchased by the patients and can be set up by their own at their home. Now, if we talk about the credibility of...
No, this is your own product.
Yes, ma'am.
Where have you manufactured it?
Ma'am, we are currently incubated at University of Delhi under Udmodya Foundation.
Under?
Udmodya Foundation. So if we talk about the credibility of our product, we have installed it in our collaborated hospitals like Metropolis and Apollo. And apart from that, we have also installed it at Embassy of Vietnam right now.
So you already, what is the feedback from Apollo? And see, when you say, I mean, I wanted to ask you, when you say individual can operate, एक जगह लिखा था ना कि individual can also take it forward and all. So then why hospitals are you supplying it to? Just for testing purpose or okay.
Seeing that how much accurate our device is, that's why
So
It's not already available otherwise also? Yours is the first one?
Yes, ma'am. It is a multi-para tele-ECG and it is also recognized by Startup India BSc, that is Department of Science and Technology.
इस तरीके के डिवाइस बहुत सारी ऑर्गेनाइजेशंस जो हैं हेल्थ ऑर्गेनाइजेशंस अपने मोबाइल हेल्थ में रखती हैं.
Ma'am, but that is not the ECG one. Like we have attachments.
The portable ECG is there, ना?
रहता
हाँ,
है,
हाँ,
सारे
हाँ,
रहते हैं
हाँ.
और अभी आप प्लीज़ इसको चेक करिए. गुड़गांव की बहुत सारी कंपनीज जो हैं हेल्थ केयर में बहुत सारे इक्विपमेंट्स ला रही हैं, तो एक बार प्लीज़ आप उसको चेक करिए.
But I think so. This is a, but it is a.
It's part of the.
Yeah. So it's like घर पे BP की मशीन जैसे लोगों ने रखी है handy and all, तो उस तरह से.
Yes, ma'am. We have developed an app for it.
आप लोग प्लीज़ चेक करिए क्योंकि बहुत सारी हेल्थ केयर में गुड़गांव की कंपनीज ऑलरेडी सॉफ्टवेयर्स बहुत सारे डेवलप कर रही हैं और एनजीओज उसको यूज़ कर रहे हैं क्योंकि वो लो कॉस्ट है और कम्युनिटी के लोगों के लिए.
इसकी कॉस्ट क्या रखी है हमने?
Ma'am, it's 45 to 60K, 45K, and if you look at the conventional ECG, it's in lakhs. Also, this product isn't working from 4 to 5 years.
पर मुझे एक बात बताओ, अगर मुझे ECG कराना है, इवन अगर मैं मान लो महीने में एक बार करा रही हूँ या जनरली 3-4 महीने में एक बार करा रही हूँ, मैं अपने घर में एक डिवाइस रख रही हूँ जो कि 45 to 60,000 की मुझे पड़ रही है. आई एम टॉकिंग अबाउट क्लियर बिजनेस. Rather than going and getting my ECG done for say a 1,500 or a 2,000, so why will I?
Ma'am, we also issue it on subscription basis.
On rental?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So वो तो फिर even otherwise it is happening, you know, people are coming home and doing the ECG. तो
मतलब you'll have to think about अगर आपने इसको sellable बनाना और बड़ा बनाना है, so yeah.
मैम जो ये मैम ये हॉस्पिटल्स के लिए जो हम होम के लिए है वो छोटा डिवाइस है मैम, वो आपको इतना कॉस्टली नहीं पड़ेगा.
तो फिर उसमें ECG भी होगा? Sorry.
बस ये मैम इसमें ज़्यादा फंक्शनलिटी है थोड़ी सी जो हॉस्पिटल में हम यूज़ करते हैं. इसमें
और वो डिवाइस की क्या कॉस्ट होगी इंडिविजुअल? सी हॉस्पिटल के पास तो उनकी मर्जी है, उसने चार्ज हमसे मान लो 2500 या 1500 ही करना है हॉस्पिटल ने एक ECG के लिए, है ना?
कि आपका अगर डॉक्टर मैम आपका हॉस्पिटल में अवेलेबल नहीं है तो सिंपल नर्स ने चेक किया और इसका जो सारा डेटा है वो डॉक्टर के पास ऑटोमेटिक उसके ऐप पे पहुंच जाएगा.
सो वो हॉस्पिटल्स की बात हम कर रहे हैं. व्हाट आई एम सेइंग इज कि आपका जो मॉडल है वो एक अगर इंडिविजुअल मॉडल पे जाता है तो मुझे लगता है कि ज़्यादा बेटर है, बिकॉज पर उसके कॉस्टिंग यू विल हैव टू वो दैट इज़ फॉर 10,000. सो इवन इफ योर फैमिली ऑफ से 4-5 पीपल आर देयर, सो इट राइट. थैंक यू. नाइस. थैंक यू.
इसमें कंज्यूमेबल्स क्या लगते हैं? कंज्यूमेबल्स की कॉस्ट? कंज्यूमेबल्स की कॉस्ट 20,000. बट ओके 20,000 पर. So yearly, you know, to let's say इसमें the read, you know, only the battery cost is there?
No ma'am, there is a sensors in the device.
There is? Sensor. So that you have to replace it?
No ma'am, mostly तो मैम ये durable मैम होते हैं mostly time पे.
Okay.
So your प्रयास and दीक्षा ना? Okay.
Next we have Kavendra Singh.
My name is Govindra Singh and I am doing BTech Electronics Communication from University of Delhi. My startup name is Pindem and I am the founder of Pindem. My startup is a digital platform which provides all the printing and designing services in a one platform. And my industry belongs to printing and designing.
Can we please have some silence? हमें नहीं सुनाई दे रहा. Thank you.
So we provide a platform. So which types of problem we see? I am a student and one time I will need one page of printout. But I go to the shop and I wait 30 minutes. Then I got a one page of printout. So I see the problems, and then we develop a platform. In a prototype stage, we have a website, and I take in the many orders. So first we see the problems, inconvenience of physical visit. The students are go to the printing shops and then I take a time. And quality and pricing. And we also deal with the manufacturers. So someone who needs to a paper in a low MQ, but he go to a stationery shop, but the stationery shop price is so high. I am taking only one example. If you want to need a one rim, then 500 pages. Let's you want to go to the stationery stationery shop, you got 250 rupees. But I got it from manufacturers, it's directly 160 rupees. So that's the reason I provide some many services in a one platform. Designing, printing, photo. Currently I provide services.
आसान शब्दों में हमें समझा दो, हाँ सिंपल में, हाँ कैसे कैसे प्रिंटिंग करना है मुझे अगर, तो देवेंद्र कैसे मुझे हेल्प करेंगे?
My model is just same as a Zomato. As a Zomato is connected. Blinkit is also present, but I am different from Blinkit. Blinkit have a own stores, but I connect all the local printing shops. In our starting phase, we have 10 local printing shops in our platform, and I give the affordable price to all the students. We are providing all printing, designing, handling, and more services also. Just
जैसे एक हो गया प्रोजेक्ट्स आपको बड़े बड़े मिलते हैं तो 200 पेज 500 पेज मुझे चाहिए, ठीक है, उसके लिए टाइम होगा मेरे पास, लेकिन प्रिंटिंग की जनरली जो नीड है वो आधार प्रिंट कराना है, मुझे पासबुक की कॉपी चाहिए, जनरली जो अगर सो आई यू व्हाट इज योर टारगेट ऑडियंस फॉर दिस? स्टूडेंट्स जो एंड देयर प्रोजेक्ट्स या जो थीसिस लिख रहे हैं या कुछ ऐसे जिनका पढ़ा, ओके.
And when we also provides the notes, I'm saying a simple language. I'm a student. One time I go to the MEDG coaching with my friends, and I asked what is the price of your course? He said the 18,000, but I'm not affordable to take it. Then I go to the another shop which is near to the MEDG coaching. Then he say, if you want to need a soft copy, then you want to get 100 rupees per book. So then we get 3 books and we give the 300 rupees for only a short copy. So my aim in a future, we provide all the things in our platform and in a hard copy. Our prices is reasonable prices. If you want to need a 500 pages print, then you will only pay the 250 rupees. That's my aim.
आप कॉपीराइट का मतलब कैसे, उसका एक तरह से जैसे पायरेटेड वर्जन होता है मूवीज का, वो डाल देते हो आप कहीं पे, तो इट्स बेसिकली जो right, okay. But you have to be careful on what you are printing and all, right. Thank you.
And we also provide for designing a web RTC technology.
हाँ तो वो देव प्रिंट में तो सभी होगा ना, प्रिंटेबल, फिर तो मैरिज कार्ड्स पे भी आ जाओगे आप या कुछ ऐसे करके, एवरीथिंग इनविटेशंस एंड ऑल. But okay, all the best to you. Thank you. Thank you.
Now we want to the last and final presentation by Harsh. Harsh. 42 on the list.
It's good to see you guys are still so enthusiastic. So, I can start my time now? Okay, so I'll tell you guys a story, right? I started presenting for the first time 5 years ago, and I was just giving a presentation in my class. What happened was I had this beautiful idea, but the problem was the beautiful idea was only in my head, and the audience could never understand it. And so my first presentation went horribly wrong. And so the cycle continued for 3 more years. It was horrible, horrible, and horrible again. What I was missing here was a key question that good speakers need to implement in their presentations. What my audience actually wants to listen to. And this is something that many speakers fail to understand, but the ones that have figured this out, the good speakers, also need more information about their audience. And they seldom get that. So this is my solution to us. I call it, okay, the next one as well. Okay, I call it the value speaker. And it's great because this person says it's great. The value speaker is nothing. It gives you information about your, about the person that the audience that you're going to speak to. So it's a website. And actually, I'm going to skip the how because I have only 90 seconds. Somebody's going to ask me that for sure. And so the idea is don't let the great ideas that you have in your head die just because you can't communicate well. Understand at what level the other person wants to listen to it and be one with the audience because it's really bad if great ideas die just because you couldn't say yes or you couldn't explain to them why it worked. Okay, yeah, you can ask me how now.
You're the audience.
Yes, I hope you understood what I was trying to get across.
We are your audience, you know.
Yes.
So are you, what are you targeting? I mean, whom are you targeting? So are you targeting, so I'll give you options so that it's easier for you to understand and answer. Are you targeting people who represent or who present their papers on a big forum? Okay. Are you targeting comedians who need to know their audience? A mix of that, because events based, are you targeting, which will involve, of course, artists? Are you targeting youngsters who are, you know, budding speakers, or, you know, they will be getting into a forum where they have to talk and represent their ideas like that? Whom are you targeting? Because otherwise it is very vague. Yeah. It's more or less also in the line of getting confidence, personality, yeah.
So, to be blunt, rich people. Why rich people, I will explain it to you. When artists, stand-up comedians, and other people that you've told us about, when they present for themselves. It's not as much for the audience. When rich people present, I just put it bluntly, and I realized I made a mistake putting it so bluntly. But when rich people present, they have no ulterior motive to present. They actually just want to give you value, right? So only them, for them to understand, because if you're presenting to a millionaire how to start your first company, it's useless. Or if you're presenting to an audience of broke students how to actually make billion-dollar decisions, it's still useless. They might be able to use it, but not right now, right? So I'm targeting the people who want to help the audience. And so that's a very niche category of people who only want to give value and don't care about what they're saying or what they're portraying out.
I've still not understood your model of operation. How do you want to proceed with it?
Attending Reliance meeting and Mr. Dhirubhai Ambani is there. So what will you do?
So what he will do, not what I will do.
Naturally, you're the
You have to,
audience,
see,
targeting the audience.
what ma'am is saying, you said that you want to, I'll not use rich, but niche people. Niche people have already all the resources. Why will they come to a Harsh to, you know, understand how to understand my listener?
It's a platform, and that's why I thought one of you would ask how. And so you see all of how stand-up comedians work. They do a lot of shows before, and they get some laughs in the middle, and the last show, the best show, is the amalgamation of all the laughs that they got from the audience. This is what I want to put on the platform. Okay, so from YouTube, we already understand the reactions of audiences to different topics, right? So we'll take Dhirubhai Ambani. He wanted to speak on entrepreneurship. So my platform goes through all of this stuff on YouTube, on social media platforms for entrepreneurship and what people like and what reading level, what grade level they actually understood it at, what got them the value from. So that's what my platform does.
No, Harsh, I'll tell you. For leaders, people in leadership roles like me, there are already very highly qualified motivational coaches or senior leadership ex-CEOs of various organizations who will work on your leadership skills, okay? If which includes also presentation, what you want to do. Now coming to audience, there are lots of data. If you go to a Book My Show and you say, I want a data, they give you a data. I want to do an event and I want to see for a Nilesh Mishra storytelling in the past, how many, what is the target audience, what is the analytics for that, how many people have booked, what is their age group and everything like that. So you understand your audience through that data also, which is available. What is that USP? See, idea is very brilliant idea. It's a unique idea. It's a good concept. Like, what is the USP that people will come to your platform of that stature and will learn from you? When they already have in-house, you know, they will have lots of, I mean,
I understand.
yeah.
In our conversation right now, it came to me that I'm targeting the wrong people. It should actually be for people who can't afford coaches or people who can't afford speakers to come to train them.
Then only they'll pay you.
Yes.
I mean, somebody who is already there, वो इतने बड़े-बड़े लोगों को जानता है, वो उसको एक phone करेगा यार आके किसी को भेज दे.
Yeah.
You know, so that is.
In our conversation together, I figured it out. I'm really sorry. Okay?
Just
Thanks.
think about it. All the best. It's a good idea.
Sorry guys, bye.
Take the mic.
नीचे रख दो गिरेगा हाँ गिरेगा.
So that was the final presentation. Now we'll be announcing the results soon.
You will have to give us some time.
Yes, yes.
So we'll switch off.
Next, I call upon Dr. Somdata Sinha Roy to kindly give us a report of the day, and immediately after that, we'll be announcing the results.
Hello. Good evening, everyone. And as we are waiting for the result, I'm going to read out the vote of thanks and the report for today. As we come to the conclusion of today's inspiring and insightful event, Youth Leadership in Public-Private Partnerships, Driving India's Economic and Security Agendas, I stand here with immense gratitude and pride to deliver the vote of thanks on behalf of Miranda House, University of Delhi. This event has been a true celebration of ideas, innovation, and collaboration, and it would not have been possible without the contributions of many remarkable individuals and organizations. First and foremost, I would like to express my deepest thanks to Mrs. Meeta Rajiv Lochan, Secretary, Department of Youth Affairs, Ministry of Youth Affairs and Sports, Government of India, for gracing us with her presence as our chief guest. Her insightful remarks on the role of youth in shaping India's future have inspired us all to work with greater dedication and vision. A special thanks to Lieutenant General Suresh Sharma, AVSM, PVSM, retired, advisor, GCTC, for sharing his expertise on security strategies and the critical role of public-private partnerships play in addressing these challenges. Your experience and wisdom have added immense value to today's discussions. We are profoundly grateful to Dr. Subi Chaturvedi, SVP and Chief Corporate Affairs and Public Policy Officer at InMobi, for her thought-provoking session on youth leadership and sustainability. Her dynamic presentation was a masterclass in itself, sparkling important conversations about innovation and responsibility. Our heartfelt thanks go to Renu Shah, founder of STEP Incubation Program and co-founder of Nurse Edge, for a special address. Her journey as a social impact leader and education innovator was both inspiring and aspirational for all of us here today. I extend my gratitude to Yogesh, founder of Sensible, and Prasoon Sharma, founder of Pradivya Software Private Limited, for presenting their groundbreaking case studies. From revolutionizing the lives of the visually disabled through AI to highlighting the importance of Indian languages in the digital age, your work represents the future of inclusive and sustainable innovation. A special thanks to Ms. Prajna Kulshrestha, our moderator for the session, for ensuring an engaging and insightful discussion. Our panel discussion on challenges and opportunities in youth entrepreneurship was a true highlight of the day. We deeply thank Mr. Deepak Sar, Ms. Ramya Acharya, Ms. Vatsala Pathak for their valuable contributions and for sharing their expertise. A special thanks to Ms. Priyanka Das for moderating the panel with such skill and precision and making the session highly engaging and relevant. We also witnessed remarkable talent during the Innovate for Sustainability Idea competition, which showcased 12 exceptional startups from over 100 applications. Congratulations to all the participants for the innovative pitches and to our winners of the day, which will be announced later, for their outstanding ideas. We are grateful to our esteemed jury members who are still working very hard at the backstage. CA Neeru Abrol, Ms. Chetna Arora, Ms. Meenakshi Eloi, and Ms. Sulakshana Bramta for their thoughtful evaluation and guidance to these budding entrepreneurs. And I would really like to thank them for their critique and positive inputs that they have given to all our pitches. A heartfelt thank to you, to our dear principal, Professor Vijay Lakshmi Nanda, for her unwavering support and for gracing us with her warm welcome address, and your dedication to fostering an environment for learning and innovation is deeply appreciated. And events like this are a testament to your visionary leadership. Our thanks to Gitanjali and Mridang, the Indian Music and Dance Society of Miranda House, for your performances, which added a touch of grace and culture to today's event. Thank you for setting the tone with such beauty and harmony. We are deeply grateful to all our students, participants, volunteers for your active engagement and support throughout the day, to organizing committee and volunteers from Miranda House, and your hard work behind the scenes ensured seamless execution of this event. Each of you has played an integral role in making this program a success, and your efforts have not gone unnoticed. Lastly, I extend my gratitude to Department of Youth Affairs, Ministry of Youth Affairs and Sports, and Global Counter Terrorism Council, GCTC, and Miranda House for their collaboration in organizing such an impactful program. And as we conclude, which we'll do later after the announcement of the results, Let us carry forward the insights and inspirations gained today to drive actionable solutions for a brighter and more sustainable future for our nation. Thank you all. And after the results are announced and today's program concludes, we look forward to seeing you again in our future endeavors and hope we'll all have a wonderful evening.
Thank you, Dr. Roy, for the wonderful, warm, heartwarming vote of thanks. It is a pleasure for GCTC to be here at Miranda House today. We at GCTC would like to thank you for all the endeavors that you have put up for the successful implementation and conclusion of the program today, which is of course not a conclusion but just a beginning of the 8 sessions that we have across India. As a token of our respect and our thanks, we would like to felicitate Dr. Somdatta Sinha Roy and Dr. Ankita Medi. So if, ma'am, you could just come to the stage. I would like to also welcome Pranjana and Mr. Aditya Tikku to the stage to felicitate. Mr. Aditya Tikku, please come to the stage, please. Yes, yes, ma'am. Dr. Somdatta Sinha Roy. At the end, I would like to thank Miranda House and the administration of Miranda House for having us today. It was a pleasure knowing each and every one of us. It's also a very learning experience and that we have gained today with the interaction. Thank you so very much. Have a good evening for all of us.
We'll now be announcing the winners of the idea competition. Soon, give us a minute, and I invite Principal Vijayalakshmi Nanda ma'am to the stage to give the winners their prizes. Yes, ma'am. I also... Jury will be here.
request the judges. I request the judges. Thanks a lot, everyone, all the participants, all the guests. We really had a wonderful time. So the five winners for today's competitions are Abhilasha Yadav, Krati, Riya Agarwal, Rajshekhar Mishra, Ayush Shukla. So we'll be presenting the check. Huh? Dobara bol? I'll just repeat it again. Abhilasha Yadav, Krati, Riya Agarwal, Rajshekhar Mishra, Ayush Shukla. So all the five can come up. Humne naam, I think that they can say now. All the details they can say. We just come, please come here. Come, come, come. We have really, slogged along with you. You made you must be slogging for your presentation. But we did, when we were discussing and all, who's the fit one, and because all of you have done very well. I think when we were in college, we wouldn't have thought about like this, the way you have done it, So we were not that type of creative people, but you have done very well, so keep it up. Only thing is you have to brush it up, So, and you have to go, because this will be a competition where people from BRICS all over, the other countries will be coming. And it has to, it's not only in India or Delhi it should be working. It should be internationally, it is viable. If it is already available somewhere, so they will say, ki, Achha, nahi, everything is available on Google and YouTube, so they must have copied it. So you will have to make it very unique. You have already done it, but you will have to just brush it up and, let's say hone your more skills in it. But you really did very well, being young people, and really young entrepreneurs, future, generation for our country. So we are really looking forward to it. And I think all of us really had a very great time, and we were surprised also. Some of very good ideas were coming.
So also adding to what ma'am is saying, all those other people, while we all were deciding, there were few brilliant ideas, but they were at a very raw stage, and they were lacked in clarity of vision, where we want to lead this idea to. So the ideas were all very good. The only thing is how you want to do it, how you want to lead it to success, that vision has to be included.
Sorry.
That is our suggestion.
अब हो गया जो बोलना था. Thank you. Anything you want to say?
All the very best to all the participants.
So all of you, please, you also say a few words.
Yeah, I have done. Yeah, I've.
Meenakshi, you want to say?
Thank you. Thank you.
All the best.
All the best. All the best.
Yeah, thank you.
We now invite Principal Vijayalakshmi Nanda ma'am to the stage. Organizers also to the stage so that we can have like pictures with the winners of the competition.